Jeez, oh my gosh. There's a first time for everything. And today was the day. So good morning. My name is Councilor Chris Moyes. I'm the chair of the Toronto and East York Community Council. We have quorum. I'm now calling meeting 15 to order. Welcome, everyone. I also want to recognize that former Councilor Joe Cressy is here and former Deputy Mayor Anna Bailao is here as well. Welcome. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Toronto and East York Community Council would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territories of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. As an African Canadian, I'm committed to continually acting in solidarity with our African, Caribbean, and Black communities seeking freedom and reproductive justice in light of the history and ongoing legacy of slavery that continues to impact our communities across Canada. As part of this commitment, I would also like to acknowledge that not all people came to these lands as migrants and settlers. Specifically, I wish to acknowledge those of us who came here involuntarily, particularly those brought to these lands as a result of the transatlantic slave trade and slavery. In support of the City of Toronto's ongoing efforts to confront anti-Black racism, I pay tribute to those ancestors of African, Caribbean, and Black origin and descent. If you're registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Toronto and East York Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and prove your motions by email. Staff are available at tycc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand and unmute your mic and indicate the item's number, the nature of the interest. Seeing none, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting on June 11, 2024? Deputy Mayor Malik, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Before we begin the agenda rundown, may I have a motion to add new business to item TE 15.51 to TE 15.58? Councilor Fletcher, all those in favor? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Items 15.1 to 15.25 are timed, so we will begin the run through at item 15.26. Okay. 15.26, changes to Business Improvement Area Board of Management. Councillor Sachs. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.27, encroachment appeal, 308 Delaware Avenue. Councillor Bravo is not here. I will hold it for her. T 15.28, encroachment appeal, 495 to 517 Wellington Street. Yeah, there's a speaker on this item. Thank you. It's also marked on my page. T 15.29, 1 Bloor Street West, Balmuto Street, construction staging area. Councillor Sachs. T 15.30, construction staging area. time extension, Yorkville Avenue and Cumberland Street, 33 Yorkville Avenue and 50 Cumberland Street. Councilor Sachs?
Yes, I'm holding that.
We do want to get through this today. T 15.31, 10 Prince Arthur Avenue, construction staging area, time extension. Councilor Sachs?
I have two motions on that. I think the clerk has them ready.
Okay. Want to move that item? All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Carried. Item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 15.32, 50 Davisville Avenue, construction staging area. Councilor Matlin?
I move to approve staff recommendations as we begin work on the new Davisville Aquatic Center.
Excellent. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.33, construction staging area, Delessley Avenue, 1 to 11 Delessley Avenue, and 1496 to 1510 Young Street. Councilor Matlin?
Delisle Avenue, and yes, I support these staff recommendations.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.34, accessible parking spaces, July 2024. Councilor Matlow? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15. What? Do we? Okay. T 15.36, realignment of permit parking area 5A to exclude the development located at 914 Bathurst Street.
I move the staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Yeah. T 15.35, we do have a speaker on this item, so it's being held down, just as an FYI. T 15.37, realignment of permit parking area 5E to exclude the development located at 100 Davenport Road. Councilor Sachs?
I move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.38, realignment of permit parking at area 7F to exclude the development located at 415 Broadview Avenue. Councilor Fletcher?
Move staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. You gotta put your hands up, people. T 15.39, realignment of permit parking area 8B to exclude the development located at 184 Chatham Avenue. Councilor Fletcher?
Move staff recommendations, Chair.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.40, pedestrian crossing protection, Leslie Street. Councilor Fletcher?
Just going to hold that.
Okay. T 15.41, corridor safety review, Mortimer Avenue between Pape Avenue and Broadview Avenue. Councilor Fletcher?
I believe Broadview. We're not in New York. Oh, Broadway's in Matlow's area. I'm going to approve that. Defer it, sorry, can't read it. Yeah, defer that to September.
Okay. You deferring till September?
Correct, yes.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Drop the block.
T 15.42, update on the Ontario Line joint corridor noise barrier and retaining walls. Councilor Fletcher?
Just going to remove or receive this for information. It's now standard, and when we come time for the community to see actually what may get built there, we can bring that forward again. Thank you. So I'm receive for information.
C for information. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.43, Metrolinx Ontario Line Gerard Portal Construction. Councilor Fletcher?
Yeah, I think I'm going to hold this, although probably we'll just receive it, but just to make sure there's nothing else that needs to go in here. This is the underground entrance, the portal for the Ontario Line after it finishes the above ground section. So quite complicated. If you don't mind holding that, Chair.
Okay. T 15.44, traffic control signals, Caledonia Road and Norman Avenue. Councilor Bravo is not here. I will hold that. Is she on her way?
Sorry, which one was it?
15.44.
Okay, I do have a list. On behalf of Councilor Bravo, approve the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.45, two-way traffic operation, Simpson Avenue. Councilor Fletcher. Where's Councilor Fletcher? I will hold 15.45 for Councilor Fletcher.
Okay, thank you.
T 15.46,
Oh,
appointments.
sorry, what happened to 4.5? Was I gone?
We'll go back to T 15.45, two-way traffic operations, Simpsons Avenue.
Yes, move to approve. That's what I was talking to Mr. Clement, that to delay the bills until such time that it needs to be operational, but we'll do it here this morning. We'll approve the two-way operation, but it won't come into effect until the right time.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 15.46, appointment to the Eastview Neighborhood Community Center Board of Management. Councilor Fletcher.
Yes, I approve.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.47, appointment of new board members of the Ralph Thornton Community Center. Councilor Fletcher.
Yes, approve the appointments listed below.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.48, appointment to the Community Center 55 Board of Management. Councilor Bradford.
Thanks through you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Which board is
T
that?
15.49, parking amendments, Harbor Street. Deputy Mayor Malik.
I'd like to move the recommendation in my letter, and I have sent a new letter on this item with an updated summary as well.
We need to post it? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.50, 360 Bloor Street East, pedestrian safety improvement. Councilor Sachs.
Yes, I'd like to send this to council without recommendations, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.51, temporary adjustments to parking regulations for 2024 Canadian National Exhibition. Councilor Perks.
Move the recommendations in the letter.
Opposed? Carried. T 15.52, temporary adjustments to parking regulations for 2024 Canadian National Exhibition.
I'll move approval.
Councilor Perks. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.53, parking amendments, Prince Arthur Avenue. Councilor Sachs.
I move the recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.54, change parking bylaw on Thurlow Avenue. Councilor Matlow.
I move the recommendations in my letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.55, install traffic calming measures to improve safety along Hithdale Road. Councilor Matlow.
I move the recommendations in my letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.56, install traffic calming measures to improve safety along Maxwell Avenue. Councilor Matlow.
I move the recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.57, parking amendments, Blake Street. Councilor Fletcher.
I move the amendment to my letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.58, speed humps on Pepler Avenue between Pape Avenue and O'Connor Avenue. Councilor Fletcher.
I move the amendments in my letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. There's one item for Councilor Bravo. You have a list there for her, right? Let me just find it. T 15.27, encroachment appeal, 308 Delaware Avenue,
Which one is this, right?
27.
27, yeah. On behalf of Councilor Bravo, approve the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Let's double check. Yeah. We've completed the rundown, so we have additional new business items to introduce. Deputy Mayor Malik has 2 items. Improving the temporary 510 replacement bus service on Spadina. Sorry. Deputy Mayor Malik has 2 new items. The first being improving the temporary 510 replacement bus service on Spadina, temporary priority bus lanes, and adjustments to parking regulations on Spadina Avenue. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Second is the parking amendments at Stafford Street. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councilor Sachs has 1 new item. Bickford Brewing by the Glass permit application to the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councilor Bravo is online. Can you hear us, Councilor Bravo? There are 2 new items we'd like to add. No stopping, Lisgar Street near Dundas Street. All those in favor? So we're going to show it? We need to show it? Okay, sorry. I'm going too fast for clerks. The second item is intersection safety improvements, Wallace Avenue and Campbell Avenue. Is it on the screen? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Council Fletcher has 2 new items. Cycling safety around the Ontario Line project. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the last item is street cleaning, cyclist safety in Toronto and East York.
It's about cleaning the bike lanes in Toronto East York.
Cyclist safety in Toronto and East York. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. And that is the additions. And it's not, so we go to the timed items, and there's a 9:30 timed item. Naming of the public lane east of Caroline Avenue extending northerly from Eastern Avenue. Council Fletcher.
Yes, I'd like to approve the name Captain Holly Lane.
Okay,
For
all,
this lane coming off of Eastern. Thank you.
okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next item is T 15.2, 1337 to 1355 King Street West. Official plan and zoning bylaw amendments and rental housing demolition application.
Sorry, Chair, I'd asked earlier if we could move up the 400 Broadview, if that's possible.
I was just informed by clerks that it's not 10 a.m. yet, so
I'm sorry.
I will actually have to
Wait.
wait for
problem.
item 15.2, but perhaps we can go back to non-timed items.
Start with 10.
TE 15.28, encroachment appeal, 495 to 517 Wellington Street West. Proposed ground sign. We do have speakers on this item. 15.28. Yeah, Matthew Wolf, are you here? Matthew Wolf?
No. Just recess for 2 minutes.
No?
Recess for 2 minutes.
No. So Councillor Malik, that's your item.
Can we just hold it for right now?
Okay.
Thank you.
See, I'm too efficient. Okay, we'll recess for 2 minutes. Okay, it's 10 o'clock. Otherwise. Okay, we'll start off with the 10 AM items. Okay, it's 10 AM and we're going to resume.
Just let them know you're going to start with item 10 first, that we're doing speakers.
I'm going to start off with on the timed items. I'm going to start with item TE 15.10. And we do have speakers on this item. Special request by Council Fletcher. Adam Dreyer, are you here?
No, he doesn't, it gets called in the order that he appears.
Sorry. We actually, I didn't, give me a second. You're not Adam Dreyer.
He doesn't get to last, he was in the order.
Yeah, and we also have to go on the order that is listed here. But Adam Dreyer, you're not Adam Dreyer, though.
Is that Adam Dreyer? Is that Adam Dreyer? I think you got the name wrong.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. We'll make the change. We'll go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman and members of the council, I'm happy to be here today on a facility that we're proposing for long-term care. Dr. Newton will speak later about the importance of long-term care, but many times I come with developments, and on their own merits, they're excellent developments. They fit into communities, and there's certain community benefits that are given. And council often asks me, what are you giving back to the community? So I happen to be on the real estate committee of Sinai, specifically focused on trying to bring forward certain improvements to hospitals. I'm on UHN's committee, and it's one of those honors I've been given for what I do that I can give back to the community. Long-term care is in huge need right now. It is only getting worse over time. The delay for somebody looking for long-term care facilities is now over 200 days. So these are people who are in need of facilities, various different treatments and requirements, who will not live if they don't get into these facilities. So doing what we're doing now to get just shy of 400 units with private funding, nonprofit, and government funding is an amazing venture that we're moving forward with, and I want to thank planning staff with expediting the processing of this application. Stephen Barber from Community Planning, Sarah Henstack, Vera from Urban Design, Jevathan from Transportation, all have done an amazing job in responding in the quickest fashion possible, giving us great direction for revisions to the proposal with what's a very modest addition to the campus that we have at Bridgepoint, and trying to do our best to deal with a 40,000 person wait list for long-term care. So when you ask, what are we giving back? This entire development is giving back. Nonprofit for long-term care, it's very important to move forward as quickly as possible. And again, your staff have done a fantastic job. Next slide. So this is the proposal I already spoke about, 20 stories, 392 beds, 312 long-term care beds, 80 complex care beds. Next slide. The location is clearly well-served. I always say this when I'm dealing with senior facilities. Hopefully we get as many people visiting seniors as possible, but that's not always the case. But in any event, we're well-served by transit in the area. It's a mixed-use designation. There's site-specific, decades-old official plan and zoning in place that needs to be amended for this application. Next one. And again, this gives you an outlook of the campus. One thing that's important to note is we have currently the Bridgepoint Hospital on site, and so we were asked questions about why not putting the site on a different location. I'll tell you a couple of things about the site. Bridgepoint hopefully gets to expand sometime in the future, and that's very important. So that's sort of on the portion of the site next to Bridgepoint. The other portion of the site we have isn't owned by Sinai, and this site is actually fully owned and is big enough to accommodate the minimum that we have for long-term care beds on a floor. Typically, it's 30. We have 24, and that's the absolute minimum the province will fund. So we've made it work with our architects who have done a great job. Next slide. This gives you just a feel for the campus in general. That was submitted to you. Hopefully, you've got an opportunity to see it. So you see the current Bridgepoint Hospital and Hennick facility. Then you see on top of that what we possibly could extend in the future. And then you see the site. Next. So I'm not going to take you through all the details of each of these floor plans. We'll flip through it quickly. All I'm telling you is it's important that we have a floor plate that can accommodate everything we have to do for seniors who need the long-term care facilities. Next one. Next one. Next one. And what was really important is the streetscape and how we dealt with the streetscape and how we dealt with the ground floor, animated that area. So we have spaces that spill out into that area still. As a long-term care facility, again, hopefully we have a lot of visitors that are coming there to visit the elderly. Staff gave us great direction on this, and it was incorporated into our designs. The next rendering, again, from a different vantage point. Again, landscaping, trees and the like. And the next one, thanks, Sean. Setting back and creating differentiation and excellence in design. So as I said at the beginning of this presentation, typically, I come here and I have proposals that I'm proud to say have implemented the excellence of design and planning. Your staff have recommended approval, but then the added benefit, long-term care, huge need, and we're delivering this to the city in a time when we learned pre and post-pandemic. This is one of the most important needs we have in this city. And again, proud to be here as a member of the Real Estate Committee and say to you that if there's developments you should be looking at and flying through for approval, this is one of them. I also want to thank the councillor for accommodating the scheduling of community information meetings in a very quick fashion and helping us get through that. And again, our entire team who worked on this. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Any questions for the deputant? Councillor Fletcher?
Put that graphic back up, please, of the master plan site.
Sure.
And that's the master plan that was approved in 2005 for the redevelopment of the old Riverdale Hospital into the new Bridgepoint Hospital. No, it's the diagram, not your rendering. Just going back to the actual, what's zoned currently.
I have a better slide for you that's
Sure,
a
if
simpler
you
one,
have that.
because I knew this question was
Please,
there.
yes.
Okay.
That one?
Yeah.
Yes, so the B building is a health-related building. That's where the old half-round stood. So that was city-owned.
Correct.
Passed by fee simple to Bridgepoint. B1 is part of the master plan, which always says that because it was actually Riverdale Park, there has to be a connection from the park to Gerrard. So
Absolutely.
that is the B1 connection.
That's the
there,
connection, correct.
which is parkland technically, not able to build on that. And then the other is a family health team. So your site D at the moment, and that's what we're looking at here.
That's exactly right, Councillor. And the reason we couldn't do E, you've hit it straight on. We couldn't do B for the reason you stated, B1 open area, and E not big enough to give us the floor plate we need, 24. We're at the minimum at 24 beds per floor.
And then at the public meeting, there was questions about parking, and I don't know which firm you have, but they suggested, no, that's the city's problem. I suggested that's your problem. Do you recall that?
Yeah, and again, it's our issue in terms of parking. We've met with transportation staff. They've recommended approval based on the parking supply that's been provided. And I'd say this, and again, I said this at the beginning, and I say it not tongue-in-cheek, I say it because it's an issue because I've dealt with other seniors facilities. I wish we had a parking issue. I wish there were more people who are visiting seniors. There's not enough who are coming to visit. But we have the added advantage of being connected with our Bridgepoint facility, which also has parking. So
Yes, they noted, let's just get right to that. The people noted that the prices are quite hefty, and I might
yep.
ask Mr. Newton about that. They're looking for some way for the Bridge Point to encourage staff to park there more. They do park in the community. But I did take umbrage with the fact that that's now going to be the city's problem when this is your application.
It's our problem. It's
So
not
I'm
the city's.
asking if you would be prepared through your client to actually undertake something of that nature. Look at the prices, look at where people are parking, and do that study so that this is a well and happy accepted building in the community.
We are happy to look at that and take a look at the pricing we have. We'll do that. I'll take it back to the committee.
So I'll probably add that as a motion here, either here at council, or ask Mr. Newton if he's willing to do that. But I think that would go a long way, because that was the major concern.
So it's the prices of the current parking on site.
Price of the current parking lot, what's happening out in the community, any suggestions to make it easier, depending upon the parking, to make that commitment, so we're not finding that somehow this makes a
Spill
mess.
over.
And then city staff have to clean it, because
Correct.
I'm not working like that on
No,
this
no,
site.
we're happy to look at it. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fletcher?
Oh, that's all, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Matlow?
I have a question, Mr. Chair, related to the project. You mentioned that the province has supported you with a specific amount of money that then relates to the scope of how big this project can be. In your role with Sinai, given the fact that we've lost, I think, no less than 6 different LTC homes in recent years in neighborhoods throughout the city, and while we have an aging demographic and a growing demand for access to quality care and places to live as we age, have you received any information, or do you have any insight as to why the province's support is so limited, given that there's philanthropists and people in the private sector that are willing to pony up and support this critical need?
I think it's a locational question. I think it's finding the sites that can accommodate the increased demand. And I think we as a society, I mean, to be frank, have not done enough. I've been to some facilities over the last number of months to inform myself about the problem, and even facilities for profit where people can pay to get in. I said to somebody, I've gone to the facilities, it's not fair. So you're in your later years where you need help and you might not have family who are willing to help, it's not working. So I say this is a step forward. We have to do way better. So I lost my mother a number of years ago, but she was fortunate. We were able to care for her and she didn't have to go into a facility. My dad now is 98 years old and he doesn't need to go in a facility. He's lucky and fortunate. He's physically and mentally there. That's not the norm. And so the facilities I've gone to visit have people as young as in their 70s who need help for whatever reason and whatever issue they're facing. We are not doing good enough. I've started this year on this committee. I'm going to continue well on into my senior years to do whatever I can. So it's a great question. I don't have enough information yet to know how we can make it better, but we have to make it better. We're not doing a good enough job.
I'd be happy to follow up with you
For sure.
about this, because it's such a necessary need.
It's huge, huge demand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hoping to get a bed here.
To get,
Thank you. Seeing no further questions?
I'm in my 60s, I know.
All right. Seeing no further questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Dr. Gary Newton, Sinai Health. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. I'm the president and CEO of Sinai Health. Sinai Health is a provincial entity that has 2 hospitals, Mount Sinai Hospital on University Avenue, which is acute care, and Hennick Bridgepoint Hospital on Bridgepoint campus, which is a rehabilitation and continuing complex care hospital. The long-term care license that we have approval for from the Ministry of Health is for the Hennick Bridgepoint site, or the Bridgepoint campus, and it creates the concept of a campus of care. What does that mean? That means a long-term care not sitting in isolation, but sitting on a campus with other resources and facilities nearby. One of the misinterpretations is that long-term care is akin to retirement housing. Retirement housing is housing. There are apartments, they're independent. Contemporary long-term care is really reflective of individuals with very high needs, most often due to dementia or impaired cognitive function, Alzheimer's disease, but other conditions such as the need for dialysis, mobility, etc. Individuals who simply cannot safely live independently are living in long-term care facilities. They have become very medicalized. The site and the long-term care institution that we will be building will be at the medical end of the spectrum, dealing with individuals with very high needs and trying to create a residential environment versus a hospital environment for those individuals. And that's why having it on campus with hospital is mandatory. It can be nowhere else to facilitate that type of environment for clients. I would also reflect that we will have a number of what are called specialty units. Specialty units are not conventional long-term care. They're long-term care for individuals with behavioral challenges that often occurs with dementia, dialysis, and a number of other conditions that mean they need something in addition to conventional long-term care. So our commitment and our passion in doing this is we are in the complex care business. This is perfectly aligned. You've already noted that the need is dramatic. This does not solve the need, but this is a huge contributor to fixing a problem, and importantly, fixing a problem in Toronto versus outside of Toronto, which is the trend right now in long-term care. Thank you.
I'll ask Dr. Newton a couple of questions. Just the current problems with long-term care really has to do with the provincial regulations around building type, D, C, B, A.
Yeah.
And this is forcing a number of buildings out of business, whether, for whatever reason. And now that's part of the crisis of long-term care, is it not?
Yes. We are not, we've actually partnered with places like Elm Grove, which was just announced disappointingly to be closing. Much of the stock of long-term care facilities are independent, run by small groups or often even families. And the business model is very difficult for them to actually even break even. They are faced with a mandatory improvement in their buildings. The one that's talked about most is sprinkler systems. And for many of these shops, the incremental capital costs and operating costs are simply too much for them to bear. And when other institutions look at the buildings, it's both more prudent from a cost perspective to simply build new, and you're also building a dramatically better environment for people than the facilities that will be replaced. But the key is we do have to replace these facilities.
Yes, and did you say Elmhurst? Was that the name of it?
Yeah, Elm Grove.
Elm Grove. Was Elm Grove a C or a D, or do you happen
I'm
to know?
not sure. It's not ours. I'm not sure.
Okay, I'll ask when, hopefully staff will know that. And I understand that, particularly in the East End, there's issues with long-term care in the East End, east of the river.
Yes.
And that this would really go a long way to fill some of those gaps that you have.
Yeah, we would go from having very little long-term care opportunities. When you have a family member who requires long-term care, you join a regional wait list and you're allowed to select 5 homes and you rank them and then you wait. My family's on a wait list right now for my mother-in-law as an example in Mississauga. If you're east of the Don, you're ranking homes that are a big distance away from where you live because there's simply very few to rank in the east end of the city.
Thank you. And the original Bridgepoint Hospital, well, the half round was very distinct. The Bridgepoint Hospital, it won many awards for its relationship for patients and outdoors. Everybody has a view on the outdoors in that hospital, spectacular design. Will you be looking to make an exceptional design here for this long-term care to match the hospital that you have?
Yeah, so this long-term care facility will not be contracted. This will be part of Sinai Health. This will be a department of the hospital, governed by the same board and the same management team. We would not build something we would not be proud of. We have drunk the Kool-Aid by the value of Hennick Bridgepoint. The building itself has healing value and dramatically improves the morale of patients, families, and also our staff,
Yes.
where retention is wonderful. That's the standard we hold ourselves up to,
You call it the healing value.
hugely.
Thank you. And you heard me ask about the parking, because I think you were on that meeting and you heard the concerns. Would you be willing, as part of this, to undertake a bigger look at all of the issues that were raised by the people online and after to me about the parking situation, and not build something and then leave it to the city to try to fix everything?
We can certainly look at our parking situation and our cost to employees. And I could speculate, but we'll convert that to quantitative information.
I'm kind of asking if you're willing to undertake that.
Sure.
For that and for the zone that people are worried, if they're not paying parking there, they're going to park on the street. And now that's a concern, including visitors, so.
For the hospital, yes, the outside of hospital, I'll defer to Adam to get his guidance. As to
Outside of the, okay, Adam's in charge of that. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor, for taking the time to be here this morning.
Thank you. Councilor Matlow has a question.
Hi, Doctor. This is following up on the line of question that I was asking Mr. Brown, because I think we can all acknowledge that there's a dearth of funding for enough beds, enough facilities that are emotion-focused, that are quality care, that are safe. And ultimately, there are many people in our society who will choose to want to remain at home for as long as possible rather than even enter an LTC in the first place. I understand that you've partnered with UHN Nork Innovation Center at times. And I wonder, would you consider, as you're expanding your campus of care, whether it be for the community in this context in the East End and other places throughout our city, while you focus inward toward the residents in your building, that you'll also consider focusing outward to the wider community to support Norks and wider neighborhoods for the kind of services that they need to be able to feasibly, realistically remain at home with the care that they need.
Yeah, so NORCs are naturally occurring retirement.
Excuse me for the acronym.
Yeah, naturally occurring retirement communities where there's a confluence of people that fit a demographic that will benefit from enhanced services to keep them at home. The key thing, Councillor Matlow, is it's not and/or, it's both.
Good.
We will never solve this problem by building enough long-term care facilities. We're going to have to keep the vast majority of people at home for as long as is possible. There will always be, past a point, an element that simply requires institutional care. That's the sliver that this attacks, but it is the tip of the iceberg. So we are involved with NORCs through ourselves, through an entity called Circle of Care, and through other hospital partnerships. We have to do both.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Doctor, for coming in. We have Dominique O'Riordan next. No? Okay.
Dominic was here to support him.
Thank you. Carol Bullock? Carol Bullock? Okay. Yeah. Okay. You have 5 minutes to depute. Go ahead.
First of all, I'd like to take, okay.
It's on.
First of all, I'd like to address Dr. Newsom and the realtor for Mount Sinai Health. I have tried to contact them several times to do my research. No one has called me back. I got patient services. And that is not conducive to trying to convince the community to put up a 20-story metal monolith in their community. Let me just grab some notes here. I've lived in Riverdale for 40 years, and it is a beautiful residential area. And I have to say that the community is, for whatever reason, has very healthy seniors. If we need anything in this community, it would be a community hub where, seniors could do Pilates, pickleball, all these sorts of things that are in very, very short supply. Now, one of my biggest complaints about this is not only the size, because it's the size of North York General, basically, is the fact that it's for everyone. Right now, the province says if you are 60 kilometers from a site, an LTH site, you will be placed with the one available. So it is quite conceivable 95% of the people that are going to be in this building are not from the area. There is nothing available for local people. I mean, I live by Bridgepoint. I shattered my shoulder a few years ago. I couldn't even get on the waiting list for care, and I live down the street from there. I don't understand who is putting the money and why. There are better facilities. We have a huge Asian demographic who want to retire in a home with their own language, their own food. At 392 beds, you're not going to get that type of care. Now, I understand you have patients with complex needs, and they're actually aging out of Bridgepoint. I can understand building a module for them, a 2-story. But as far as LTH is concerned, all you're doing is taking money from Doug Ford and putting it into housing us in cages. I am sorry, but long-term care is not the answer to be left in a room in your final days with no one speaking your language, not getting the food you want, and having family members traveling up to 60 kilometers to see you, if they can manage that. You can say all you want with the TTC, but I would guarantee you 2/3 of the people in there will be coming from surrounding areas. As far as the, I looked at the ground floor. I mean, you have an adult daycare in there. That's wonderful. We have those all through the East End. What we need is childcare. I think it's Bernard Brettel, senior home up in North York. They have a combined children's and adult daycare center, so people can interact. My husband and I were in Australia a couple of years ago, and I could not believe the difference in senior care from there to here. Seniors are still considered part of the community. They are not put in a 20-story tower. I looked at the rooms. They're very small. They're even smaller than some of the private rooms in hospitals, with a dividing wall between the patients, not a whole wall, and a shared bathroom. It's a bed, a chair, a bureau with a TV, and a shared washroom and a very small closet. That is not where I want to spend my final days. I don't understand why Bridgepoint can't find a more suitable location. We need nursing homes all over the city. We need specialized nursing homes that will accommodate our aging population in the comfort of their own environment. This is not an answer to our problems. Let me just check my notes. I'm sure I've forgotten a couple of things here. Oh, as far as the parking is concerned, if people are coming from all over, the city, parking is going to become an issue. The price of parking in Bridgepoint is expensive. Not only that, it cannot accommodate the number of people coming. And we, before, Bridgepoint, the new Bridgepoint was built, often had people parked in front of our driveway. We were constantly calling the police. And it became a real problem. And I also feel sorry for the people at Victor and Simpson. That is a huge building. I mean, it's like cutting the top off of the CIBC building.
You have 5 seconds.
By a few floors. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the Deputant?
Yes, thanks so much, Carol, for coming today. You'd remember when it was the Don Jail, actively.
Yeah.
The Don Jail and the Don Jail roadway, and there were a lot of visitors too, but they were visiting prisoners, not visiting sick people. You remember those days?
Yes, we do. We
Yes, you
remember a
do.
few of them not liking to stay there and getting into the neighborhood too.
Yes, I do remember a few people getting into the neighborhood from the jail. So, but now we have this beautiful hospital, which was a long process, and I'm sure you were involved in that as well.
You know what? I was really supportive of that because I saw the need for a rehab center in the area.
Yes.
I saw the need for long-term care. There are a lot of people at West Park, you know, that, and at Bridgepoint that require, you know, trachs, they're in wheelchairs, they require catheterization and everything. And I understand that. But
I did some homework and found out most of the people coming to Bridgepoint are quite local. In fact, most of them are coming from St. Mike's or Michael Guerin, somehow in the Sinai system. So I don't think they're coming from too far away, but I wonder if you heard Dr. Newton just say that for East Enders, when you put your name on the, you were talking about those wait lists and how far people might be driving into the city.
Right.
Currently, I think people are driving out of the city in order to visit or have a long-term care bed. So he did mention that it's very hard for east of the river to get yourself into long-term care.
But what I'm saying is if a person lives in Whitby and needs long-term care and there's nothing available in Whitby or Ajax or Scarborough, they're going to be shipped off
No,
here.
they would be. I do think, and I'll look that up, I think there's a lot, because the long-term care development was kind of set up for large spaces, green fields, outside of, in the 905, I would think that there's probably in those places, actually, that's where somebody from Riverdale would end up getting shipped to Whitby rather than the other way around. So I think it has to be here, because that was the plan, that when you saw the plan, you were part of that. It is, I agree, high, but I don't know how else we can get the beds there, to be honest with you.
I know, I ask you too, I mean, we're looking at the, you know, the area, it's parkland. This would be by far the tallest building. Bridgepoint is set back, it looks quite lovely. What you see is the renovated part of the jail, and it's lovely. There's a parquet there. This is going to sit smack dab in the real.
It's not a parquet. It's zoned for it's zoned for
well,
something
whatever
else.
it is.
Just the front is the park that we
Yeah, the
opened a
front
number
there,
of years ago.
yeah, I mean.
I will ask the staff when I get a chance, just about the relationship between this building and the Don Jail, which is a heritage building. We saved all of that, and see what they have to say, how we're going to make sure that that's still the centerpiece of the site.
Local people being able to access care at Riverdale. I mean, even though I had my children at Mount Sinai, I could not get a family doctor there. I couldn't even get my surgeries. I had them done at St. Mike's. I had a knee replacement done at St. Mike's, and yes, I had excellent care at Bridgepoint. They are the best. But
So
when I
they're going
broke
to be the
my
best at this too. I know that.
broke my shoulder, it was like I paid $1,500 for private physiotherapy. So, I mean, you know, take it both ways. I'm a senior, I expect care, but it's not always available.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down today. Appreciate it.
Those are the end of the speakers list. Any questions for staff on this item? Councillor Fletcher?
I just did want to ask a question, and I don't know where I'm asking it because everybody's behind me. Really just has to do with that heritage. So much time was spent dealing with the heritage of the Don Jail and recreating it as the admin building for the hospital, and the design of the hospital being exceptional. And Dr. Newton talks about the healing value of that design in the hospital, which I hadn't heard that placed like that before, but I think it's a very good descriptor. Could you just talk to me a little bit or tell everybody how you're making sure that this building will fit within the most significant heritage building that we have in the city, and that the most beautiful hospital that we have in the city? No pressure.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm Carly Bowman, Community Planning Director. So the subject property is not listed on the city's heritage register, although, as you note, Councillor, it's situated in an important heritage context. Mike. The review of the application has considered that adjacency, and detailed design submission will be required to provide materials demonstrating the relationship between the proposed building and the adjacent Don Jail, as well as the Riverdale Public Library, with respect to its massing, masonry, and materiality.
Yeah, I guess I'm looking at it from urban design standpoint, because we do have all those heritage buildings there. Don Jail, Gatekeeper's House, Governor's House, Carnegie Library, brand-new thing. It's, has that not been part of the discussion with Bridgepoint already? Is somebody here from Urban Design?
Yes, my name is Nasim Adab. I'm the Urban Design Manager for TEY South.
Sorry, we can't hear a thing.
Can you hear me now?
Nope.
Is it better?
Now it's better, thank you.
Through you, Chair, my name is Nasim Adab. I'm the Urban Design Manager for Toronto and East York District South. We also looked at the datum line of the lower levels of the building, trying to create a notch and referencing the datum line of the prominent heritage fabric. And in addition to that, as Ms. Bowman mentioned, we're also going to look at the materiality to make sure that there is a harmonious relationship between the proposed development as well as the heritage fabric.
So you have looked at it with the developer, with the hospital and their architects. Have you made changes at all?
We believe that the proposed development meets different objectives and creates a good balance, a good and balanced approach.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for staff? Seeing none, any speakers on this item? Councilor Fletcher, go ahead.
Yes, I'm very happy to move this forward and happy to have made this happen quickly to get it here because time is of the essence, especially since we saw that story the other day where Elm Grove will be closing and those beds, I think it's in your ward, is it Councillor Perks? So and there's a lot of pressure on these buildings. I asked Dr. Newton about the D, B, C, E, and D. That was an edict from the province where you have to meet a certain standard in order to stay in business. All the Ds have been closed. They're not allowing small upgrades to bring a C to a B, which is quite concerning. And I think if we have a chance to discuss that somewhere at the city, that's an important pressure point because I have one building that has its hallways are short by 1 foot, or else it would be a B and would not have any pressure. So it's a crazy world that we live in, but Bridgepoint, which has this master plan, and you saw that copy of the master plan, has long had the ability to take these sites and build on them. Since this master plan, which was 19 years ago, there is an approach of having a campus of care and of having other health buildings. They're actually zoned for mixed-use residential, but this now would be a long-term care building. So it's a different approach. I think Dr. Newton and the hospital and his board are very grateful and happy to actually have land around your hospital. Not many others have that. I know that at North York Hospital, through Create TO and Councillor Carroll, some of the Create TO land was added to the hospital in order to achieve a long-term care that would be run by the hospital, which I think is a very good news story. Bridgepoint offers exceptional care in the community and across the city, and I know that North York General does as well. So this melding of long-term care and hospital as a continuum of care is something that can't happen everywhere, but where it can happen, I think it will be an incredible model and a great part of the healthcare system. So I'm very happy to proceed with this. I'm not moving the parking motion. I may do that at council, but I have the undertaking from Mr. Brown that we're going to figure that out, because I'd say that besides a little concern over the height, because it's zoned for 10, I think, stories, so it's double, really is the parking. And during the old days, there used to be time restrictions on the permit parking, no parking 3 to 5, because that was a shift change at the hospital on many of the adjacent streets. And that worked, now it's come off, but some of those things, and I don't honestly, with a big development of this kind, public nature, I'm not expecting that the city staff are going to have to undertake that. And I think it would be very helpful to have the applicant do that and show a lot of good faith. So this is a lot easier to do than it was to knock down that beloved building and close the Don Jail and build a beautiful new hospital. So we just continue on this project. So thank you very much to everybody who's worked on it. And let's just make this happen as quickly as possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Matlon, 5 minutes.
I want to first thank Councillor Fletcher for really helping drive this through. It is such a benefit to both the East End, where she represents, but to Toronto as a whole. And I also want to acknowledge Sinai Health, Bridgepoint, the leadership of Mr. Brown on the committee that he serves on, and all of their peers for ensuring that this happens. And it is such welcome news, especially in light of seeing so many long-term care homes throughout our city leave us at a time when our population is aging and when there's more and more demand. In fact, we need more beds rather than fewer beds. So just today to see this come in front of us is reassuring that there are people who are willing to do the work to make it happen. But in line with what I was asking Dr. Newton about, and he articulated this very well, as many beds as we build and as many reforms as we support, whether it be emotion-focused care, better supports for PSWs and other staff, all the things that should be done within a system that is critically underfunded and under-supported by the provincial government. We're not going to be able to provide enough beds for everyone who needs them. And in fact, there are many people who will not choose to have one of those beds or not need to have one of those beds, but would far prefer to remain at home to their very last day. And that's why it is so critical that we work with, whether it be Sinai Health, UHN, Newark Innovation Center, which is working with us, and we approved a motion recently, to look at how we can plan our neighborhoods better, to realistically accommodate people's wishes to be able to remain at home. Dr. Newton referred to people with Alzheimer's, with dementia. One of the best things we can do for those individuals is to support their ability to remain in familiar places, to know their local shops, to know the people in their building or on their street. So this is something that I know that we're committed to doing, and I just want to acknowledge that, again, given what we are losing in this province and in our city, it is so wonderful to be able to support the creation of new beds in a new place at Bridgepoint today.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Matlow. Seeing no others, do you want to speak? Seeing no other speakers, all those in favor of this item?
Record this, please.
Okay.
All those in favor? Councillor Moyes, Deputy Mayor Malik, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Sachs, and Councillor Perks. Councillor Bravo, are you voting on this item? Don't see her online, so that carries unanimously.
Okay, carries unanimously. Thank you all for coming in today.
Thank you for
Yes.
accommodating the
Yes, happy to accommodate. The next item is T 15.2, 1337 to 1355 King Street West, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition application. We do have speakers on this item. First up is Robert Walter Joseph. Are you here? Okay. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
My name is Robert Walter Joseph. I'm a planner with Gladkey Planning Associates, and I represent the applicant for this project, the Parkdale United Church Foundation. I'll speak just briefly to this application. Very excited and very happy to have it here before Community Council today. This application involves the construction of a 10-story residential building that will provide 92 affordable housing units in the community of South Parkdale, including 10 rental replacement units. For a total of 82 net new affordable housing units. I also speak briefly just to the level of affordability provided here. So all units will be provided as affordable housing units, including 60% that will meet CMHC average market rents and 20% at 70% of average market rents, which will allow for a single income earner to live comfortably on site. An additional 20% of the units will receive or expected to receive rental supplements, which will allow someone earning a low income or on a disability pension to live on the property. Also just want to acknowledge the hard work of staff in advancing this application in a very timely manner. This is my first project working through the new PDRS, Priority Development Review Stream, and I would like to acknowledge the work of our planner, Doris Ho and Eva Shi, and Dennis Braun, as well as Jamila Mohammed in housing policy. And a particular thank you to Camber Wadia, who made himself available to work with our engineering consultant in order to address issues. We've reviewed the staff report and are in agreement with the staff report, as well as the supplemental report that was provided, and have provided additional materials to address servicing issues on site. I'm available for any questions, and just thank you again.
Thank you. Any questions for this deputy? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today.
Thank you.
Next up is Musafir Pasha. Are you here? Musafir? You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Is there a way that I can hook up a presentation? Is that possible?
Just plug in your equipment. It should automatically connect. Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. Is there someone who could help?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so you have USB-C. So I'm not here today to contest affordable housing or income-based affordable housing. It's really contesting the destruction of the two Victorian buildings. I myself grew up on Tyndall Avenue during the late 70s and early 80s. Actually, I lived also in Toronto Regent Park in my teens, so I'm very sensitive to that subject matter. I also happen to be very passionate about Toronto historical preservation, and having moved back from the States 2 years ago, I've seen a lot of buildings being sort of torn down or having sort of a facade. I think most people here might not know, but 1337 King Street, due to the lack of time, was built in 1907. It's about 117 years old. 1339 King Street, Bascom House, was built in 1899. Is 125 years old. It's a 2.4-story Queen Anne Revival house. Both of these buildings sort of reflect a Richardian romantic architecture. They typically usually have characteristics of having round arches over windows and doors, thick stone or brick walls, and sort of asymmetrical facades. And sadly, the city Heritage Planning Commission really couldn't provide heritage protection that was in accordance to Ontario Heritage Act, but I firmly believe that doesn't mean that these buildings don't have any historical architectural merit. This is the building that actually was right adjacent to it. It was the Parkdale Methodist Church. It was built in the 19th centuries. In the mid-70s, it was torn down. It's a beautiful building. It's a beautiful church. In its place was 11-story sort of affordable housing project, and the church itself was relocated to the bottom. I don't want to conflate affordable housing with sort of historical heritage, but I do think this is a loss for the city, having this building or this church torn down. I read through the PDFs and looking through the documentation, asked sort of the city officials in terms of what is the affordable income housing for this replacement project that's going to be torn down. I didn't really get a clear answer, and I was trying to listen in. But I do believe, putting this aside, that income-based housing is affordable housing, not necessarily BMR, meaning that a lot of places within the city where they say that mark 20% or 30%, that's just a market rate is 5,000, then BMR is 4,000. So I have a big question mark on that. These are sort of a list of sort of lost heritage buildings throughout the city. Some of them, that I remember from my childhood. Odette House was torn down on Wesley Street in 2012. St. John's Presbyterian Church which is the bottom left, has been renovated into condos, it's unrecognizable. The College Street Baptist Church is torn, I mean, it's basically condominiums. So there's the United Church on Bloor Street's being condominiums around them. King and Bathurst was just torn down in February, and the list goes on and on and on. There's a question about sort of the value of heritage. I think as the city keeps on building up and older buildings are torn down, there's a scarcity of architectural style. It seems that what we replaced them are cookie cutter, not first tier, not second tier, not third tier, but fourth tier buildings. I've seen Victorian buildings torn down with Bajas shipping container, 2 stories, one actually in Little Italy. And I think there is a lot of merit to having these type of buildings that provide a uniqueness. They're a gateway to the past for people who may not know the past here. To me, architecture is art. If you go into a museum, you'll have, each museum piece has an identity, and you can tell each part, building, each piece apart. Everybody in this room has a unique identity. And I think that if you look at today's emerging sort of architecture and building structures, especially in the front, sort of on the waterfront, you can't tell the buildings apart, and you can't describe to someone what those buildings are. And I think that reflects in the sort of a monolithic culture. I think there's a lot of richness that drives having these types of building, and art drives culture. I really do believe that. A lot of these projects are driven by a discount cash flow or some ROI analysis, but I try to put together some sort of qualitative formula about heritage value, and sort of my stab at it is that it's something with age, how old the building structure is, the historical significance.
Okay, we're at time.
Okay.
Any further questions for the deputant? Thank you for coming in, for the deputant. Thank you. Councilor Perks? Is there anyone else who wants to speak on this item? Have a seat. 5 minutes. Anyone else? Okay. Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. So, councillors, I was not going to speak on this item until I heard Mr. Pasha and saw the submission that he'd sent in. And this context of, what should we be doing on a street like this? Is it okay to tear down?
Sorry, for the record, can you just state your name for the clerk's records?
Mark. Who am I? I'm Mark Richardson. I'm the volunteer technical lead with HousingNowTO.com.
you.
I did send this slide in and a request to speak. We clearly want you to approve this site. We want you to approve it. We want you to repeat it. This is the kind of site that should be on every building, every lot like this. We should be able to take an old house on a streetcar line in the middle of Parkdale and turn it into 90+ units of affordable housing. A big boxy shape is fine. As a Richardson, I really don't care about Richardson Romanesque architecture. And we are a city with a housing crisis. We have to do things at a speed and a scale and not be precious about some of this stuff. You understand the kind of housing you are creating here. You're creating studios and bachelors for people who are at a very low income and have nowhere to go in this city. They live in this building, or they live under a bridge, or they live in a ravine. That is the choice here. And that is why when somebody shows up to talk slide after slide about how important the heritage of this site is, that church that got torn down in the 80s has housed 100 people for 20+ years. Like, these are important sites. So we encourage you to do more buildings like this. Thank you to Councillor Perks for all of his work on this and encouraging it, for bringing a little piece of mixed zoning sanity into that swath of the yellow belt along King Street. It's very similar, Councillor Moyes, to the Yonge Street Mission design that's on Gerard in your ward. We need to make a building like this, a 10-story box, as of right, everywhere in the city on avenues and streets like King Street. And that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for that? Seeing none, thank you for coming. Anyone else? Seeing none. Councillor Perks, that's your item.
So I'm going to be moving the staff recommendations to approve this. I was trying to count it up. It's somewhere over 200 applications I've had in my ward during my career, maybe 300. And each of those 200 or 300 has had at least one thing that was really annoying to deal with, sometimes more than one thing. And I've always sort of fantasized, one day there's going to be an application that ticks every box. And this is the one. I finally got my wish to come true. I've always asked, where's the affordable housing? This is an affordable housing project. I've always asked, why doesn't the applicant come in really early in the process before they have their final drawings, show them to the community, and be prepared to make changes? That's what happened here. Why can't I get an applicant who works collegially with city staff and solves problems? That's what's happened here. Why can't I have an applicant who is willing to sit down, roll up their sleeves with the community in multiple meetings and work through problems? That's what happened here. Why can't I get an applicant who doesn't wait until the city says, wait, there's rental replacement here, to go and solve the rental replacement issues? That's what happened here. They literally have rehoused everybody already. Folks, this is literally the best one I've seen in my entire career. So I hope you vote for it. There you go. I hope that's persuasive.
Yes, that's okay. Thank you, Councilor Perks. Any other speakers? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Wonderful. The next item is T 15.3, 1113 to 1125 Dundas Street West, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. We do have speakers on this item. Jade Miller, are you here? Online, apparently. Okay, come on in. Coming up. It's your turn. You have 5 minutes. Jade, where are you? Right there. Yes, you need to go over here. Yeah, can you come up and speak to the mic? There are also people online who also need to hear what you're saying.
Got it. Sorry, I'm not really sure. I've never done this before.
Yeah, just plug your device onto the, perhaps
Okay.
Our staff can assist you.
That's a no.
Someone's coming.
Okay. I guess I don't really need the pictures if it doesn't work
Okay,
out.
you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So I am here.
Have a seat,
representing
please.
this-
Have a seat.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. Is this good?
Yeah, go
My
ahead.
laptop is like just up there, basically. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'm here representing the residents of my neighborhood. I live at Dundas and Ossington. In fact, I live on Ossington Avenue, right above Dundas. It's a really vibrant neighborhood. It's a neighborhood with a lot of small businesses. I'm sure the council members who represent the area are probably pretty familiar with the many vibrant small businesses that suffered during COVID and the ways in which the Ossington Strip is becoming revitalized. People are coming to visit. They are often coming in vehicles. And that is something that the residents of the neighborhood are happy about. We're happy that there are, that people are coming back, essentially, that the small businesses that are our friends, that are part of the fabric of our lives, are able to reopen and have a lot of business coming through. So when the development was announced at 1113 to 1125 Dundas West, myself, I'm here representing myself and a number of my neighbors with whom I've spoken. We all use permit parking Specifically, I use permit parking district 4E, which is, it's, you know, it's living on a corner. It covers a sort of a bit of an odd area, but it's something that overlaps with this development, and we are concerned about the ways in which this development was announced with no parking. There seems to be a sense, and we're quite supportive of there being more purpose-built rentals. That's something that is pretty hard to develop, and we are supportive of the city developing purpose-built rentals. As renters, we all know how hard it is to find units to rent. And I have lived on Ossington Avenue. That was I moved to Canada for a job. The job is outside the city. I tried first living in the city where I work. Right now I'm the chair of my department, professor at Wilfrid Laurier University. So that was a global job search. At first I tried living in Kitchener, and I knew immediately that if that was the place that I was gonna live, I was gonna be looking for a job elsewhere in the world, outside of Canada. I decided to stay because I found a neighborhood that I found to be very vibrant, and this is the place I live, is the first rental I got when I first came to Canada. And I've spoken to a number of my neighbors as well, and the ability to rely on permit parking is something that has basically constructed the fabric of my life. I used to live with roommates in my unit. It's not affordable to live there alone. I now live with my partner. My partner works in construction. He works building homes. And he and his coworkers all, they're required to have trucks for work. And I see it when I look at who has permit 4E and who I'm sharing the street with. I see that there are a lot of work trucks. So this is a neighborhood that is both a vibrant location for small businesses that draws people in from afar. And it's also a neighborhood where people live, and those people need vehicles at times to work. Collectively, I think we live there because we don't want to drive that much. We do want to live somewhere where we can walk to things. However, all of your life is not living, some of your life is working, and this is a neighborhood that allows us also to work. And in order to work, we do need parking. 1113 to 1125 Dundas West was developed with, am I out of time?
You are out of time.
Okay, I'll just say it was developed with just bike parking, and that would be great if people never got
Thank you.
jobs.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputants?
Okay.
Seeing none. Thank you for coming in today. Sorry, Councillor Deputy Mayor Malik has a question.
Okay.
Thanks for being here, Jade. Is there any final point that you wanted to share with us?
Sorry, yeah, thank you. Overall, we love the idea of this building, just that there's absolutely no parking and it's just bike parking. We don't think it's realistic, and we would like if the building added spots, because they changed Roxton Road where we park has long had no meters. They're ripping out the green P, and they just put in these parking meters that is going to start as soon as the green P is ripped down. And that's the main thing that we're concerned with is these have been put in, and that is, I guess, the solution. And we would like a solution that has parking for the residents of the building so that the green P that's being replaced, that there's a way that people can live and work and not have to move out of the city. Thank you, sorry.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. Any more deputants in this item? Okay, Mark?
Am I out?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
Thank you.
Okay, Mark, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Once again, my name's Mark Richardson. I'm a volunteer with HousingNowTO.com. We've had a long history with this site going all the way back to when it used to be in Joe Cressy's ward. We worked on this site in 2021, 2022 with students from what at that time was Ryerson School of Urban and Regional Planning, is now TMU. This is the parking lot. As you know, we are strong proponents of turning big, dumb surface parking lots into affordable housing in the city of Toronto next to transit. And this is an appropriate place to do it. It is also an appropriate place to do it with zero parking. You know, that's what the site looks like. That's what your parking lot looks like. If you have similar parking lots, kind of a square shape and about 35 parking spaces in your ward, I would highly recommend you start identifying them so you can repeat this mass timber project over and over and over again, because the more of these mass timber buildings you order, the cheaper it gets at the factory for every one you order. Let's also just talk specifically about what was just mentioned by the previous speaker, and a little bit about the history of this site. This site has not been parking forever. This site used to be housing. Back until 1997, there were houses on this site. In 1998, before the turn of the century, somebody actually proposed a mid-rise building on this parcel of land. The local councillor at the time wasn't very happy about it, so they scared the developer off by having the TPA buy the site, tear down the housing, and build a surface parking lot. So the surface parking lot that you are being asked to defend today is a great example of how dumb we were about land use only 20-some years ago in the city of Toronto. There have been multiple iterations, 2012, 2013, 2018, trying to create more housing on this site. In 2020, 2021, this was identified as the housing crisis got worse in the city of Toronto, that this was a site that was appropriate for building infill and for trying to model this mass timber, simple built form, 10 stories, mostly a box, not quite as boxy as I would like, but urban design is going to urban design, and zero parking. This is about creating housing at a size and a scale and a speed and a format that lets you create, in this case, only 1/3 of the units are affordable, right? You're not getting 100% of the units like you did on the previous site on King Street there. So these are hard projects to do even on your own city-owned lands. We fully support this design as is. The only question we do have about this site is whether this site is one of the 18 sites that were passed last month by council as part of the rental housing plan. All of those are in a confidential attachment. It makes it very hard for us to track whether you're successfully delivering on those sites unless there's something in the staff reports that says this is one of the 18 sites that is in the Toronto rental planning program, rental housing program. So if somebody could try and make that happen for us, we would appreciate it a lot. And that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Any other speakers on this item? Seeing none. Councillor Deputy Mayor Malik, that's your item.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you to the deputants. As was shared from what we heard, and also, has been expressed around this, I'm very excited about this site and the opportunities that it's presenting to the city in terms of affordable housing. And I'd like to hear just with a few more specifics about how many units are being proposed on the site and how many will be made affordable and what that looks like.
Through the chair, my name is Eileen Kang. I'm the community planner that helps to facilitate the review of this application. The development at this time is proposing 94 dwelling units, which includes a mix of studio, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. The goal for this city project is to hit a target of 30% of the total unit count to be provided as affordable units. So with the current 94 dwelling units right now, that translates to about 28 affordable rental units.
And what do we mean by affordable in this case?
I will pass that over to our friends in the Housing Secretariat who can provide a bit more detail about that.
Thanks very much. It's Noah Slater from the Housing Secretariat. The affordable units will adhere to the city's income-based definition of affordability, and the market units are targeting the rent control max of 150 AMR, and then that guideline +2 that was discussed at council as part of the rental housing supply program that's just been relaunched.
Thank you, that's really important to know. We also know that this site will be a leader in geothermal energy, and I'm hoping you can just expand upon the implications for this building in particular and how this approach will support in advancing the city's climate leadership goals, but also what that means practically since this is the first site of its kind doing mass timber and geothermal.
David McMillan with the Environment and Climate Division. The use of geothermal will enable this project to use basically no fossil fuels on site for space heating and hot water. Essentially, it's using the earth as a battery to provide heating and cooling all year round. And so this is it's a common application in Toronto right now with buildings of this scale. And it's key to achieving the Transform 2 objective of achieving net zero emissions for city-led housing projects.
And so just practically, that means that kind of the underground of this building is spoken for in terms of enabling geothermal?
That's correct. The bore field would be drilled below the footprint of the building, and that's where the heating and cooling would come from.
I can also, sorry, I'll just add that the building is pursuing Toronto Green Standard Tier 3. So with that is they're seeking a reduction in the embodied carbon, so the lack of concrete in the below-grade garage, in addition to the mass timber construction.
Thank you, that's really helpful. So one issue that we've heard about today are concerns regarding parking in the neighborhood, which is very understandable. Can staff please share more on the rationale for why parking was not included in the development and measures being taken to ensure there remains adequate parking in the neighborhood? And a bit more about the current parking capacity, because I do think the questions raised are key for us to be able to address as we move forward.
So through the chair, there are a number of different reasons as to why parking is not being provided on this site. Given the recent changes to the parking rates and standards for new developments, and with this given scale of development, it would have only required 6 parking spaces to be provided for the residents and visitors. Given its location in proximity to transit, its walkability, and other council objectives that we wanted to achieve for this site, staff were fine, had no objections for going those 6 parking spaces to be provided on the site. Back in 2022, with the council direction for this particular site, council directed Creatio and staff to really focus on 3 main objectives and goals for the site, which they are sustainability, affordability, and replicability under the Mass Timber Pilot Program. The construction of an underground basement, whether that be used for parking or other matters such as storage or mechanical purposes, that in of itself doesn't align well with the high levels of sustainability and affordability that council directed Creatio and staff to achieve and deliver on this site. When it comes to underground components, underground building, that is very costly, which typically that cost is passed down to the end user of a building, which in this case will be residents. The materials and the method of construction also doesn't bode well when we want to achieve building design with a net zero greenhouse gas emissions and low carbon. Also, in light of council's recent direction earlier this year for staff to look at other city-owned parking lots and convert them into housing sites, that reaffirms the decision of not providing parking on this site. In terms of your question regarding the current existing parking supply and permit parking, we did engage with the Toronto Parking Authority and Transportation Services, and they have provided us with some stats and figures that we can share. So back in 2021, when it was determined that the city parking lot would at some point be decommissioned at one point, TPA started looking into where new paid parking spots could be added to the vicinity. So in 2022, about 50 on-street paid parking spots were added on Dundas Street West between Gorevale and Shaw Street, so that's around Trinity Bellwoods Park. Most recently, about 20 on-street paid parking spaces were added earlier this year on Roxton Road. In terms of other parking supply and availability within the area, besides this one parking lot that has 37 parking spaces, there are about 12 parking lots, which is a mix of both city-owned and private lots within a 1 kilometer radius from our sites. With that translates to about 700 paid parking spaces available. The nearest parking lot to our sites today that we're discussing, it's near Harrison and Dovercourt, which is also a TPA lot, which is about an 8-minute walk away. I know I'm running out of time, but Dundas and Ossington Streets alone, within a 500-meter radius from our site, has about 250 on-street paid parking spaces as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bradford has questions. Go ahead.
Thanks very much. Maybe the Housing Secretariat. I understand this project delivers 30% affordable units. Do the market units in the project fully cross-subsidize the affordable units, or does it require additional subsidy from the city to make this work?
Thank you for the question. As you know, the financial modeling for affordable housing is extremely sensitive. It changes quickly. It's time dependent and, as I said, very sensitive. Generally, the modeling for this looks positive, but without a doubt, this will, building affordably as we sit here today, will require some level of subsidy.
So specifically, how much subsidy is required on a per door, per unit basis from the city?
I can't say right now what that gap is modeled to.
Who here has that number?
I don't know if my colleagues from Creatio are here with current pro forma, but generally, you know, in accordance with the rental housing supply program, we've seen, you know, requirements of subsidy, the city willing to bring subsidy up to $260,000 in grant, and then, of course, the exemptions and waivers. It requires all of these things in a funding stack to realize a project, including financial grants and low-cost financing from other levels of government.
Cognizant of the time, is Creatio in the room? All right, so do you have the answer to that question?
Councillor Bradford, we have modeled, undertaken financial modeling on the project. I can't provide, and sorry, the financial modeling has allowed for open door incentives. It is also allowed and calculated CMHC financing and potentially some green financing that comes through alternative models, through alternative funding sources. An exact number per door, Councillor Bradford, I'd have to get back to you on that. I don't have it off the top.
I'll move on, but that's not a difficult question for us to answer here. I think the number is $98,448 per door. We've got a financial incentive through Open Door of $1.6 million and change, affordability period of 99 years, and property tax exemption that takes the value up to $2,700,556,599. All right. It also looks like the last time that this was in front of us, there were more units. There was 100 units. So I'm just wondering why we dropped a few units off.
Through the chair, through discussions in the development review process, there was an issue with solid waste management and the functioning of the type G loading space. So we actually had several meetings, including an on-site meeting with a full type G size truck to try to address the situation. It was determined that the laneway to the south of the site couldn't accommodate the full through movement. So the rear building, the kind of laneway oriented building, which housed 6 of the family size units, had to be removed in order to accommodate the truck turnaround.
Okay, this project also came up multiple times in the context of our mid-rise urban design guidelines. How has a simplified form here on this site with fewer setbacks, how has that helped the viability of this project from a financial and a constructability perspective?
So I think the key is in working with Create TO and their architects, the mass timber construction is really the guide here in terms of the simplicity of the built form. So we were able to incorporate one 5-meter step back above the 4th floor on the Dundas frontage, but really the rest of it is essentially a very simple built form structure. And that certainly added a lot in terms of the feasibility and the cost, both of the mass timber and the affordability components.
So in that respect, would this building, as it's in front of us today, actually comply with our urban design guidelines as they're currently written? Or were there some exceptions made for this project?
Through the chair, the urban design guidelines in terms of mid-rise have been adjusted, particularly with respect to the rear yard transition. This is a deep lot, so it wouldn't have had the same kind of rigorous rear yard angular plane. But certainly this would have complied with several of the guidelines, particularly with respect to front yard setback, front yard step back. But we're confident that the building does achieve the intent of the mid-rise guidelines.
And last question, if we wanted to create a higher ratio of affordable units on this site, how would we do that?
Through the chair, there's a number of ways to achieve that. As I mentioned to the previous response, definitely need low-cost financing, development partnership from various levels, and subsidy from other levels of government. Rapid approvals, expedited approvals with construction costs that rise very quickly in the city year over year. So getting to approvals quickly is one way to keep costs down. And just finding creative solutions to put that stack together in a timely fashion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Nope. Speakers to this item? Deputy Mayor Malik, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I want to start by thanking the community members and stakeholders that have been part of this process. There has been deep public engagement with residents, local residents associations, the BIA, and neighbors in the immediate area to hear the concerns and also the enthusiasm around this project. I also want to thank Eileen and the city planning team, the teams at Create TO and the Housing Secretariat who have been engaged on this file for all of their work. As we've heard, this is an important milestone. It's the first mass timber project of its kind in Toronto, and it represents an incredible opportunity to build modular housing in an environmentally responsible way, using geothermal in the heart of our downtown communities. And this particular location, as we've also heard today, is located right at Dundas and Ossington, and we know what a vibrant and incredible community that is, and it's well served by public transit, as well as us increasing the active transportation infrastructure that we all rely on, and which residents, new neighbors in this building will be using every day. And we have to be working together to continue to improve measures to address the congestion and parking needs of this growing neighborhood. And that is work that I'm committed to continue to do with city staff. And as we also heard today, that this has been a priority as we move forward this project to continue to find those spaces and places that meet the needs of how we live in our downtown neighborhoods. This site was identified in November of last year and adopted by Council in the Generational Transformation of Toronto's Housing System to Urgently Build More Affordable Housing report as one of the 5 housing-ready sites suitable to advance the city-led development model. And my office has been engaged with city staff over the last several months through a number of activations on the site. And as we know, Council has given clear direction to staff around reaching the Transform TO targets about how our communities need to be organized. And Council has given even more recent direction to explore opportunities to build affordable housing on and leverage city-owned lands to their full potential, including city-owned parking lots like this one, as we heard today, that can have so many smart, innovative, expansive, and necessary uses. And at this site, we know staff have made concerted efforts to identify opportunities in the area for those who have concerns around the parking. We know this represents a huge opportunity moving forward to build affordable housing in a flexible and environmentally responsible way with the urgency residents deserve. I'm looking forward to carrying ahead the lessons from this site, particularly around maximizing the number of affordable housing units. We've already learned a number of lessons so far that we will continue to build into improving how this is scalable and replicable in neighborhoods right across Toronto. I look forward to what's to come as we select the nonprofit operator later this year, and I'm so excited to look forward to the day that we welcome new neighbors to the community in homes that they can afford. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other speakers? Councillor Bradford, go ahead.
Thanks through you, Mr. Chair. Just here to speak in support of this this project. It's an important demonstration, I think, for a number of different reasons. First and foremost, building housing on a parking lot. I think that's great. We're doing it at 72 Amroth as well. Two, building mid-rise. Haven't actually seen a lot of it in the city of Toronto. And this is able to go forward because it more or less goes straight up, aside from the one setback. But I also think it's important for us to highlight here that the financial equation on a lot of these projects has changed, and how the project is being delivered has changed. Right now, we're going to have fewer units than what was originally contemplated because of a need, as we heard, to reconfigure the site to accommodate the loading requirements. Those are technical requirements, but it's a reminder for all of us that some of the rules and the regulations that the city has in place can impact our ability to deliver the housing that we need, including affordable units. So wherever we are able to come up with creative strategies or different ways to address that, I think it's helpful. And as we heard, I think it's also a reminder that more subsidy is required to get this project across the line. The housing dollars are scarce here in the city of Toronto, and how we invest them matters. This is a project that's going forward, so it's a good investment on that front. But we really do need to be looking at the fastest, least expensive, and best approaches to investing those dollars to get the maximum amount of housing built here. And, you know, from the Creatio perspective, I would say, you know, these projects have been a number of years underway, but that team has developed some solid expertise to take projects through the entitlements and approval process, and then partnering with private sector and not-for-profit partners to build the project. That works. So really, I just want to sort of tip the cap to everyone who's worked on this, bringing it through the pipeline here. The Creatio team, city planning, Deputy Mayor Malik as well. And I guess an extra shout out to former Councillor Cressy, who was kind of here to get the ball rolling on this a few years ago. So glad it's moving forward. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor of moving staff's recommendations? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. The next item is T 15.4. 61 to 85 Hannah Avenue and 120 Lynn Williams Street, draft plan of subdivision application. Are there any speakers on this item? Seeing none, Deputy Mayor Malik, this is your item.
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions. So I'll just start really quickly. Can we confirm if the city's inclusionary zoning plan approved in 2021 were in effect, this particular property would have been required to provide any affordable units, and if so, how many?
Through the chair. So this one, we have a subdivision application before us. The rezoning application was approved by City Council last summer. If inclusionary zoning was in force, this project would have been subject to the 5% rule in terms of the number of affordable units, which would have equated to, I believe, approximately 30 units.
And I guess following on that, when was the last time the city has reiterated our request of the province to approve the protected major transit station areas and allow us to enact inclusionary zoning?
Our apologies, we're just confirming with housing staff. One moment. If you could move to your next question, we'll circle back.
Yeah, I guess related to that, are there any tools the city has at its disposal without this approval to secure the type of affordable and scale of affordable housing on this site that you described, or others like it?
At the present moment, without the PMTSAs approved or IZ in force, the answer is no. And sorry, we're just confirming with my housing colleagues here. As we're waiting, I'll just tell you that the city council has obviously approved the IZ policy in 2021, so we are still awaiting the province's approval of the major transit station areas.
Our apologies, Deputy Mayor, acknowledging the busyness of today's agenda, we could stand this down briefly while we look to answer your question and then return to it.
Sure, we have 3 minutes. Can you do it in 3 minutes?
Looking to our housing policy staff. They tell us 30 seconds.
So 30 seconds, and then we can be done with this.
Okay.
I'm not speaking.
Okay, good.
I feel like we're on some weird game show.
The whole world is watching.
All right, we got it. Sorry for the delay. Through the chair, we last made the request through a response to Bill 185, which was June this year at City Council. June 26th.
All right, thank you very much. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor of the staff's recommendation? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, the next item is 15.5. We have a lot of speakers on this item. 257 to 259 and 291 Lakeshore Boulevard East, 2 Small Street, and 200 Queens Quay East, Queens Quay East, Quayside Block 1 and 2 zoning bylaw amendment application. We have the first speaker on this item is Chiara Patovani, York Southwestern Tenant Union. Do you have 5 minutes?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Chiara Patovani, and I'm the co-chair of the York Southwestern Tenant Union. We represent more than 3,000 tenants and 13 building associations, 4 of whom have been on rent strike for real rent control for over a year. 2 of these buildings are on rent strike are owned and managed by Dream Unlimited, the chosen developer in this Quayside project. While some of you may be impressed with Dream Unlimited's shiny plans for our waterfront and the glossy proposals presented by their guys in fancy suits, thousands of tenants in York Southwestern already know exactly what it's like to have Dream Unlimited as their landlord. It's a nightmare. I'm joined by several members of the York Southwestern Tenant Union who will share just how unaffordable life gets with Dream as their landlord and why we adamantly oppose the sale of our public land to Dream Unlimited in the first place, and why the city should not only stop doing business with Dream Unlimited, but stop the use of our public land for private profit altogether. To illustrate this, I'd like to share the story of 22 John Street in our neighborhood of Weston. In late 2018, the City of Toronto, the feds, the province, all celebrated the opening of 22 John as a signature public-private partnership in affordable housing. The city gave away some public land, the province, the feds put in some big bucks, and a private developer built and managed the building. Ribbons were cut, photos were taken, everyone was patting themselves on their backs for a job well done. Just 1 year later, tenants received their first rent increases in the building, some as high as 25%. They were outraged because they had been cheated. How could an affordable housing project not include rent control, the most basic tenant protection of all? Rent increases in the building got so out of control that last year, tenants at 22 John went on a rent strike. Instead of sitting down at the table to negotiate these massive rent increases, about 10% year after year after year, Dream refused to come to the table and just started filing eviction applications. Why? Because Dream Unlimited seems more than content with keeping rents completely unaffordable, because instead of lowering those annual rent increases, they're happy to just leave close to half the building completely empty. An example of how Dream Unlimited is not here to solve the housing crisis. They are here to continue it and to profit from it. Today, just 6 years after 22 John opened its doors, no politician is proud of what's happening at 22 John today. Today, the balconies are covered in bright red banners demanding rent control now, and the fight for the most basic tenant protection continues. Is this the legacy you want on our quayside too? Now, I know what some of you may be thinking. This project is far too long for us to change it now. We have to take what we can get. But what exactly do we think we're getting from Dream Unlimited? When the city or Waterfront Toronto says we should be happy with Dream and their Quayside project because 20%, 16% of these units will be affordable, I want to be clear. Dream isn't giving us any affordable units. We are paying market dollar for every single one of those units, not just in terms of hard cash, but in terms of our public lands that we sold to Dream in the first place. We as a city could pay anyone to build those units for the same price. In fact, we could build the same number of affordable units ourselves. So why do we keep depending on the culprits of this housing crisis to fix it? How many 22 John rent strikes need to happen for our government to see that Dream Unlimited and the real estate giants like them don't give a damn about making housing affordable in the city? What will it take for our governments to realize that the solution to this housing crisis is keeping these guys in check through rent control, through vacancy control, and other regulations, not handing over our most valuable assets and letting them go to town and then laugh all the way to the bank? Finally, it's not too late to demand better for Quayside and avoid the mistakes that we have seen already at 22 John. I understand that sadly blocks 1 and 2 of this project have already been sold to
Please
Dream
wrap up.
Unlimited, but my understanding is that the other half of blocks, specifically 3 and 4, have not. That land is still ours. Let's not make the same mistakes. No more public lands for private profits,
Okay.
and rent control for every unit built on our public land.
Thank you. Thank you. Any, no applause, please. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today. Calvin Lantz, Stikeman Elliott LLP, on behalf of Red Path Sugar Limited. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, members of council. My name's Calvin Lantz. I'm a partner with Stikeman Elliott, and for more than 20 years, I've been representing Red Path Sugar. Now, Red Path Sugar is located at 95 Queens Street, or Queens Quay East, just west of blocks 1 and 2, which is the subject of this item on the agenda. Red Path is the largest sugar refinery in Canada, producing more than 40% of the sugar used in processing and for sale across Canada. It employs 270 employees and pays approximately $1 million annually in property taxes. Now, Red Path has been actively involved in the development of the waterfront, in negotiations with the city staff, Waterfront Toronto, and the landowners. And as a result of those negotiations over the years, it's resulted in approximately 20 agreements, many of which are 3-party agreements with the City of Toronto as one of the parties. The lands in question here, blocks 1 and 2, is the subject of one of these agreements where the City of Toronto is a party to the agreement. The lands were originally owned by Waterfront Toronto, as we've just heard. And it's been, the agreements have been assumed by the new owner. Now, the city is still a party, and the agreement on title deals with compatibility. And that agreement is part of RedPath's environmental approvals with the ministry. And so it's come to our attention that as this matter has progressed through the city, there's a number of obligations under that agreement that have not been followed, relating to noise, air quality, modeling, etc. So there's a compatibility issue potentially here, but there's definitely non-compliance with an agreement to which the city is a party. Now, what's troubling here is we've got the staff report, and there is no mention of RedPath. And there's also no mention of the agreement that was entered into by the City of Toronto, RedPath, and Waterfront Toronto. So that in itself is concerning. But look, I'm here today to say that we've been in conversation with the applicant. We are hopeful and cautiously optimistic that we can find a solution here that does not require us to take steps for the enforcement of this agreement. So what we would like to do, I guess first thing I'd say, I would be remiss if we didn't bring this to the councilor's attention, that there is an agreement out there that has not been discussed in the city staff report. And that you would need to know this moving forward on an item where there is non-compliance. But our plan going forward is to work with the applicant. We're going to have discussions with them, and those have already begun. Our plan is to write to council before July 24th to advise on where we're at in the progress of resolving these outstanding issues. And what I'm looking for really today is council's cooperation and through council, staff's cooperation to resolve these issues in a timely manner. RedPath has always worked with the landowners to allow for residential to occur. The introduction of sensitive land uses, the key for RedPath is around compatibility. And so we're not trying to hold up the development. We want to ensure that the development that occurs is compatible with the long-standing industry of RedPath and the terms of the agreement that the City of Toronto entered into. Those are my comments. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the Councillor Fletcher? Go ahead.
Is RedPath a member of Toronto Industry Network?
Yes, they are.
And you have found that the compatibility has been worked out between the operations there, boats coming in, boats leaving Inner Harbor, et cetera, to be listened to and possible to do?
Well, what we found is we've had to work with developers, and every developer is at a different stage. So we've had to enter into an agreement where the lands didn't even have buildings designed, and we had to work out a process.
But you haven't said you can't do it.
We can do it if they follow the agreement.
Yes, but you negotiated an agreement, and you're not saying you can't do anything in the Inner Harbor, that your operation is sacrosanct, can't do anything except RedPath, correct?
Oh, absolutely. We've got land uses around us in all directions, which are subject, all of them subject to agreements and different arrangements, because the facility's large and the impacts are different depending on which direction.
Right across, you have Sugar Beach across from you.
Yes.
Has that been a big problem for you?
Not yet.
Well, so the answer is no. Not
well,
yet.
Well, not yet, where there haven't been complaints. So we've introduced a number of mitigation at receptor and mitigation at source, and
I got
it changes
it, but
time.
You're not saying you can't have the park.
We're not saying you can't have the park.
Just clarifying that.
This is about an agreement that has not been recognized by staff.
You're representing RedPath. I just have a few questions. So how do the ships get in? Do they come in through the Eastern Gap?
They come by Lakers and ocean vessels.
And the way they get into the Inner Harbor is how?
Well, through the gap.
Which one, Western or Eastern?
It depends on
No, I think it's the eastern, they're a little large to come in the western gap. It's the eastern gap. So I get, how many ships a year? Do you have any idea what your volume's like?
I don't have the volumes here.
Would you
it's
be
a
able to
lot.
get those for me, please?
Sure, yeah,
Okay,
happily.
that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions, Councilor Deputy Mayor Malik, you want to, this is your item. You want to move it? Oh, sorry, there are other speakers. My apologies. Right, I'm trying to, yeah. Ryo Nishibayashi. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Ryo Nishibayashi. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this issue. Thanks especially to the City Clerk's office and staff for organizing this meeting, and to the councilors. I trust in your careful consideration of this and many other issues. The item that I would like to speak to on is, to some, may be a banal zoning issue. However, I see this as an opportunity to review the kind of city we want to build. It is an opportunity to build a more vibrant and inclusive community. It is an opportunity to reverse the decades of development that have severed the majority of the city from the waterfront. And so before I continue, I would like to quote a section from the city's website that outlines the entire Quayside development. And I quote, "The development applications propose 7 new mixed-use buildings across blocks 1 to 4 with a total of 4,634 residential units, 869 of which will be affordable rental units, and approximately 200 will be affordable ownership units. The affordable rental housing will ultimately be owned and operated by the City of Toronto in partnership with a not-for-profit housing operator. A key driver for Quayside is the provision of affordable rental housing as well as improvements to create a publicly accessible, inclusive waterfront," end quote. Now, although the city website for the Quayside development claims that the key driver is the provision of affordable rental housing, only a fraction of the units will actually be affordable. The majority of the units will be market units or will be sold into private ownership. These units will only add fuel to the already sky-high cost of housing in Toronto. Now, one of the developers is Dream Unlimited. Recently, in their 2023 financial statement, the CEO boasted that 50% of the rent collected is profit. For shame. Now, this is a developer that benefits from and is incentivized to exacerbate the current housing crisis as it is to their benefit. The PPP partner is already causing harm to what was once considered an affordable neighborhood in Toronto. 22 John Street in the Weston neighborhood was built under another Toronto housing program. However, it is now being marketed by this landlord as, quote, luxury resort-style living. Not affordable, luxury, okay? Now, residency in this building started after the 2018 cutoff for rent control, and the landlord is fully exploiting this to make a mockery of the program that it was built under. Nothing is preventing this developer from doing the same thing to the non-city-owned units afterwards. This will only add more pressure to the housing crisis, which will overwhelm any downward pressure on housing rates from the city-owned units that are part of the project. Now, these concerns may seem unrelated, but these amendments to the zoning are being proposed as part of a deal in which the developer is promising to build certain things so that they can ultimately develop the land for private profit. This history demonstrates that this developer, or what they are capable of. Now, also, on a slightly different note, the massing in heights in the development will add to the current veil of condo towers across the waterfront, blocking the view for the rest of the city. The error of the Gardner Expressway and the rail track separating the city from the waterfront will only be compounded by this blocking the view for the rest of the city, the majority of the city, may I add. I am not, I repeat, not concerned with the possibility of more towers complicating the approach vector for the island airport. If anything, I actually welcome it. It is well known that Porter Airlines and the Harbor Commission want to increase the runway length and have jets land and take off from the island airport. This will cause further air and noise pollution. This will only benefit the select few who use the airport. If the airport continues to operate and the project is built as currently planned, it can only increase the possible combined effect of obscuring the view and access to the waterfront, especially for the Martin Goodman Trail.
Yeah, 5 seconds.
Now, one of my few actual concerns is one of my actual concerns.
Sorry, we're at time.
Sorry.
Any questions for the deputant? Councilor Fletcher?
I wanted to hear, which was the development you said is being marketed as luxury condos? Is it Aquafina? Which one?
Sorry.
You mentioned something being marketed as luxury condos. Which development was that?
Luxury rental units,
Yes.
and that is for 22 John Street,
Oh,
not the one
22
downtown.
John. Okay, I thought
Yes.
you meant on the waterfront. Okay, no, that's good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you. Wilson Wong, are you here? Wilson Wong? Okay, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning. Yeah. My name is Wilson Wong. I have lived in 33 King Street since 2004, just over 20 years already. I don't want to say today I'm lucky or unlucky. It's an old apartment building. It was sold to Dream Unlimited since 2021. For these few years, Dream Unlimited focused on how the resurfacing of the building, the painting, make it look nice from outside, such kind of work. However, they were reluctant even to buy a white software to manage the legal rent based on the CD index. So most of the tenants didn't know how to pay most of the time. Dream posted, top it up with the AGI, that's called the above the guideline index, hoping the tenant to pay everything before the court decisions. Now lots of tenants are on rent strike. I am one of them. Most of us just lost track how much we should pay without overpay the landlord. The situation is that bad. Of course, Dream Unlimited also focus on construction new buildings on public land, which are without rent control to maximize their profit. Typical example was our labor building. Beside me, the 33 King, that's the 22 John Street, is a brand new building. The current rent was charged up to $3,000 per one bedroom per month. Remember the figure, $3,000 per one bedroom per month. Check it out. To see I over-exaggerate, I don't think so. Some guy joking around with me saying this figure is coming out from the AI, taking the AI, the average of the market, add up together, take an average, enjoy the $3,000. The so-called affordable rental housing, either solid pick public land or given free land to developer, can never, ever solve the housing problem in Toronto. It just creates bigger conflict between tenant and landlord. Also, those unaffordable, low-income people, the conflict with the developer, we start hating each other so much. I looked at the cover page of the of you guys today, the public hearing, your instruction said it all. 458 affordable units against 2,811 total units. That's a 60% only. Only 60% affordable units. Mathematically, it doesn't make too much sense for me that this can solve the housing problems. As the developer, the landlord have 84% fully control of the rent of the units and do whatever they want. They want to raise the price, 10% this year, 20% next year, enjoy it. That's what they want. And I try to correct myself, I still got a bit of time, that today's problem is not talking about low-income people. I look at this room, whole bunch of younger, potential middle-class people, single lady, single guy, $3,000 per one bedroom per month is very, very hard to take. Enjoy it. That's it. Yeah.
Thanks. Any questions for the deputants? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Susan Gavinoff, St. Lawrence Neighborhood Association. Susan here? Susan Kavanaugh? Is she online?
Good morning.
Good morning, Susan. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead. We can't hear you.
Good morning.
Good morning. You go ahead. You have 5 minutes. Susan.
Good morning.
Hi, we can hear you. Go ahead. Can you hear me?
No, apparently not.
We can hear you.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Nope. Okay, it's her, yeah. Can you hear us, Susan? It's Councilor Moyes. Can you hear us? Okay, we'll go to the next speaker for now and come back to Susan. Teresa Henry, are you here? Coming up. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Teresa Henry, and I am a tenant at 33 King Street.
Please speak into the mic.
Oh. I'm a tenant at 33 King Street in York. My landlord is Dream Unlimited. I have lived in the apartment for at least more than 15 years, and at the time when I rented, I worked. But I have been retired. Now I live on a fixed income, and it's very difficult to keep up with the increase of the rent yearly. First, my pension is not as high, and it increases just a little, and the Dream, after paying the 2.5% increase on my rent, I am left with paying over the guideline increase, which is usually from 5% to 7%, and it's been happening for the past 10 years. I can barely afford to live there now because my pension only covers so much. My pension goes towards my rent and a few of my bills, and I'm left with nothing else except maybe $100 to buy groceries every month. And without going to the food bank on a weekly basis, I cannot survive. If the cost of my rent goes up as it is from 5 to 7% yearly, I could become homeless anytime because I couldn't keep up with the rent that I have to pay. The reason I'm here today is because we are going through so much in this building. It's been so difficult to live there for the past 2 years because the construction was continuously. For the past 2 years, we've been inconvenienced. The veranda was being worked on, or inside the building was being worked on. The pool is being worked on, and we could hardly keep up with the noise that's happening for the past year, for the past 2 years. And we've had no consideration from from DREAM, and the pressure continues, and we are fed up. So for the past year, we've been on strike, and hopefully DREAM will realize that not everybody can afford to pay 5 to 7% increase on their rent every year. And I certainly can't, and a lot of people that live in the building is in the same situation as myself. I'm hoping that DREAM can consider people and stop the AGIs, and also it would be good that they not able to have any more public land for free, so that they pay and raise the rent so high that people can afford to live in the buildings. This is what I have to say.
Thank you, Teresa. Any questions for the deputy? Seeing none. Benjamin Hoff, are you here? Okay, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you, and I'm just going to plug my screen in, if that's okay.
All right, got the thumbs up, so that's a good sign from tech. You can start. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Just let me get the presentation up.
It's a nice picture, but
okay.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of Council. My name is Benjamin Hoff, and I have the pleasure to speak to you about the Quayside application. In 2020, Waterfront Toronto released an RFP to find a partner to help realize its ambitious goal for a highly sustainable community on the waterfront with architectural excellence and affordable housing. And Quayside Impact was selected as that partner. And since then, have been working tirelessly with Waterfront Toronto city staff and stakeholders to advance the project, including to this milestone today. And I'm sorry, I just lost the, oh, there we go. Quayside is an ambitious project. It's anchored around a publicly accessible community forest. The full build-out will deliver over 3 million square feet of new development, including retail space, office and non-residential uses, and a new community hub. But most importantly, it will deliver at its full build-out 869 affordable units. And in this first phase, 458 affordable housing units, which will be owned by the city and operated by nonprofit partners. And this first phase will also allow for the accelerated implementation of the 3 buildings, tower buildings that you see here and the mid-rise building along Queens Quay. Now, Quayside, has been designed to connect to the waterfront open space network, and in particular to deliver a new community forest open space within the heart of the development. Linking from Sherbourne Common through Parliament Plaza, the community forest will be a unique, publicly accessible destination that support a diversity of uses, including quiet reflection and animated and active programming. And where the forest intersects with the foot of Parliament, that will be a really exclamation point on the waterfront as a new public park and community or cultural center. Sorry. This is at the corner of Bonnycastle and Queen Street. The Timber House building lining Queens Quay will be the largest mass timber project in Canada and lifts up to provide an entry into the community forest. With views through the water's edge, this corner will have active programming. Within the community forest itself, There will be, again, a diversity of spaces and places, both passive and active, so quiet, contemplative areas, as well as active areas for child's play, including in front of the community hub in the overstory building shown here. The community hub itself will sit at the center of the community forest, providing daycare and other community supportive uses for residents and visitors. And on Queens Quay, we have learned that retail and ground floor animation is critical. And so Queens Quay is designed with retail along its entire frontage and then wrapping through portals and openings to extend into the community forest. And so will become a very dynamic retail space. The urban farm sits above the building on Queens Quay and introduces a three-dimensional aspect to the landscape. With the urban farm on the rooftop, providing urban agricultural uses, but also supporting opportunities for teaching spaces, rooftop open spaces and amenities, and food production. And so, in conclusion, wanted to make this quick. As I mentioned, this has been a very intensive effort to get here, taking considerable effort by city staff and Waterfront Toronto, and I want to particularly recognize and commend the community planning and other folks in planning, Chris Hilbrecht especially for his leadership on this, but supported by Stephen Barber, Marilise Williamson, and the Secretariat Manager Sarah Henstock, and Carly Bowman as the director. And I also want to recognize the contributions of the many stakeholders that contributed to this. There were the Stakeholder Advisory Committee that continues to provide input into the project, East Waterfront Community Association, St. Lawrence Neighborhood Association, we may hear from Suzanne, the West Donlands Committee, and many others. And then I just want to finally note that we understand the concerns raised in a letter from Lafarge and Redpath around the continued operation of important waterfront employment uses. And we anticipate that the mitigation measures for Lafarge are easily adaptable through regular construction practices, and we have a pathway to continue to work with Redpath. So with that, I'm happy to support staff recommendations and respond to any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Right on time. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Is Susan Kavanaugh back online? Let's try her again. Susan, are you with us?
Hi there.
Okay, we can hear you. Go ahead, 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you so much, and I apologize. I'm going to keep my camera off. I am in a remote location. Good morning, Chair Moyes and all members of Community Council. My name is Suzanne Kavanaugh, and I represent the St. Lawrence Neighborhood Association, or SLNA for short. And we wanted to support the Quayside development in principle, and we support the recommendations specific to blocks 1 and 2 in the subject staff report. As an active member of Waterfront Toronto stakeholder advisory committees for over 20 years, the SLNA has collaborated with both the city and Waterfront Toronto on projects in the West Donlands that are the antecedents of the current work which created the vision for Quayside. SLNA supports the proposed amendments to the zoning bylaws, the Toronto Municipal Code, and other governing documents, leading to the recommendation that Council adopt the zoning bylaw amendment for Quayside Blocks 1 and 2. This aligns with the SLNA objective of providing more density and more housing for all groups, including affordable housing. This parcel of land will provide 458 rental units, affordable, and the creation of a new and vibrant Quayside community that can take key learnings from the work done over the past 25 years in the West Donlands, creating new award-winning neighborhoods from abandoned industrial lands and brownfields, specifically East Bayfront and the Canary District. Public realm is a particular and critical focus for the SLNA, as it sets the table for how housing will both shape and be integrated into the community. The mixed-use housing model will benefit from ample green space along the corridors and fully aligned transportation, transit and pedestrian strategies, providing human-scale living experiences for many thousands of new residents. A creatively designed public realm allows flexibility, leading to diverse retail and community experiences in a vibrant waterfront community. Exceptionally high-quality parks are already coming to life. Local street network plans should link to these parks and provide as many opportunities for flexible pedestrianization as possible. In addition to the affordable housing provisions to be included in Quayside Blocks 1 and 2, the SLNA is also fully supportive of the inclusion of the requirement to secure a monetary contribution towards community benefits in the form of off-site nonprofit childcare facilities. In conclusion, the SLNA neighborhood has been incorporated since 1983 and is a mixed-income, ethnically diverse residential and commercial community adjoining the central business district. It also contains the oldest neighborhood in now the city of Toronto, the original 10 blocks in the town of York. In conclusion, the SLNA and its development committee supports this staff report, endorse Community Council's approval, and look forward to the next steps as Quayside evolves. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you, Susan. Next up is Liam Belargian is online. Belargian.
Hello.
Yep, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead, Liam.
My name is Liam Belargian. I am a constituent of Toronto St. Paul's, meaning I'm represented by Councillor Matlow. I'm here to speak against the Quayside project and the sale of public lands to Dream Unlimited. As we have seen through the tenants who have spoken earlier today, Dream has shown themselves to be more than willing to increase their rent to unmanageable levels for their tenants. They have shown that this is not necessary. Their profits are, I think Rio said, 50% of the rent goes towards their profits, meaning a 100% profit margin. That's obviously not necessary. I think it is my opinion that the fundamental root of our housing crisis is in very large part in the extremely high rents coming from greedy landlords who wish primarily to sell to rent luxurious units to people who are not representative of the neediest of Torontonians. Furthermore, as a result, I should say, I believe that this sale will ultimately exacerbate the housing crisis rather than dampen it. Furthermore, as Dream Unlimited is an extremely wealthy multinational corporation, it will further exacerbate the problems of economic inequality in our country, which, in my personal view, is in the long run disastrous for our democracy. Democracy, as we know it, has always, for stretching all the way back to our political forebears, the society which in many ways was a precursor and the inspiration for the modern systems of constitutional representative democracy, the Roman Republic, was destroyed in very large part due to economic inequalities. That problem is reasserting itself today in the United States and all over the world. And if we do not seek to curb the power of the wealthiest in our society, if we do not do that, if we do not exacerbate these problems of wealth inequality, our democracy will die. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, next up is Beverly Henry. Are you in the room? Beverly Henry. Okay, you have 5 minutes to repeat before Community Council. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Beverly Henry. I live at 33 King Street. My landlord is Dream. And I've been living there for 9 years. And since the 9 years that I've been living there, I have had my rent goes up because of the constant AGIs that landlords are allowed to apply for. Even when there was a rent freeze during COVID, Dream Unlimited applied for AGI, which was denied by LTB because we are on a rent strike. Right now, we're at LTB. Our hearing will be in October. You know, the constant increases are back to back. I don't even know what my correct rent is. Why? Because Dream Unlimited apply the AGI's tour rent, which the city has allowed so we don't know what our correct. No one at 33 King Street knows what their correct rent because of these constant AGIs that gets applied to the rent before it's approved by LTB. Dream Unlimited continues. Every time they do some improvement, they continue to apply for AGIs. I have seen at 22 John, built on public land, just like what's proposed for Quayside, doesn't have rent control. I have seen last month where a tenant who is supposed to be living in affordable rent got evicted because Dream Unlimited applied $3,000 to their rent. So what is rent control? What is affordable housing? Well, I'm a pensioner. I worked over 40 years in this country. I keep hearing this word affordable housing. What is affordable housing? When Dream increased the rent, so I cannot afford it, will I be able to get an affordable housing rent? So I am here to firmly oppose the fact that the City of Toronto has already sold our public land on the waterfront to Dream Unlimited, because Dream Unlimited does not care about their tenants. They, as you heard from one of my neighbors, the outside looks very pretty, but the inside, there are lots of bugs, and I won't name them. And not only have the City of Toronto sold our public land to Dream Unlimited, I urge the City of Toronto to halt business with Dream Unlimited until our rent strike is resolved without evictions. As I said, I am one of the person who is on the eviction list because I withhold my rent. 2, ensure all housing built on public land is rent control. Our public land should not be used for private profit. You heard Dream Unlimited make 50% of the rent that we pay as profit. And in their advertisement for tenants, they want a certain type of tenants.
Please hold the applause. Any questions for the deputants? Seeing none. Mark Richardson. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, I'm Mark Richardson. I'm a volunteer with HousingNowTO.com. We've been tracking the Quayside land since 2015 when Google Sidewalk was first talking about these sites. I know Deputy Mayor Malik has been on our tour with us of these lands over the years. What is the current state of this site that you're talking about on these prime waterfront lands right now? It's a parking lot and a Porsche dealership. Probably a really good place to build housing, to build rental housing, to build a high proportion of affordable housing. We support turning these lands into dense residential apartment living on the waterfront. There were some specific questions that were raised earlier. I'll say for the record that we believe that you should approve this site today as planned for this Block 1 section, which is the section in the orange. We also think that this model needs to repeat as it moves out further along the East Bay front and into the Portlands and Villiers Island. And there were some questions about, what the percentage of the affordable units was, whether it was 20% or 16%. So it's 16% of the units, but it's 20% of the total GFA. And the reason for that is in the affordable units, you are creating 4-bedroom apartments, which don't get created anywhere else. The only people who create 4-bedroom units are affordable housing providers. There's no market for affordable units, no market for 4-bedroom units in the market side. There's barely any market for the 3 bedrooms in the market side. So, this is a site where we really think that we would encourage you to proceed as planned on this, and we would ask that you encourage your partners at Waterfront Toronto and at Dream to, right now, the proposed unit mix says market condo. The condo market is incredibly soft. I don't think you're gonna, do 2,400 units very quickly to get to 70% of pre-sale. So I would encourage them to look at turning this entire development into rental. Some of it will be market rental. Some of it will be $5 and $6 a square foot rental and not rent controlled, because you need that kind of market subsidy to offset the below market units, unless you're gonna bring a lot more federal dollars or provincial dollars to the table to write down the amount of rent. It wasn't very clear from some of the stuff in the staff report as the Quayside and the rental housing supply program kind of overlapped with one another in the last few months and what was passed at council last month. So of those 450-ish units, it wasn't clear how many are going to be in the rent geared to income stream, if any, how many are going to be in the affordable rental stream, how many are going to be in the rent controlled stream within the 458. I don't know if staff have any information on that. For the folks from York Southwestern who might be looking for some numbers about what those rents are, the rents on the rent geared to income are listed here. In addition, the rents for the income-based affordable rentals. So, your 3 bedrooms are still going to be $2,200 a month in the affordable income-based rentals, and it's going to be for incomes up to 87, probably by the time this is built, up to $95,000. And then if it's going to be put into the community housing rent controlled, potentially you're going to be looking at incomes that are up to $135,000 a year in household income. So yes, we have the problem that the York Southwestern folks have. We have a problem with people with very low incomes trying to get into housing. But we also have this workforce housing problem where half of the city staff here, probably if they were looking for a new job, and what city staff are allowed to pay for paramedics and public health nurses, we need to create housing for them as well. So I encourage you to proceed with this program on the waterfront. This is a really good deal given the constraints that you have from the federal and provincial government. So please proceed with it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none. Patricia Scott, are you here? Patricia Scott.
Hello.
Hi, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Patricia Scott. I'm a tenant at 33 King Street, and it's a hypothetical question. Whose dream? Everybody here have a dream, but the dream that we're actually talking about. I go to my bed every night and I practically wake up in a nightmare because I can't dream. I live at this building for 26 years. 26 years, never find myself running down to the office complaining for everything. I tried to do a lot of things myself. Other things was never get done because they would sometimes turn their back on us if work needed to be done. Now, I find it very difficult that I'm a pensioner. I don't have an extra income. I have a medical condition that it's most likely, I don't know how long I'm going to be able to function. And that 33 King Street has been my home for 26 years. They take me to court when I was in depression. I lost my grandson. They take me to court and put all the above guideline on my rent. I was confused, didn't even know what to do, where I was. And they have all that money for me. There's no way they're gonna give it back to me. However, I am here because I really would like to know what is affordable housing and who can afford affordable housing. If you're not an executive and you're still working, you can barely pay your mortgage. Or if your grandparents left you a house, you're probably okay with that. But I can look around this room and see everybody, we're just natural human beings trying to live, trying to get along every day. Now, it's not the owner's fault why they're behaving who they are. They don't have a heart of fairness, of consideration, compassion, kindness, nor anything. It's just about money, 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 money. So for me, I just want to know what is affordable housing and who can afford affordable housing. Now, this same person, Dream, who is building all these houses, considering what we're going through with him, he could have considered and saying to us, okay, we will put some of you guys in those affordable housing and all should be well. But that's not how it works. It's all about money. I don't have those kind of money. And I can't even afford to move. Now, if I get evicted from this place within a couple of months, I definitely might be on the street because I wouldn't know where else to go. There is millions of other people out there who I can probably say are in worse condition than I, who need shelter. But presently where I live, when things get worse from this point, I don't know where I'm going to go. So I just want to say, someone like these people who are profiting off private land and building homes right beside 33 King Street. I lived there for 26 years, and we had a farmer's market on that land. All of a sudden, an apartment was put up there. And that's where I just find that very degrading and very sad for a human being, just because you think you're an investor and you have money. Consider other people who don't have or who cannot afford what you have. It's not a shame to be a millionaire. It's not a shame to have money. But it's just a situation that I'm asking every one of you here who sit in a committee and who have the right and have the authority to look into this situation and consider what we came here to speak on today on behalf of all the tenants in the building where I live. Most of us are pensioners in that building. We lived there for years. And I'll say it again, I'm living there for 26 years. So I just want to know, how is Dream allowed to get private land and will make profit off of it? Private land, public parking space, and they could get that land and build housing in it. I was at the meeting when they turned the young man out with his 2-year-old baby. They evicted him. They did not consider
you're at time, sorry.
Nothing about him. Thank you.
We have one more deputant. Michael Berth, are you here?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, you have 5 minutes, and then we're going to go to lunch.
Mr. Chair, I move that we extend to hear the speaker because we don't have time.
Okay, okay. Yep. Councilor Perks, all those in favor of extension? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and esteemed council members. My name is Michael Bethke, and I'm the president of the East Waterfront Community Association, EWCA. EWCA's coverage area starts from east of Yonge Street to west of Old Cherry Street, and from south of Lakeshore Boulevard east to the Water's Edge Promenade. Our members are your constituents residing and working in the vibrant East Bayfront area. I'm expressing EWCA's enthusiastic support for the proposed amendments to the approved master plan and implementing zoning for the East Bayfront West Precinct Plan. Today, I speak in enthusiastic support of the staff recommendation to approve the zoning bylaw amendment application for Quayside Blocks 1 and 2. And it's a shame that Councillor Perks doesn't live in East Bayside because it would tick all his boxes there as it does ours. We applaud the applicant's commitment to community engagement. Waterfront Toronto and Quayside Impact Limited Partnership held numerous stakeholder advisory committee meetings and actively engaged with members of our community and EWCA, Indigenous groups, other neighborhood associations, BIAs, and local politicians. This signifies an openness to feedback on such issues as affordable housing, the public realm, and built form, to name a few, as well as a dedication to build development that works for everyone. The project team's commitment to extensive community consultation is exemplary and worthy of duplicating across developments in the city. As residents, we are most excited about the inclusion of 458 affordable rental housing units. The commitment to build affordable housing units first and for the city to own and manage them with a nonprofit partner is a model that should be emulated across Toronto. This approach directly addresses our housing crisis and ensures that Quayside is a community for everyone, regardless of income. We are encouraged by the proposed childcare facilities, school, community hub, and publicly accessible spaces that will be woven throughout the development. These amenities will make Quayside a vibrant destination for families, residents, and visitors alike, truly connecting the broader community to the lake. The project's innovative design and focus on sustainability align with the city's goals for a greener future. This includes connecting buildings to a district energy system and/or an on-site renewable energy resource and meeting Toronto Green Standard requirements. The project will also contribute to our city's economic vitality by contributing jobs and supporting local businesses. The Parliament slip infill is progressing and will be completed by the winter, setting the stage for the Queens Quay East extension. Furthermore, EWCA believes that Quayside development and Queens Quay extension will serve as a catalyst for broader waterfront revitalization efforts, such as the development of the upcoming Waterfront East LRT, which demonstrates a commitment to transit-oriented communities. We urge to facilitate the development of Quayside. We urge the Council to step up its efforts to ensure that the Waterfront East LRT has the funding required to fulfill this promise of a world-class destination that is walkable, bikeable, and transit-friendly. And just remember, it won't be a world-class destination if you can't get there. Based on our history of engagement with the applicant, EWCA is confident that the applicant will meet all new and existing conditions, including submitting required reports and implementing measures to mitigate potential impacts on the environment, surrounding businesses, and infrastructure. In conclusion, EWCA firmly believes that this project represents a remarkable opportunity for our East Bayfront community. It's a shining example of how thoughtful planning and well-considered response to community engagement can result in a development that is not only beautiful, but it's also beneficial to all. We urge Council to approve the zoning bylaw amendment application for Quayside Blocks 1 and 2. Thank you for your time. We look forward to continued collaboration with the city and with the applicant on this project as it moves forward. And we welcome any questions you may have.
Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Recess until 1:30. Yep. Councillor Bradford, if you're in office, please come to committee room 1, please. I need you for quorum. Fletcher. Okay, we can resume. Councillor Sachs, you want to take your seat? All righty, 15.5. We'll resume 257 to 259 and 291 Lakeshore Boulevard East, 2 small streets, and 200 Queens Quay East, Quayside Block 1 and 2, zone bylaw amendment application. Any other speakers on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll take it in-house. Who wants to? Deputy Mayor Malik has questions for staff. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I have a number of questions, so I hope we can do it in the time allotted, but if not, I leave that up to the chair. My first question, and especially from everything that we heard and the deputations and the communication that we received, is very critical. I'd like to hear more and outline specifically the affordable housing framework for the Quayside site, including the number of units, the level of affordability, phasing, and planning for an operator, including how we're defining affordability.
For the question through the chair, I'm Chris Hilbrecht, a senior planner in community planning, working on this file. So Quayside is overall being planned to provide approximately 869 affordable rental housing units. This application before us today will contain approximately 458 affordable rental homes. That represents 23% of the residential gross floor area. And I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Noah Slater in the Housing Secretariat to speak to the implementation.
Thanks so much. The affordable units will adhere with the income-based definition that the city has adopted. We saw some statistics to that earlier in the presentations and some of the deputations. So a one-bedroom would be available to households that make around $55,000 a year. A two-bedroom for households making around $80,000. The income-based definition is generally a lower approach than the market approach of the past. So it's in keeping with a human rights approach and what people are really making. These units will be owned by the city, and I think some of what we heard about the importance of rent control really underscore the importance of the city owning these affordable units, because we're able to protect them and control the rent going forward. In fact, all city-owned or administered affordable units adhere to rent control as per the provincial guidelines strictly. We will be bringing in a nonprofit provider, housing provider, to administer and operate these units. We do that through an RFP process where we look at the prospective operator's experience, their staff. We look at a tenant management plan typically. We look at a maintenance management plan typically, and a number of other rated criteria to make that selection. And those housing providers are required to adhere to our guidelines and our operation guidelines, which includes annual reporting and ongoing oversight from the city.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Thank you for that answer, and you covered a lot of ground there. So I just want to underscore and be absolutely clear. Can you confirm that the city will retain ownership of the affordable housing units planned for this site, and how does that work?
I can confirm that the city will own the affordable components of phase one of this project. So the 458 units will be owned by the city. They will be transferred to the city during a course of the construction. Then they will be the city's to administer. It will be a lease arrangement with a nonprofit, and the affordability pieces are secured with a charge on title typically.
Thank you very much. So looking at the recommendations, there is a recommendation that has a requirement for provincial approval in the special policy area. Can you please outline the necessity of this requirement right now, given the approvals of Block 3, 4, and 5 is expected this fall?
Through the chair, Stephen Barber, planner with Toronto East York Community Planning. That approval is required in advance of the city considering an official plan amendment, so we need that preemptive approval from the ministry. So we're recommending that we initiate that process now so that there's time we can reserve the flexibility to consider that OPA whenever it comes forward in the future.
So it's still not clear to me, why is that necessary now?
So that we may consider an OPA in the future for subsequent phases of the Quayside development whenever we elect to look at it. So whenever it comes forward in the future, we need to initiate that process now so we can secure the review and approval from the province in advance of us considering that later.
It's Carly Bowman, if I may add. This is an enabling approval that will be required for development with density beyond what is currently permitted on that block, irrespective of the timing of that proposal. Considering it now gives us flexibility to expedite those approvals when we are prepared to.
I just have one more question, and I think that this goes to Waterfront Toronto, who I know representatives are here as well. And this is speaking to what we heard from many of the speakers and the deputants here today. that particularly on a project like this, landlords and operators must engage in good practices that renters and residents can count on. And I'd like to hear a little bit more about how you're working on these expectations being met for future market rental units at the Quayside project and making it clear to us who the developer is on this.
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor. Meg Davis from Waterfront Toronto. Waterfront Toronto has an agreement with the consortium, which includes Dream Unlimited and Great Gulf, both developers who have built on the waterfront in the past and have partnered with Waterfront Toronto. We have a long-standing agreement with the consortium, Quayside Impact, that will run for the life of the project, and for the purpose-built market rental units, which will be owned by the developer consortium, that contract will preside over the relationship. It has a number of clauses around good faith, being good actors. It's a very tight partnership, and through that, the city as well will be at the table with Waterfront Toronto as their representative in all aspects of the project, including all of the public policy objectives promised, including the daycares, the community care hub, the open spaces, and the delivery of the affordable rental housing units, which the consortium will only be constructing. They do not have any authority over those units for the affordable piece.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Perks.
Yep. Thank you. My first question, the transfer of ownership of the land to the consortium, that was done 2 years ago, right?
Hi, through the chair, this is Mayor Lise Willemse from the Waterfront Secretariat. So there's 5 blocks that make up Quayside. This application blocks 1 and 2.
Yeah.
These 2 pieces have been sold. The Waterfront Toronto sold those to Quayside Impact, which is made up of Dream and
Something
Great Gulf.
like in 2021 or 2.
They closed on those in March of 2023, so last year. The blocks 3, 4, and 5 remain in ownership of Waterfront Toronto in the city.
Okay, thank you. Maybe this is for someone from City Legal, I don't know. When we are doing a planning approval like this, we cannot enter into evidence that the developer is bad or has done terrible things on other sites. We just have to look at the planning merits. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And the board simply wouldn't accept evidence like that?
It's not relevant to the proceedings.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, 5 minutes.
Yeah, I just wanted Waterfront Toronto to recap who owns the land. As I remember from the original Quayside, how many acres is it in total, please?
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. The land is about 12 acres.
12 acres. Waterfront Toronto owning how many?
Waterfront Toronto owns probably just over 9 of those acres, and the city owns the rest through the development site and the road right-of-way.
Over to the city for the original ownership of that was 10.5, 1 for the city and 0.5 private. Did you not buy the Plaza Corp ownership?
We have not bought the Plaza Corp, so they still own that site.
They still own that. So there's private ownership in there.
There is.
Is it a 12-acre site? Let's just.
That's not included, sorry, the private piece is not included in the development acreage that Waterfront Toronto has.
Oh, so that's 11.5 then?
No, I think I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that the Quayside components owned by Waterfront Toronto in the city are a total of 12 acres, and that little piece of plaza is in addition to that. We can confirm, though.
Yeah, sorry, this is Mary Lise Willemse from the Waterfront Secretariat. Just to add on that, yes, it's without including the resident site, it's 12.1 acres in total for Quayside lands. The city component of that is 1.5 acres or 0.6 hectares.
So, sorry, this is confusing, Chair, and I'd just like to have the site very clear. The whole site, you're considering the Quayside site now without the 0.5 acres owned by Plaza Corp, correct?
Correct.
And then that, you're saying without Plaza Corp, it's 12.1 acres.
Yes, that's correct.
Was it 12.1 acres in the original RFP in 2017? How many acres was that RFP for?
That's exactly correct.
12, it was actually included the 5. Okay, this is a little confusing. Just to ask Waterfront Toronto, your former development partner Sidewalk Labs has nothing to do with this particular application, do they?
No, they do not.
And this went through a different RFP process, did it?
Yes, completely different RFP process.
Completely different RFP than what we had before. And so I'm just unclear, it's 10.5% is Waterfront Toronto lands. So when we're talking about the city owning the whole site, the city does not own the whole site, correct?
Correct.
City does not own the whole site. City owns 1.5 acres, and that includes the right-of-way, roads, and everything else. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
So we're really talking about Waterfront Toronto-owned lands that has had an RFP in consultation with the city that's come up with this particular developer, and that's a standalone waterfront operated, Waterfront Toronto operation, much like everything else. Is that correct? Because you own the land.
Yes, predominantly, yep.
23% affordable. How much is AMR? How much of AMR is that? What's your mix? 80%, 60, 40, 20? Do you have that determined yet?
Councillor, the mix is an AMR, isn't an AMR approach, it's the income-based, so the...
Income-based? So it's preferable to an AMR, correct?
Correct.
And it's rent-controlled, correct?
Correct, all city affordable units.
And it's 458 units, and you will determine an operator, is that correct?
Through a competitive RFP process.
Through a competitive RFP, and you'd probably be looking at a nonprofit operator for these particular units,
Exclusively a
458 of them?
nonprofit. Exclusively a nonprofit operator.
Exclusively a nonprofit operator. And there's their business and implementation plan for Quayside that's been...
Through the chair, yes, there is a Quayside Business and Implementation Plan that was approved by council in July of 2022.
And that would include this particular approach.
The details of the affordable rental housing program have been worked out following that. And we actually do have a commitment to return to council later this year with full details on both the land transactions as well as the affordable rental housing funding program that would be applied for this site.
That's fine, and so that's 458 units operated by a nonprofit, owned by the city, and basically income-based tenants with rent control, so no changes like we've heard about in the earlier deputations of problems in any other community. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's your hope and plan, and that's what's in front of us today. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I do have one question. So based on some of the deputants' comments around 33 King Street, and they seem to have had some eviction concerns, what safeguards do we have in place as a city to protect those residents and tenants?
I can't speak specifically to the instance that was referenced, but in terms of rent control, the city has obviously taken that to be a priority, whether it's been the addition of thousands of units to our rent control target as part of our housing TO plan, or the inclusion of rent control in our programs like the rental housing supply program that incentivize nonprofit operation and incentivize rent control on market units, and also our Housing Now and other public build sites that build in rent control measures on the market components of those projects. So a huge effort to prioritize rent control across a number of policies and programs.
Okay, thank you. Speakers on this item? Oh, sorry. Councillor Matlow, go ahead.
So just to be clear, the portions that are public lands, we will have a clear say over affordability, the definition of affordability, our ability to prescribe rent control if we so wish, all of that's up to us on the public lands.
That is correct. That's why the ownership piece is so important. We can protect the affordability, control it in perpetuity.
For the 2,400 units that are on lands that were public but sold to the private sector, I heard terms like good faith used, but did we in fact relinquish our ability to have any say over whether or not those units would have the ability to be truly affordable when we sold it?
The blocks that are in question right now were purchased by Waterfront Toronto in order to develop complete communities. We had originally thought the site would be condominium and affordable rental. Given the marketplace, we have, with the development partner, pivoted to provide very much needed purpose-built rental along with the affordable rental housing. We, as an organization, don't have legislative authority to prescribe rents. However, we do have this longstanding agreement with the partner on these blocks to ensure that the delivery of all of the public policy objectives are met.
I'm confused by that. Whether it be city-on-city property or Waterfront Toronto on Waterfront Toronto property, while the Ford government makes their own decisions, and we all know that they've removed rent control on all new units built after 2018, can't Waterfront Toronto or the City of Toronto, depending on the ownership, decide what they want to prescribe? And we can say, we choose to keep rents at a certain rate, or we want to provide rent-geared income, or we want to impose rent control because the Ford government doesn't. I mean, what would stop us from doing that? And when I say us, I mean either the city or Waterfront Toronto, depending on the property owner, but a public entity.
The city is doing that.
Yes, the requirement for, and Waterfront Toronto has an agreement with the city to provide the land sufficient for 20% of the units in the blocks 1 and 2 as affordable rental, free of charge. And then on top of that, we're adding on another 3%, and the land sale revenues from the market development, which was originally meant to be condominium, is going into actually building the units. So that market payment for land from the consortium is going back into the affordable rental construction, along with other funding.
But those market units will be just open for whatever the owner wants to do with them when it comes to rent.
Not unlike the condos, yes, they will be at market conditions as opposed to sort of mandated affordable rental housing by definition with the city's program.
Does that, I mean, there have been a number of motions moved, some have failed, some have passed, but is staff reevaluating whether or not they would recommend, when it comes to city properties in the future, ever allowing us again to make a deal with the private sector and to not include ensuring that every new unit built on what are public lands be rent controlled?
Through the chair, Councillor, it's an excellent question. I'm going to ask Noah Slater from the Housing Secretariat to respond to this and also speak to kind of what we're focused on trying to achieve in terms of the city goals towards affordable housing and affordability in this community and the deal that's being worked through and negotiated at this time.
And by the way, just to add a sort of an asterisk there, because I've had this conversation before, and sometimes I hear, and I don't want to predetermine what you're about to tell me, but sometimes I hear, well, it's sort of a means justify the end. So in other words, we're using the market to pay for the so-called affordable units. Some may or may not be rent controlled. But the question is, if our goal is genuine affordability, are we not sacrificing some people's homes and ensuring that they won't be affordable to then use those funds to pay for other units that are affordable? In other words,
Okay, that's,
are we not picking winners and losers by doing so?
it's the last question.
Generally, the city's model on lands like these are to leverage market to be able to afford any affordable outcomes on site. A 20, 30 to 30% return of affordable units at this level of affordability in perpetuity is a win. It's a good outcome from a public development standpoint. We don't just need affordable housing, of course. We need all types of housing across the gamut of affordability, from deeply affordable and supportive to workforce to other rentals. This project has also made a priority of rental, where it had formerly focused on condominium too, and we feel these are very positive outcomes to come out of the exercise.
Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers on this item? Deputy Mayor Malik, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to begin by moving the staff recommendations. And first of all, to thank everyone who has come here and spoken to us and has communicated with us on this really important item, as well as the care and the consideration from my colleagues as well. My priority, and I know it's one that we share, is to work together for livable, affordable, and vibrant communities, especially vibrant downtown communities in my ward. We know new housing is desperately needed, and in a city like ours, I've said it before, and I'll say it again, in a city like ours, we should have everything that we need to thrive alongside the necessary growth that is required. Excellent parks and public spaces, improved public transit that connects every single neighborhood, and most of all, prioritizing safe and secure affordable housing. And the Quayside project represents one of the most important opportunities on our waterfront to create a community that meets these needs and these ambitious goals. And through the extensive public engagement and work by city staff and Waterfront Toronto with stakeholders, residents, and caring and committed community members from across Toronto, we have before us a plan that reaches that ambition, gets us one step closer. We are approving here a next step for a zero carbon master plan community with 2.5 acres of green space, funding for new childcare, community hub space, and ensuring that you can imagine a future in this community with schools and spaces for gathering, complete communities, and architecture that incorporates mass timber and the highest design standards. We didn't even get to the pieces around the highest green standards that we are looking for. And critically, there are over 800 affordable housing units required on the Quayside site, with a view to being even more ambitious on these targets, with 480 units in this first phase alone. That is what the report in front of us allows to move forward without delay, and more than half of these units will be family-sized. We're taking that future that we want to imagine here seriously and making it a reality. And today we've heard from deputants and advocates about the importance of strong policies that protect housing rights and affordability. And in all parts of our city, and I want to say this loud and clear, landlords have a responsibility to be good operators and to treat tenants with respect, and we will continue to keep up our advocacy as a city on this point. At Quayside, the key to securing the future of these units is that they will be placed under city ownership and have a not-for-profit operator to manage the units. That means units being kept affordable in perpetuity, and their affordability to be protected by the city's policies on rent levels. Quayside is a project that is delivering the critical affordable housing needed in our city, which cannot come soon enough. And I know we share these goals and the need to keep progress moving forward on all of our affordable housing programs, and that includes this project. And we've heard today also this project has been informed through engagement led by Waterfront Toronto and the city, including discussions with stakeholder advisory committees, resident associations, the BIAs, open house engagement with Indigenous communities and treaty rights holders, and community engagements through pop-ups and the invitation to stay connected on the progress of this project. That has led to strong support and push from community, business associations that have presented today and also written into us. I want to thank everyone who has given their care to driving home the critical needs in our community and keeping the Quayside project at an ambitious level, a level that is needed, and I'm looking forward to continuing our work moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Malik. Next up is Councillor Perks.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, Councillor Fletcher, go
I thought
ahead.
I had my hand up before that. Thank you.
Okay.
Am I getting the extra minute? No, I'm not. I just want to thank everybody for being here today. I'm listening very carefully to what I consider quite a complex situation up in Weston with 22 John and 33 King. And I do need to know a little bit more about that, but I don't want to transfer this directly to this site. It's also even more complicated. I think it was a city parking lot. Artscape was there. We know what's happened there. Their previous owner, the original owner of 33 King, that's who put the Aggies on. And so just getting, I think we all need to know a little bit more, but I do want to thank people for coming down to talk about affordable housing and how important it is to you and that we get this right. This cannot be a situation where a number of years from now, people are saying X and X happened, as we're hearing today, or there's a rent strike at Quayside. So I just have to make sure that this is tied up so tightly that that will never happen. And I'm putting that flag very deeply in the ground on behalf of everybody who's going to be living in these 458 units in phase one. There is a trust factor coming from Weston. There's also a trust factor coming from this site. The Quayside site actually was given over to Google. And along with that site, 12 acres, 600 acres in my ward was supposed to be gone, and then 20 acres, and then 4. So I'm going to say the trust factor is on all sides. If people are worried about the dream trust factor, city needs to lock that down. Some people may be worried about the Waterfront Toronto trust factor because of the failed Google experiment that was brought here by Waterfront Toronto and championed by Waterfront Toronto. So that's my trust factor, and also making sure that tenants never will be sitting in this room complaining about what's happened. I fought very hard to get rid of Sidewalk Labs and have a local developer. So that's our threshold. We do have a local developer. We had a new RFP. We had goals that the city set, and the community set, not a fantasy land of a land grab. So in this situation, I'm hearing that 23% of these units will be rent controlled. They will be many income-based. It will be a mixed community. It'll be 458 new units. I have to say that's good news because they're real. In the previous iteration and the sidewalk plan, it was pretty pie in the sky, 60-story wood building delivering affordable housing. That was not real. All these tenants would be here today saying, where's my unit? So I want to make sure that we are here clearly. That's what we're buying today. It wasn't even real pie, it was fake pie. So essentially that, and these were sold already, Councillor Matlow. There's no going back on that one. These are lands that we have a relationship with Waterfront Toronto. The business and implementation plan has been done. This is what's laid out. I want to just say to all of the tenants that have come here, there are belts and suspenders on this that did not exist in the original deal on 22 John. And they are very deep. And they're deep because of your situation, and they're deep because of Sidewalk Labs. This cannot fail. This cannot go wrong. We can't be sitting here sweeping up and cleaning up anything else in the city of Toronto because we had to clean up a mess on Quayside previously. So I do think that we should say this is a good thing for the waterfront, given what it could have been in 2021 without any single control of any kind, no belts and suspenders. But I will say that everybody will be watching very closely I'm giving notice on watching closely, watching Waterfront Toronto closely, so there's no tripping up on these 12 acres. They're a very important part of the entire central waterfront. We almost lost them to the largest corporation in the world. That is a terrible thing. We can't have that happen again. We'll be watching you closely. On behalf of the tenants, we'll be watching Dream closely to make sure that every single unit that we say and we're taking that will be affordable and rent controlled and mixed income will be that. And that is just my pledge to everybody that came here today. That's the way it has to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
I agree with Councillor Fletcher that decisions were made years ago, and I have absolute faith and confidence in Councillor Malik's commitment and determination to make sure that tenants receive all the protections that are legally available to them as part of this project. The concern that I raise is not so much even about what our ability is to do now. It's about looking at what's been done in the past and to ensure that we don't do it in the future. And from my observation, and certainly my opinion, there were decisions made under Mayor Tory that with once in a lifetime opportunities with public land that ended up being giveaways to the private sector and did not establish genuinely affordable housing. Housing now is maybe housing one day. It was an abysmal failure, and now we're picking up the pieces of it today. And even though, as I said earlier, Doug Ford shamefully removed rent control on new units built in Ontario, when it comes to public land that we control, we do have a choice. And we have a choice to ensure that we prescribe rent control on all new units built on lands that we have a say over, as we should. And what I'm hearing from many of the tenants today is not, again, I think the local councillor is doing a terrific job and she's determined to make this a success. It's a matter of that there is a lack of trust with Dream given past experiences, and that's why you're hearing the concerns and the criticism, and an anger and a frustration with the City of Toronto and Waterfront in this context for not doing what it could have done long ago to ensure that every tenant has the protections they need to be able to afford to live in this city, including new neighborhoods. When we don't have rent control, there's two outcomes. One is that people can't afford to live in our communities and they leave our city if they have a place to go. And another outcome is that they lose their rights in a way even under the current RTA, because sometimes they're so afraid to complain to their landlord about something reasonable, something that needs to get fixed, something that needs to be done to protect their health and safety, because they're worried if they become the squeaky wheel and they become a problem, that all of a sudden their rent's gonna go up to get rid of them. And that's why we're hearing this demand. And I say this because we've had this debate recently, and I know that we're gonna have this debate again, and I hope that these experiences will teach us that when we have that historic moment where we have some control over public land, that that land should serve the public and no one other than the public, and to protect them. Thank you.
Councilor Perks.
Thank you. There's no other level of government that would have this conversation and include tenants. And that's what the wonderful thing about City Council is, that we actually sit down and hear folks about the decisions we're about to make, and they can watch as we pull information out and we can all learn from each other. And that's the beauty of this level of government. And I'll tell you the truth, if committee meetings at Queen's Park had this same level of transparency, we'd have rent control province-wide by now. Yes. Absolutely. And, you know, I think it's really valuable for us to be reminded just how terrible it is to live in a privately owned, non-rent controlled building in the city of Toronto right now. I think, thank you for sharing that with us. But also I think it's really important that the members of the public get to hear how we think this stuff through and what the history of decision making is. It's really important to understand that the city of Toronto, you know, these weren't all city of Toronto lands. They were waterfront Toronto lands. And under a previous mayor, waterfront Toronto was told, you know how we're going to build affordable housing? We'll sell off public land and get a little bit of it back. That was the old system. We have a new approach now. Public lands stay in public hands. That's what we do. And just last month at council, we took a big step in that direction with our, you know, the new 18 projects, some of which were left over from before, but we are now, when we own the land, we find a co-op, a not-for-profit, or work with TCHC, and that's how we build housing in the city of Toronto that's affordable. That's our plan, and that's what we're doing. And that's, you know, I can remember Councillor Fletcher and I voting against so many of Mayor Tory's sell-offs, saying just getting a few units for 20 years, remember they were only for 20 years, is not the way to make Toronto an affordable city. And there's a new path here. We're getting 99 years. We're getting income-based rents. We're getting perpetual ownership of these lands in public hands. And we're not selling off in these, frankly, not very good deals. Now, I wish you could go to the Ontario Land Tribunal and say, this developer is a bad developer, don't approve it, but we're not allowed to do that. We're just allowed to say, this is the shape of the bubble we like. Frankly, I would never approve anything that was developed by a real estate income trust. I wish the federal government would screw their head on right. Real estate income trusts exist for one reason and one reason only, to give rich people tax breaks on the rents they collect from low-income people. Honestly, like, they get a better tax deal than if you just own the property outright. It's appalling. We should eliminate that form of ownership. But that's not evidence I can provide at the Ontario Land Tribunal. I wish it was. Maybe one day. But for now, what we have managed to do since the election of Mayor Chow and changes in some roles here on council is that we have brought this land back into public hands. We have taken it from being probably a 20-year deal with market-based definitions of what would be affordable to being perpetuity of public ownership with income-based definitions. It's a profoundly different world now, and it's one where we're not going to be creating the kinds of problems that were created by the last administration for so many people who are just struggling to get by. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, that was the last speaker. So I'm going to move staff's recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next item is, yeah, you did move it, yes. Deputy Mayor Malik moved it. Thank you. T 15.6, 29 to 39 Pleasant Boulevard zoning amendment application. You know what, I'm in the wrong list. 1 second. Yes, I'm in the right list. We do have speakers on this item. Nigel Terpstra, are you here? Okay, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
So, good afternoon, staff, members of Toronto East York Community Council. My name is Nigel Terpstra, and I'm a Director of Development with Greywood Group. We represent one half of the ownership of Pleasant Condos Limited Partnership, the developers of this project. With me today is Shaliza Rajan, a planner with Bousfields, which forms part of our development consultant team, and who will address the technical components of the application. I'd like to make a few quick comments, and then I'll open the floor up to any questions. I would first like to thank staff for their extremely hard work on this file. We first started this process in late 2023, and to now be sitting here with a positive staff report for your consideration in July of 24 is a testament to their diligence and excellent working relationship between our team and the city. I'd especially like to thank Cameron Williamson and Dylan Dewsbury from Community Planning, who have been extremely attentive and helpful in helping us get across that finish line. I'd also like to thank Sebastian Gibson in Councillor Matlow's office, as well as the councillor himself, for their engagement and collaboration. Most of all, I'd like to thank our neighbors and the community members in the Deer Park Residents Group and the Avocaville Residents Association. From February 26th to Friday of last week, we've met with the community 7 times in addition to our mandated community consultation. As a result of these meetings, our team has redesigned the outdoor amenity space to buffer from potential sound and visual intrusion, changed the material palette on the ground floor to better insulate against potential noise and odors from the internal loading area, and are currently putting together another working group to design the public walkway on the east side of our site. These changes, and more to come, will help form our upcoming SPA submission, on which we are currently committed to continue to consult with this community. We're thankful for the input of all stakeholders to date and believe that it has resulted in a better project. I look forward to a positive working relationship in this process. Thank you for the time this afternoon, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Next speaker is Shaliza Rajan. 5 minutes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of Community Council. My name is Shaliza, as Nigel mentioned, and I'm a planner at Bousfields. I intend to take less than 5 minutes. I have reviewed the staff report and recommendations, including recommendation to approve the draft zoning bylaw amendment, amending the Section 37 agreement and the additional civil submission, and agree with these conclusions. Firstly, from a land use perspective, the proposed residential building presents a good opportunity to intensify within this area without having undue impacts. Furthermore, the current plans propose substantial improvements to the public realm, including a new POPs, park space, and mid-block connection adjacent to the Green Pea parking facility. From a transit perspective, there is very clear direction at the provincial and municipal level to intensify and encourage transit-oriented development. This site is a key opportunity to maximize transit connections. One of my favorite experiences from working on this site was visiting St. Clair Station, seeing the sign that says exit towards Pleasant Boulevard, and then exiting and seeing the site. It does not get closer than that. From a public comments point of view, I have read and reviewed the correspondence from the Deer Park Residents Association and Avoca Park Residents Association, and I know members of these groups are patiently waiting behind me. With respect to the comments they have made regarding the wind and the wind study for the area, the pedestrian wind study for the site was prepared as per the City of Toronto Terms of Reference for such studies and takes into consideration the existing and approved developments in the area, 3 of which were cited in the Deer Park residents' comments. Page 10 of the staff report notes that city planning staff have reviewed the pedestrian level wind study and are satisfied with the conclusions, assessment, and recommendations within this report. We have also reviewed the recommendations and are satisfied with their conclusions. With respect to the site plan and construction management currents, as stated by Nigel, Greywood has committed to continue to work with the community during the site plan and construction phase, as well as additional modifications needed to the laneway and public park as the design progresses here. Finally, from an application point of view, we have worked with city staff and who have reviewed our planning materials and supporting studies, including the transportation impact study, wind study, sun shadow study, and all that good stuff, and accepted these conclusions for the purposes of recommending the draft zoning bylaw amendment before you. We're very grateful to city staff, including Cameron, Dylan, SIPO, and representatives from other departments for their cooperative spirit. I would be remiss if I didn't say today that it's been a pleasant experience to work with everyone here. I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you for your time and for your attention.
Thank you. Any questions for deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Kathy McDonald is next. Are you here? Okay, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
So thank you, Chair Moise and the members of the Community Council. I'm speaking today as president of the Deer Park residents group. So a recent survey of our members showed that their biggest concern was the scale of new development applications in our neighborhood that will dramatically change our community. We do understand the city's ability in planning has been dramatically reduced due to provincial legislation. But ensuring an appropriate public realm is now a key priority in applications like this one. So wind conditions at grade play a critical role. We are therefore asking for consideration of the addition of a canopy at the third floor level, and understand that that could be addressed at the site plan stage. We're pleased that the applicant has been consulting with neighbors in the community, as you've been told. There have been a lot of meetings, and they've been very productive. So there are several things that need to be addressed at the site plan stage, in particular the impact of the parking entrance at the adjacent townhouses. So that will be dealt with at the site plan stage. The applicant has agreed to remove balconies on the east side of the building due to fire risk to the adjacent townhouses. We understand that this matter can also be addressed at the site plan stage, and that there maybe need a change in bylaw, minor bylaw changes at the time. So the park that was proposed on the west side of the site during the 35-story building application remains, which is great. We want to add that consideration should be given to the development of the abutting site, the parking garage, which is now under Create TO control, that can provide for additional parkland to expand the existing approved space. So wind continues to be a major issue with our consideration of development applications, and fellow Deer Park Board member Greg Nevison will be addressing the critical need to amend the city regulations for wind studies for these tall buildings, as they can really create major impacts at grade, and particularly where there are a number of tall buildings in proximity to each other. So those are my comments at this time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for coming in. Next up is Paul Kravitz. Are you here? Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair and members. I'm speaking on behalf of the Avoca Vale Residents Association to voice our objection to this zoning application. Our association supports thoughtfully considered, well-crafted developments that are beneficial to their communities and appropriately scaled to the context in which they're found. That's, I believe, the framework, the planning framework, and parts of what the official plan is all about, and how projects should be evaluated. AVRA, our association, previously supported the agreed-to 35-story development on the site, and it was negotiated between residents and the developer from an original 32-story proposal. This is clearly a development site. The agreement, however, has changed since then, trying first for a 40-story tower, rejected by the Committee of Adjustment, and now a 50-story proposal. And I would suggest if there were 50-story towers or 60-story towers approved, in the neighborhood, they'd be going for a 60-story tower. This is the new Wild West where the frenzy for height and density, in this case 18 stories more than the original, is matched only by the urgency for the city to approve, in our opinion, without proper due diligence. Our Avra neighborhood now has 4 50-story towers on its block, either approved or proposed, with more to follow. These towers sit close to or adjacent to single-family homes, or in the case of 2939 Pleasant Boulevard, 3-story townhomes. There is no acceptable transition possible between a 50-story tower and a 3-story townhome, podium or no podium. The rationale for this increased height and density offered by the developer is based both on the precedent of other approved neighboring towers as well as the housing crisis. These overreaching developments are supposedly helping to ease the housing supply issue, certainly not the affordability issue. Avra does not believe that constructing a 650 square foot 2-bedroom unit for over $1 million has anything to do with the legitimate housing issues we face. The reliance on the precedent approach used as justification by the developer in rationalizing the new height and density request is unfortunately missing in the accuracy of the documentation on wind, sun and shadow, and traffic studies. Even without full and accurate depictions of the future proposed towers, the modeling results are truly disturbing. The traffic study fails, for example, to highlight the traffic impacts on Pleasant Boulevard at its St. Clair and Avoca Avenue intersections. The wind and sunshade impacts are equally deleterious and concerning for significant portions of the year. Winter conditions are as important, if not more so, than summer conditions. We live in a climate that has 5 months worth of winter. The city's situation, as we understood it, is that their hands are tied, and that density is effectively, and height are effectively rubber stamped. The residents who actually live in these neighborhoods affected can only really offer input for modest improvements to the proposed public realm. However, it is precisely that public realm, its streets, its sidewalks, and open spaces, which are permanently being degraded by the cumulative, and I would stress cumulative, impact of completely out of scale proposed developments such as this one. Indeed, it is the cumulative impact of these projects with others that needs to be evaluated. The public realm that is impacted by this proposal is increasingly becoming a windswept, sunless, and congested one. Clearly, this is not the public realm this city or any of us really want. So the ability to deal with the public realm, which the city wants us to deal with as residents and to be involved in, is being significantly degraded by the massing of these buildings. Critically, it is the city planners and the councilors at this community council meeting that are the stewards of our city. The decisions you make on this application and others are extremely consequential. They will shape our city for the next 75 to 100 years. What kind of city do we want to leave our children and grandchildren? We would argue it is this serious. As such, we would respectfully urge you to reject this application and send it back for reconsideration. And I recognize that it's somewhat of a Hail Mary given the planning report.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? No? Thank you. Greg Nevison, are you here? 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak this afternoon. As Kathy mentioned, I'm on the Deer Park Residents Group as well, but I've also been a resident in Deer Park since 1993. One of the best attributes of our neighborhood is its walkability. You can walk to all the amenities. It's great. What is concerning, though, is now we're approving 50-story buildings on every single development site in the neighborhood. This is going to produce horrendous sidewalk wind conditions, despite what these wind studies that have been submitted say. I did wind studies when I was in university and took civil engineering. the cluster effect of having 4 developments that have recently been approved within one city block, 50 stories, one of which is a huge slab building that faces the prevailing west winds, is going to produce, in combination, horrendous sidewalk wind conditions. And none of the wind studies that have been submitted with these applications have included the combined effect of all these buildings together. You just have to go to Yonge and Eglinton to feel what wind effects like when you combine a lot of tall buildings together. We do not want this to happen in our community, and we hope that this gets sent back, as Paul said, for reconsideration. 50-story, 4 50-story buildings within a city block, stone's throw of each other. We're very concerned about the environment this is going to produce. Thank you.
Any questions for the deputy? Seeing none, thank you. Councillor Matlow?
I'm happy to just speak. I don't have any questions.
Do you want to
for
have questions for staff, or you just want to speak?
Just to speak.
Okay, go ahead and speak.
Okay, so I'm going to move the staff recommendations, and I'm going to speak to the rationale for why. So first of all, there have been many efforts at workshopping and meeting to work out a number of very consequential concerns by the community with the applicant. And I want to acknowledge my planning advisor, Sebastian Gibson, over there, and my whole team for ensuring that work was done, along with everyone involved. But I recognize, while this is unpopular, there is a convention at council, and I think many have done it, where knowing that this would either get approved at council or the tribunal, the local councillor sort of takes a bit of a dive, votes against it, lets their colleagues do the difficult work for them, and then it just magically is approved, and the councillor can put in their newsletter that, don't worry, I didn't like that too. The reality is that if we actually didn't support the staff recommendations, and in particular, given that the recommendations are there and would be used at the tribunal, and we all know that, we would lose all control over the benefits that we've achieved through this very long and time-consuming process where we've worked on benefits for the community. And I'm just going to name a few. The developer voluntarily has supported changes to the outdoor amenity area to shield 40 Rose Hill, the condo building, which was a request of residents in that building. We pushed the garage door further in to encourage delivery drivers to use the visitor parking spaces inside rather than create more traffic outside. Again, the little things sometimes are the big things. Changes to materiality on the east side. To mitigate noise for adjacent townhomes. We worked with residents to program the laneways to the east in terms of fencing, lighting, and security measures. We secured an additional $1.5 million in benefits as additional community benefits to the Section 37 to a total of $5.1 million that will be spent directly in the Deer Park neighborhood to improve the lives of the people who live there and will live there tomorrow. We also are going to be spending some of that on ravine improvements that have been sought after by the community for so long. A 291 square meter POPs and a 151 square meter park to the east, which will connect a future planned park as part of a project there. And these are just a few of the things. I know that there's concern over construction, and what we are asking for is that the construction hub model that we use at Yonge and Egg be used here, where yes, there will be simultaneous developments happening, that it needs to be managed properly. There needs to be a 2-week schedule so that all the different landowners work with the city to make sure that when there's concrete trucks, heavy trucks, which are dangerous, and other types of work being done, that the impact on the safety and the quality of life of people in the community is impacted by doing this thoughtfully, in phases, done in a way that makes sense so that people can still get around the community and do it safely. And we are also working on an area-based transportation study. And yes, I completely agree with the deputations that have asked for a holistic wind study for the area to understand cumulatively how this is affecting the neighborhood as it has a new build form. But the reality is, this site is 50 meters from a subway entrance. It's going to be approved at the city or the tribunal. I would be dishonest as their representative to tell them anything other than that because it's true. What I'd prefer to do is provide leadership along with the Deer Park residents group and others to ensure that the public realm, the safety, the quality of life of the community is increased and improved upon so that they leave us better than they found us. That is our job. And I think that the best way to deal with reality, whether one loves it or hates it, is to do it honestly and pragmatically. And that's the course that I'm choosing, and I believe it's in the best interest of the community.
Thank you. All those in favor? Staff's recs. Opposed? Carried. Next item is T 15.7, 20 to 22 Front Street West, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. We do have speakers on this item. Christine Fang Denisov, are you here? Okay. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, councilors, or good afternoon, councilors. I'm Christine Fang Denisov from Urban Strategies, and I'm here today with, in the back, Jonathan Fung, Senior Vice President of Development from Brookfield, and Jake Taylor, Development Manager from Brookfield, as well as my colleague, Matt Whittier from Urban Strategies. I've requested to speak on behalf of the owners of Brookfield Properties regarding this site, which is a key intensification opportunity within the larger Brookfield Place block located at Yonge Street and Front Street, kitty corner from Union Station. The site is part of the larger Brookfield Place block, which currently contains a range of uses, including 2.4 million square feet of office use, the Alan Lambert Galleria, restaurants, retail uses, and the Garden Court Plaza. The proposed development under consideration today introduces 599 purpose-built rental units, including 16 affordable rental units. These residential units will add to the mixed-use nature of the Brookfield Place block and complement the office, cultural, and tourism uses that exist on the block today. The proposal specifically adaptively reuses and conserves the Gowans Kent heritage facade along Front Street in the podium of the new building, and will incorporate an improved public realm interface with the Garden Court Plaza. We're pleased to share that the proposed heritage strategy received unanimous approval at the Heritage Preservation Board last week. Brookfield and their development team have been working for the past several years on the reinvestment of this site and are very pleased to have reviewed the staff report, which recommends approval. On behalf of the team, we wanted to thank city staff, and in particular, Paul Johnson, Alex Teixeira, Georgia Cooch, and their teams who have worked closely with us to successfully advance this proposal. And we ask council to approve staff's recommendation of this application. We're eager to continue to work with city staff to move forward expeditiously and build these much-needed purpose-built rental units in the city. That concludes my remarks, and we'd be pleased to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speakers? All right, thank you for your time. We'll move on to the next speaker. And we have Calvin Lance. Thank you, Calvin. Please begin whenever you're ready. You have 5 minutes, and we'll let you know when you're close to the end of your time.
Great. Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of council. I'm here today, Calvin Lance from Stikeman Elliott. We represent the Hockey Hall of Fame. The Hockey Hall of Fame is located immediately east of the site. It's abutting. I've submitted a letter to the committee and hopefully have it available to you. It was dated July the 8th, and it sets out our concern. But I want to start off by saying that the Hockey Hall of Fame applauds the development and provision of the affordable housing and the residential units that are being proposed here. The issue that the Hockey Hall of Fame really has relates to construction. But perhaps before I just get into that, I just wanted to highlight a couple things about the Hockey Hall of Fame. They get about 300,000 guests, visitors each year. You know, it's in a historic, iconic building. It's a museum. It's a rental place for events. It's a retail space, and there are certain items there that are contained within the Hockey Hall of Fame which are quite important, and the institution itself is a national treasure. So with respect to the construction of the development, we can imagine that there will be a construction management plan as part of any site plan application. And there would likely be the need for a noise report, a vibration report, together with the construction management plan. What we're looking for is that when this matter goes forward, that staff would be requested, encouraged to deal with the Hockey Hall of Fame in terms of finding out the parameters for the noise and vibration study, the needs in terms of road closures and occupancy permits for the street, and that we would be given an opportunity to receive drafts and comment on those reports. This is something that's done in the course of other residential development relative to neighboring landowners that have raised concerns. But I think here it's in particularly prudent given the nature of the museum and the role it plays both in the city and for the country. So that would be our request. As I said, we applaud the development, but we're looking for some direction from council to staff, encouraging them to work with us going forward so our concerns are heard in the future. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford has a question.
One quick question for you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the deputation, Calvin. So it would be helpful if Community Council had a motion today. We can't direct, but as we move through the site plan request, Chief Planner and planning staff to take a look at noise study, vibration study, and incorporate findings from that into the construction management plan and consult with the Hall of Fame.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks very much.
Any other speakers on this item? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And with your help and assistance of a friendly amendment here, just effectively moving what we just discussed from Calvin's deputation in the letter on the file from the Hockey Hall of Fame to have staff consider working with the Hockey Hall of Fame with respect to mitigating noise and vibration through site plan. And I know your office has a great process in place to deal with these sort of things regarding construction staging approval in your ward, and working with stakeholders, opportunities to come up with a hoarding plan. All of that's on Chris Moyes' website. You can check it out. So I think that'll be great. And again, we heard from the hall that they're very supportive of the application and the redevelopment to deliver more affordable housing here on the site. But given some of the historic memorabilia and items, special consideration for the hall as they move through this, I think would be helpful. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pardon me, Mr. Chair, it's Stephen Holliday.
Go ahead, Councillor Holliday.
Mr. Chair, I was able to join because I've been monitoring this remotely, so I hope you'll allow me to speak just briefly in favor. I've been privileged as a member of council to be a member of the Hockey Hall of Fame board for a number of years, and I am passionate about this location and would express my support for the motion before you. The hall is a wonderful place in the city. I encourage anyone, even if you're just a little bit of a hockey fan, to drop in and see what they have. It's a museum. It's also a charity and a not-for-profit, and they do wonderful work on behalf of the game of hockey to promote it. And I think it attracts people from all over the, well, I know it does, attract people from all over the world when they visit Toronto to go and see it. Even if hockey isn't their first sport, they're all sports fans, and that place delights. But they do rely on people being able to find the hall because a large part of it is underground. They rely on attracting people from the street level to visit the hall. And that's why the construction next to the hall really matters. And I know there's a lot of people that are interested in working together to make sure that it's optimized. And this show of support by council is very important to them. And finally, folks should know the Great Hall, which is the part above ground of the Hockey Hall of Fame, is in a historic building. It's very sensitive within there, the various displays, the amount of glass, and of course, one very important artifact, which is the Stanley Cup, which resides right there next to this site. So there's a lot of reason why people are concerned about noise and vibration and accessibility to the site so that they can continue to host the events that they rely on to make the museum a success, and that they can drive the visitors into the museum, which also makes the museum a success. So I thank everyone in advance for their support of this and understand why it's so special to the City of Toronto and why we're really fortunate to have such a great facility here in our city. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for visiting, Councillor Holiday. The Hockey Hall of Fame is in my ward in Toronto Centre, and I've had the privilege of visiting several times and talking to the administration there. And of course, it's definitely a great asset not only to my ward, but the entire city. And I am happy to continue working with the administration there. I will support staff's recommendation on this one item. And, but yeah, so I will just move your item first, or which one do you have handy? Okay, we'll move Councillor Bradford's motion first. No.
That be considered an assist? Sorry, I'm sorry.
All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Staff's recommendations, Rex? As amended. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Thank you. All righty, we're getting through this slowly but surely. The next item is DE 15.8, 412 to 418 Church Street and 79 to 81 Granby Street, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application. We do have two speakers on this item. Greg Gilbert, are you here? He's online. Can you hear me, Mr. Gilbert? Okay, you have 5 minutes, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just going to, I'd like to be able to share my screen if possible.
Okay, give staff a second.
Yep.
Are we good? Okay, you should be able to now.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm Greg Gilbert. I'm the applicant on this file and vice president at Fitzrovia. I'm here to kind of provide a brief overview of the project and just answer any questions of council. This project specifically is for official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. It's for a 32-story, 310-unit purpose-built rental apartment at 412 Church. It's just south of Carleton on Church Street and about a 1-minute walk from the well-known Maple Leaf Gardens, tying into the Hockey Hall of Fame discussion, and about 5 minutes from the College Subway. We've been at this project for quite some time, going back about 4 or 5 years. So it's a big moment today for us. The original zoning application took place in March 2021, and it's worked its way through the process with major moves, adding heritage retention along Granby Street, and then some unfortunate news kind of last year where the St. Michael's helicopter flight path was reduced, taking our tower height from 45 stories to 32 stories, and concluding with a submission in March of 32 stories made to city planning. And then pending approval and construction works, we're looking to get going later this year on construction. So the project features a very rich ground floor design, dramatic heritage incorporation, a new restaurant, triple height lobby, and we're looking at hand-laid brick along the ground floor, podium, and all the way up the tower. We have human-scaled elements at grade, and we've put a lot of effort into how this building really meets the street and public realm. So just want to gloss over the kind of the haircut this building got through the results of the flight path discussions, which took place kind of last year and concluded in January. resulting in about a 13-floor loss and about almost 20% of the total units in this project. However, we are forging ahead and advancing with what we have. I'd say a big highlight of the project is we're providing 45% 2- and 3-bedroom units on day one. We're not electing to reserve those units for knockout panels in the future. And those 4 in teal 2-bedroom units on each typical floor plate, they're generally 800 square feet and up. They each have 2 bathrooms, a kitchen island, lots of storage, in-suite laundry, 11-foot-6 kitchens and full appliances. So they're very much family friendly and addressing a significant need in the downtown. Just want to talk a second about heritage retention. This was approved at the Preservation Board last week, but the building on the right was heritage not listed when we purchased the site. Over the course of the project became designated. We elected to let that pass, and we've incorporated it and leaving those 2 semis in situ as part of the future project. And that's important because we originally had a 4-story podium element there adjacent to the neighborhood properties. So now it's kind of remaining as is, which helps the tower transition and provide buffer to those homes. This is just a shot from Church Street at the public realm of the project, looking at the triple height lobby, the Heritage Retention Restaurant and Cafe on the left. And then this is a really unique piece and really important to us. The Barn and Stables facility was a very important part of the village. And pre-2013 on the left is the mural that was on that wall. And for Global Pride in 2013, a local artist named Cristiano de Arujo did a mural on that wall shown on the top right. And we've been in discussions with him, and we've committed to hire him to do a new mural on that wall, which you can see just an example on the bottom that is partially indoor-outdoor. And so that's part of this heritage restoration as well. Just a couple public realm improvements. We've worked hard to keep the bike share station on McGill Street. We've introduced a couple street trees on Granby. And the McGill Granby Residents Association wrote a letter of support attached to this agenda, but they had a point about lack of street trees on Church Street. And just want to say to the council that this is something we really looked at. It's something, whenever we can plant street trees, we do. But there's significant utility conflict here, including bell conduits, hydro, multiple poles with TTC infrastructure. And we're just not able to accommodate that street tree request. So in general, that's the project. But just in...
You're at time, Greg.
Okay.
Thank you.
Went by fast.
Yes, it did. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you.
There's a question.
Not from, only from council members, not from visitors. No. Jennifer Rayner, are you here? Jennifer Rayner? Okay. Oh, Jennifer Rayner's online? Can you hear me, Ms. Rayner? Ms. Rayner, can you hear me? She's not there? Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this item? Oh, she's there. Okay. Okay. Did you give your name to the clerk?
Okay.
Okay.
So,
5 minutes. Go ahead.
My name is Pedro. I'm the owner of 86 McGill. I represent many neighbors strongly oppose this plan. I already emailed the city's adjournment application about this hearing because we only got we received a notice of letter on June 17 and only got 22 days to prepare it, and 2 of the days is our neighborhood has low internet access service. The Rogers has internet interruption. The planners spent 5 years help expected companies and submit 50 documents for this plan. We need more time to review these 50 documents and help expect the company and do some research for the newest city's bylaws and meet and discuss with neighbors and we try to prepare a formal response in writing. That's why 2 days before I emailed to the city about the adjournment application. So I'm not sure whether city already agreed our adjournment. So if city do not agree, we still want to give a draft of objection statement for the plan. The reason can I open this machine? I have some evidence to present to you to take a look.
Just put it on, it should come on automatically.
Somebody can help
It will come on automatically. Just put it on.
Oh, okay, good. So, first of all, this plan is based on completely wrong survey. The survey, you see, this is their survey. It is completely wrong. You see, the red is the property of 86. It's my property, and my property actually has a look. So my property has a fence. Actually, if you see this picture, it has a fence for the whole from north to south. But this survey only draw half of part of the fence. Secondly, this survey forcibly draw the boundary line inside my wall. Actually, I have previous owner's declaration of opposition. This is a previous owners signed declaration of possession. This is the owner since 1975, which is almost 50 years. We already have evidence. They give us a survey. Look, this is my previous owner gave me a survey when they sell the property to me. The correct borderline is the red line. So which means the wrong survey because the planner based on completely wrong survey, they calculated my land line around 700 square feet into their development. Let me tell you, this plan is in downtown core. It's a very small land, and they try to build a 32 store high-rise building with 0 setback and open space to the neighbors, and they even try to cut tons of trees, and in these tons of trees, some of the trees, 4 of the trees are on my land. On my land, they even do not. I already told them I do not allow them cut my tree. They still submit a tree plan to apply to cut 3 of my tree, and one they try to injure it, and also.
Sir, you're at time. You're at time. I do have a question though. Have you spoken to the developer? Have you spoken to city staff?
I told them many times. Another very important thing is in my backyard, there's a gate door have access to the parking lot, and they plan infringed my right of easement. And for this reason, last year, the Ontario title director already dismissed their non-title absolute application. And this similar application 9 years before, it also been dismissed by the Ontario Municipal Board because many reasons. This project is a very bad project. The new plan now they are planning to apply is even worse, much worse than 9 years before. They gave zero parking lot, designed zero parking lot to hundreds of residents and commercial retailers, and zero setback, zero open space to nearby 12 heritage buildings. So we strongly, we only read in these 22 days, we only read around 5 or 6 their documents. They submitted 50 documents. We haven't got time to read about it. First of all, we strongly request adjournment. Secondly, we strongly object to this plan.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputy? Seeing none. Jennifer Rayner, I was told you're online. Can you hear me? Jennifer Rayner?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, finally. I've been here since 9:30. So, good morning. My name is Jennifer Rayner, and I live and own a house at 71 McGill Street, directly across the street and about 2 houses west to the proposed development. Thank you for letting me speak today. I wanted to go on the record today to represent those of us in the community who have lived in the McGill-Granby area for a long time, myself for 21 years, and who will continue to live in the community after this proposed development is built. I think it's important that consideration be given to the residential community who will be affected at ground level by this development long after construction is completed. This is one of 2 proposed very tall buildings. Another one is in development directly across the street from Fitzrovia that will have a huge impact on how we go about our daily lives. I would like to say that I'm aware of the need for housing in the city, and in general, I'm not opposed to the development, but feel that compromise and care must be extended to all members of the community. I've reviewed the latest plans and will try to relate my comments to them. I'm aware of the letter submitted by to the council by the McGill-Granby Village Residential Association, and I'm in support of the points they've raised. My primary concerns are I am concerned with the impact of the servicing of the garbage of this high rise on the residential neighborhood, and would like to go on the record that the community must be involved and considered with regards to how the garbage will be dealt with. Noise, smell, and the traffic of the big garbage trucks are a concern to us. I can see by reviewing the plans that the garbage bins will be in the basement level, and I'm hoping that means that the said dumping of said bins will be into the garbage trucks will be at that level and enclosed at all times so that the noise will have the least impact on the neighborhood. I'm happy that there is a proposed building buffer between the proposed laneway for the garbage trucks and the first residential home on the north side of McGill Street, and that there is a proposed garage door to this opening. This is very important. We do not want to encourage any ongoing throughway traffic from Granby to McGill. There are many other proposed tall developments in the Granby-McGill Street Circle. Some are confirmed, some are in process. This increase of traffic on the street is going to be quite significant, and we need to minimize any further increases. A secondary concern of mine is the removal of so many trees on McGill Street for the construction of this building with very seemingly little plan to replace them. You talked about Church Street. I'm talking about McGill. We have a rich canopy of trees on this residential street, and we would like that maintained for both aesthetic reasons, but more importantly, for a need of a tree canopy to deal with the future negative effects of climate change. Please look at adding back more trees on McGill Street. In general, I don't have any issues with the proposed outdoor amenity space, but I would like to express that I'm hoping that it will be managed appropriately so that noise levels do not unduly disrupt the neighborhood. We have had ongoing issues with neighboring buildings not respecting the evening bylaws, and it's exhausting having to remind management over and over again of the rules. I'm happy to see the heritage of the older buildings is being maintained and brought into consideration, and I'm happy to see that currently no balconies are proposed for the units. I do think a higher number of 3-bedroom units should be added to the development so that they can cater to families that may need housing. I've looked over the sun shadow studies. I'm not thrilled with it, but I can see that it's only adding a bit more shadow that is already created by the high-rise buildings on the east side of Church Street. So in conclusion, my main purpose of speaking today is to represent the viewpoint and needs of myself and the long-standing residents of McGill-Granby who are going to be significantly affected by this development, and for the City Council and the developer to be mindful of those needs. As stated, my primary concern is that we be involved and communicated with regards to the servicing of the garbage for the proposed building to help mitigate the noise of the garbage trucks, the smell, the increased traffic of the trucks on their street. We are going to have a similar thing happening across the street. So we're going to have a lot of garbage trucks coming out, servicing 2 very tall buildings. I just ask that you keep us informed, please, and bring us into that discussion, because we are the ones living at ground level after construction is done. Thank you so much for letting me speak today. And I welcome you to reach out to me. You can get my contact information from the clerk. I don't mind being spoken to. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions for the, no, okay, thank you. I do have one question. So the one deputant here did state that there were some issues around his property line and the developer. Can staff comment on that at all?
Through the chair, we just received this information a few days ago and haven't been able to confirm if there's an issue with the survey. We typically rely on the expertise of the surveyor who provides the plans to us through the applicant. So we weren't able to verify if there was a discrepancy here or what the concern was.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. I will speak to this item. So this development has been in the works for some time. Yes, I am going to, thank you. I am going to move staff's recommendations. This development has been in the works for a long time. We've had a robust public consultation on this. I know that the applicant has worked very closely with the community. I know there were some issues around where the parking garage was going to be at, where the garbage was going to be at. It talked about the increased traffic in the area. And I know that the applicant made some adjustments based on the feedback we had received. And again, as mentioned, there was a letter from the McGill-Granby Residents Association in support of this development as well. So just want to state that out loud. So I'm going to move staff recommendation on this item. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. The next item is TE 15.9, 191 and 201 Sherburne Street, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application. We do have speakers on this item. First up is Walid Kogali Ali. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, members of Community Council. My name is Walid Kogali Ali, and I'm here today representing Neighborhood Pods TO, a collective grassroots organizations, community workers, and advocates committed to securing affordable housing and promoting responsible development in our communities. I stand before you to voice our collective support for the residents of Sherburne Estates and to express our deep concerns regarding the proposed development by Fritzrovia at 191 and 201 Sherbourne Street. Firstly, we want to address a critical issue of potential conflict of interest. This was sent out in a letter to the clerk as well. So our current Councilor Chris Moyse, who chairs this council, has received significant campaign contributions from Fritzrovia. According to an article by the Bridge News titled...
I object to that.
Let me just finish my deputation.
No, I object.
Can we stop the time at least so I can finish my deputation?
I object. First of all, no councillor can receive donations from a developer or a union or a corporation. And by you stating that, that is punitive. And I could
I will rephrase that there were staff or members of Fritzrovia's company that made that donation. This is a media report, so folks can read it for themselves. We made a request that Councillor Moyse recuse himself from the consideration of this item to avoid any perception of bias as stipulated in Chapter 192 of the Public Service, Toronto Municipal Code, specifically the Conflict of Interest Clause. The residents of Sherbourne Estates have a long-standing connection to this community. Many have lived here for over 15 years and have seen significant changes in the neighborhood. Their perspective on this proposal is invaluable, and we echo their key concerns and points for consideration. Firstly, overdevelopment and zoning violations. The revised proposal still represents a significant overreach, requiring major zoning and other exemptions. Without substantial downsizing and modifications, this proposal should be rejected as detrimental to the neighborhood and its residents. Affordable housing. While we acknowledge the need for more rental housing, the proposed non-conforming and outsized towers fail to address real rental housing needs, particularly in terms of affordability. The proposal does not provide sufficient affordable housing to meet the community's needs. Thirdly, community impact. The extreme densification proposed will exacerbate the existing pressures in the area, particularly in terms of affordability and social infrastructure. Moss Park is already experiencing significant developmental and speculative pressures, and this project will only intensify these issues. Negative social and economic effects. This proposal will likely contribute to an upward spiral in rents, increasing unaffordability, and displacing long-term residents. The addition of premium rental units will do little to alleviate the chronic homelessness and social issues in the area. Lack of true community benefits. The proposed community benefits, such as a small park and landscaping efforts, are inadequate and fail to offset the significant concessions being sought. The proposal lacks a genuine commitment to the broader social responsibilities and needs of the neighborhood. Environmental and heritage concerns. The proposed development will destroy existing green spaces, negative impact local ecology, and pose a threat to migratory birds. Additionally, there are concerns about the preservation of heritage artwork on the property. Ongoing disruption in poor management. The current and proposed construction activities have caused and will continue to cause significant disruptions to residents. The proponents' management practices have often been inadequate, and there are serious concerns about compliance with the Ontario Disabilities Act and the Residential Tenancies Act. In conclusion, this proposal seems to benefit the developer with little regard to city residents. We urge city planners and council members to enforce zoning and bylaw variations strictly and to prioritize developments that genuinely address the housing affordability crisis while maintaining the social and economic health of our city. The preferable alternatives that the city should insist the proponent explore. We also acknowledge the efforts of the Moss Park residents for the advocacy, including Alan Solomon, Amir Gurbani, Poor, Adi Atoff, Brian Duss, Caroline Rock, Chris Yu, Colin Perkal, David Jubinville, Amelia Mehdian, Jason Fulmer, Jennifer Kerwood, Jeremo Major, Jessica Clausen, June Yates, Justin Bain, Kim.
Hey, your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your attention to this matter. We look forward to constructive discussion today. I urge you to consider the long-term impact of the development on our community.
Next up is Pat Perkel. Are you in the room? You have 5 minutes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you and hi. I'm sure you're all tired of hearing from tenants who are opposed to development. We hope that you
Just speak
read
into
our-
the mic, please.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I hope you read our submission. It was a collaborative effort by tenants at 109, 191 and 201. About 30 people have signed it so far. And again, as I said, I'm sorry.
Sorry, 1 second. Make sure your mic is on. Give me. I'll pause your time.
Okay.
You've been very respectful.
That one, is that better?
Yeah, that's better. Thank
Should
you.
I turn that one off?
That's okay. Just-
Okay, all right, sorry. I'm Pat Perkle, I live at 191 Sherbourne. I hope you've read our submission from the residents of our building and 201, our neighbor building. It's been signed by over 30 people so far. Unfortunately, I feel like I'm just another tenant coming and saying, don't develop anymore in this city, but that's not our intention at all. We actually applaud purpose-built rental. The problem is that this application, in our view, doesn't tick any boxes. There's no application for affordable housing in this at all. The end result will be it's just more. It's not even. The best it's going to do is give us 20 more years on the existing towers. It doesn't say anything about a commitment to ongoing rental. It's going to push up rental pressures. I guess that's just inevitable. But mostly it seems that this is out of step with the mayor's priority for affordable housing and tenant protection because there's neither. To highlight just a couple areas that we feel deserve serious questions from this group, there's the agreement, the staff recommendation includes a commitment to renovate existing buildings, but most of that work has already been done by the previous owner. So what I wonder is how detailed the site visit was to our site and who was spoken to. I'm actually kind of jealous listening to all the people who have talked about their extensive community consultation because there's been none that I've seen, like we're not aware of it. The applicant's citing future upgrades to Moss Park across the road, and it's citing the coming Ontario line in its proposal, its marketing. They're not really citing much that they're going to do. They're citing things other people are going to do, and I don't think this committee should accept this misleading blurring of who's doing what, or at any rate should not count it in favor of the project. Just in terms of traffic, the applicant proposes to cut the current parking in half, but it's going to almost triple the number of units. There's some kind of magic that's going to go on that somehow that means there won't be more traffic. But what traffic there is, they're going to put on a residential street and a laneway. We're going to have 2 smallish drop-off points to serve 4 buildings. I don't think that site plan control is going to fix what should be a foreseeable problem with congestion and even emergency service access. Work on the tower is going on now. I don't know what you're approving here because the work is underway. They're doing some work to put a building on top of what is now an underground multipurpose room. I don't know what engineering is there. What water infiltration, what reparation work for water filtration problems we're already having is being done. So I don't know about the condition of those foundations, but I guess somebody does. The proposed community benefit that we're getting is a small parkette that actually already exists, but has been degraded, and now they're going to turn it over to you guys to look out, to the city to look after. The green space will be less than we have. The trees will be less than what we have. The tree allowance that you have to, for the tree bylaw, cut 1 down, plant 3. They're going to cut down 40, give us 30, and the rest go to some other part of the city, which doesn't seem fair in a neighborhood like Moss Park, where we get the people who have already been failed by the system. And it just feels like more systemic failure. The drawings you'll see have a nice sky bridge, looks really, really fanciful. I don't know how it's going to work. It doesn't even fit on the drawing of our existing building. The bigger concern, and I'm trying to think of things as planning to build a city. Building a city means being healthy for everybody. And part of being healthy for everybody is seeing good things and not being stressed out of your mind all the time. And just seeing some green space looks good. So we're going to take the green space, put it 18 stories up, and then everybody loses. no, it's dazzle. It shouldn't be a substitute for existing green space for the parts of the city that everybody can enjoy just by walking by it. I've mentioned tree protection. It seems to be gone. It just, the residents are going to be left with less green space, more density, more shadow, less room to breathe. And one thing our neighborhood needs is a place where people can breathe. It's a really frantic neighborhood to sit in.
You're at time. My
Sorry.
apologies. Any
Thanks
questions
for
for the
listening.
deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Greg Gilbert. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead, Greg.
Thank you. Similar to the project before, I'm just going to share a brief overview and make myself available. So if I could have share screen quickly. Yeah. We touched on site context a little bit, but this particular tower in the park complex is kitty corner to Moss Park and the John Ennis Community Center, steps from the new Ontario line, and at the northeast corner of Shooter and Sherbourne. We've gone through a pretty standard discussion and negotiations with city planning, and contrary to what some of the folks have said, there has been an extensive engagement on this through town halls with existing residents, public meetings, ad hoc town hall sessions about the new development. So there has been significant engagement on this. This project as well was subject to flight path reductions going from 49 stories down to 43 stories. This is just a view of the impact. And just some key information. This is 2 new purpose-built rental apartment buildings, 43 stories each. The original 2 buildings were built in 1972. Those 596 rent-controlled apartments are to remain. This project will introduce 831 new apartments, and many of these units have livable, family-friendly floor plans similar to 412 Church. And we've gone as far on the south building to have nearly 60% 2 and 3 bedrooms in that south tower, and very much family-oriented. As mentioned, the towers integrate in the existing 3 levels of underground, existing sewers, and we've taken garbage and loading for all 4 buildings and put them underground. And in doing so, we've been able to free up a lot of new green space. We have a over-dedicated parkland, about 1/3 of an acre, cafe, potential daycare, commercial space adjacent to Seton and Shooter, and then a ton of outdoor amenity and in-kind public realm enhancements. Just in general, we want to instill pride and celebrate Moss Park, and we put a lot of thought into how this proposal reflects that. We're going to be a long-term owner here. We're long-term owners and operators that are going to be here for a long time, and that factors into every decision we make. Some key goals here were to brighten and open the site, make it more accessible, more usable green space, the added oversized park, which also is subjected to parkland for the 412 Church project off-site. A couple key moves: we've removed vehicle entrances off Sherbourne and off Seton to consolidate that and add even more green space. And a really important move for cycling along here. Currently, the sidewalk is next to the bike lane. We've agreed to put in tree trenches on private property, move the sidewalk away from the Sherbourne bike lane, which is something that is the current conflict right now, cyclists and pedestrians. And then we've done a number of existing upgrades to the building, which were mentioned, and there is ongoing upgrades to amenities and corridors. But overall, there's a lot going on here. We're just looking to see that stuff through and look forward to the redevelopment of the site and working in Moss Park. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Mihail Capra. Are you here? No? Miguel Capra? Sergey Zernov? Online? Sergey Zernov, are you here?
Hello?
Okay, go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, just a second. Yeah. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak on this topic. So I'm Sergey Zernov. I own a house in Seton Street, and also I run a website which informs the community about this project and tries to organize a position to this project. So of course I'm very surprised that the city planning office decided to move forward with zoning amendments because it goes contrary to all the planning the city planning office was doing for the last 7-10 years against development of the garden area, against the development of Sherburne and Dundas area, against the development of the heritage Cabbage Town South, right? So how this project is against this developments. So the idea, it's against both in letter and in spirit, right? It's in letter against these developments because the zoning was adopted in the process of these developments, and apparently we require drastic changes in zoning. It's not like I'm asking to build a porch. It's like designation, change of designation, change of height, and many other drastic amendments. So it's a drastic change against, the previous plans. It's against in the spirit because what we were thinking, we'll have high rises around, the Jarvis line, and then we'll have reduction of height towards the garden area and towards the heritage. So, the residents and people will have an aesthetically pleasing skylight, natural light, and all these other beautiful city planning things, which this project apparently doesn't comply with. These buildings are out of scope and out of size, right? They violate all these many different things that my previous speakers, with whom, I concur from the neighborhood Ports Toronto, and from the residents group in the building. So lack of natural light, creation of heavy service and commercial traffic in the previously residential streets, and many other detrimental consequences to the community. Are there any positives? I don't see any. Because apparently it's not affordable housing, right? Because I know that there is another, for example, property managed by Fitzrovia. I looked today at Young and Eglinton. They charge $400 to $200-$300 for 350 square feet apartment, right? And the same prices will be here. So it's not affordable housing. So who does benefit from this development? There are two sides. Who does benefit? It's the developer who has an opportunity to build a complex high margin structure on the land. And the landowner, the Alberta pension plan, who will receive the windfall if this amendment of bylaws goes through, so the land will appreciate, right? So the community doesn't get any benefit. So, for me, the question is, on which side the council and the committee are, on the side of the Torontonians or on the side of the developer, who contributes politically and or the Alberta pension plans. So, to summarize this part, I just ask the committee to reject this rezoning proposal because it's detrimental to the community and doesn't have any social benefits and against, the long-term planning. I ask, the committee to consider developments that would increase the density and the affordability of housing through development of mid-rise and low-rise multifamily units, and increase the density where the density is low as opposed to increasing the density where it's already high. And definitely not increase the traffic in the residential streets because it's just unacceptable in these days and time. And finally, I will join my call for the Councillor Moyes to recuse himself because indeed it's public knowledge, that he received contributions from all members of the Roca family who own Fitzrovia, as well as from the employees of Roca, and it just doesn't look right. Thank you.
Yeah. Well said.
Well, there's a lot of news. Carolyn Rock, are you here? Carolyn Rock. Okay.
With your indulgence, I believe Ms. Rock has some technical difficulties.
You could register to speak, but you could speak and speak to the clerk afterwards. Sure, you have a seat. You have 5 minutes. You're not speaking to someone else, you're speaking for yourself. Yes, and register with the clerk. 5 minutes.
Am I on? Everybody able to hear me? Thank you very much. I appreciate the indulgence, Chair.
Could you just state your name for the clerk, please?
I will. It's Colin Perkle. I'm a long time resident of one of the buildings that's impacted by this proposal, and have some extensive experience with the applicants in this case. And I want to just ask very briefly at the outset, I heard what Councillor Matlow earlier said about essentially going against recommendations from city staff. And my question on the philosophical level is, what does it actually take when to say no, or to demand substantive alterations or modifications to a plan? Because this proposal goes against the official plan, it goes against zoning bylaws, zoning rules and bylaws. So what does it take? I don't want to get into too much nitty-gritty, and I certainly don't want to repeat what's already been said. But I heard the proponents say that there's been community stakeholder meetings and so on. As far as I'm concerned, there was a meeting, a statutory meeting required in September. It went roughly about an hour, of which 55 minutes was the proponent bragging about what a great proposal this was. There was no meaningful opportunity for discussion or to ask questions. There were some objections raised. In fact, 17 objections raised. If you look at the staff report, they're noted and basically dismissed. I think there are 1 or 2 that are directly addressed. I have to emphasize there's nothing comparable. We've got 2 proposed, non-conforming, completely outlandish towers proposed for this particular block on Sherburne Street. Nothing exists up or down Sherburne that's even close, regardless of what the proponent says. It has to be emphasized, and repeatedly, that this application, if it's approved in its current form, will in fact exacerbate the already severe rental and affordability issues in the neighborhood. And I believe, honestly, we are setting ourselves up a recipe for strife, for social strife in this area. This is a very well-funded, well-resourced applicant. There is no question about that. And I suppose we should be glad that there is money coming into our city from outside and for development purposes. And we are certainly not opposed to development. We are not opposed to profit. And this is for profit in every sense of the word. But I want to point out that the applicant's marketing materials paint a wonderfully aspirational but completely unrecognizable picture of the neighborhood that I live in and have lived in for a long time, and I'm sure you as councillor are well familiar with. Despite the marketing materials, facts should still matter. Next door and in the immediate vicinity, we have the following. Moss Park, which is said to be a construction zone for the next decade or so. We have lineups for shelters and soup kitchens. We have an acute homelessness problem and unresolved mental health and addiction issues, along with the constant wailing of sirens. It must be put on the record, and I urge councillors to take note, that this proposal, if approved as it is, will make things worse, not better. We tenants, and we are tenants, theoretically, we don't have the power and the say-so of property owners and homeowners, have very little leverage when it comes to holding this applicant or any other applicant accountable. But city staff do. And community councillors and city councillors do have such leverage. So what we are imploring this council to do and city council to do is to use the power that you have to the benefit of neighborhood residents and the city at large, and say no to this application in its current form, at least until it's drastically changed. I really do thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none? Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any speakers on the item? I will speak to this item. I wasn't going to, but I will. I do have an amendment, and I will say that I do support staff's recommendation on this item. We've had many developers come through here today. Most of them are here to build condos. In my ward of Toronto Centre, we have condos right up and down Yonge Street and in the St. Lawrence Market area. Throughout the ward, condos are being proposed. Not enough rental units are being proposed. In this particular development, it's rental units being proposed. Also, too, we know that the Sherbourne and Dundas area is an area in transition. It's an area that needs more support. And yes, Metcalf did own the building prior and started the renovations of the 2 towers there, but Fitzrovia did purchase it from Metcalf and continued to make renovations to the current 201 and 191 Sherbourne buildings at the same rental cost as people are paying now. They could actually have increased the rent. They chose not to. They want to be good community partners. And again, we do have a housing crisis in this city. We know that. And I think it's important that we create spaces, we create more housing stock for all sorts of people. People who work at St. Mike's Hospital just down the street, where I worked for 22 years. I know that there's an issue there around housing for the staff. We have TMU who come to my office many times saying that they don't have spaces for their professors and educators in the downtown core. George Brown is down the street. They don't have places for their staff as well. So it's not just only creating low, deep, affordable housing, but as mentioned prior, in the case of Deputy Mayor Malik's ward, is creating housing for all people. And I think this is a good balance for everyone involved. So again, I support this development. I know that the community around 191 and 201 Sherbourne has been supportive. For example, Caverton South Res Association, they have had input as well. We talk about, for example, one of the recommendations, amendments I brought forth was talking about having an off-leash dog park in the corner of Sherbourne and Shooter, because that's one of the things that was talked about, having more eyes on the street. So again, we've taken all those things into consideration based on the feedback we received from not only those within the buildings, the 2 buildings, but those who live around it. So I think this is a good project, and I think that, you know, we should applaud having more rental units in the area, because as of right now, it's all condos going up. And that's not the city I want to live in, with just only condos in and around the downtown core. With that being said, I am going to ask for the vote. All those in favor of the amendment? And as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. The next item on my list is item 15.12. Nope, that's not accurate. I'm on the wrong list.
You know, if there's just, Chair, if there's just developers coming to tell us about their project, I think we're all very aware. There's a couple on the list.
Your mic on?
Pardon me? My mic is on. 12 and 13, there's one deputant for each, and it's they certainly have the right, but it is simply the developer or their planner coming to speak about the development.
So,
Read it already?
okay, let's actually, can we just...
So I'm just suggesting, out of, it's getting late, so.
Okay, let's get through this. T 15.11, 73, 77, 79, and 83 Woodbine Avenue and 3 Buller Avenue, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application. Councillor Bradford.
Move staff recommendations, please.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 15.12, 1266 Queen Street West, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application. Decision report, refusal to official plan amendment and approval. There is speakers in this item, and if it's a developer, I would really hope you don't speak. Greg Uwants, are you here? Okay, go ahead.
Just the bragging, it's always important to brag about your project.
I get the sense that I should be brief, and I will be brief, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I'm here. I would like to publicly thank staff, specifically Doris Ho and Dan Nicholson, for their work on this application, the collaborative nature in which we arrived at the building that's in front of you today, which is greatly appreciated. There's a couple items that we're continuing to work on, an amenity space matter, and we also think there's an opportunity here, as this site is located immediately next to the Parkdale Amphitheater, to improve that space, and we intend to work with Parks in the context of site plan control, as to the best degree that we can, in order to help create a good interface between the proposed development and the park. And finally, there is a recommendation in the report that we have some concerns with. It is holding the bills until the enactment of OPA 653 by the minister. Last year, on July 19th, 2023, City Council approved the amendment which changed a number of parcels that were designated as employment but had underlying residential land use permissions into other designations. This site was within that change. It went from employment to mixed use. I don't believe that there is a need to hold the bills, as both the current policies allow residential and the proposed policies do as well. That is an ongoing conversation with legal, and we hope to resolve that before this goes to council. As I said, I'll be brief, and again, I'd just like to thank staff, thank Councillor Perks and his office, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you all.
I have no questions except.
Wonderful.
It's 2 minutes, we're not.
Okay. All those in favor of item, all those in favor?
I just have to say two things very quickly. First, no, you're not getting that pop space. No, just no, 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 and no again. No. Okay. And second, and this just goes out to the whole world in the development industry. If something is sitting on the desk of the Minister of Municipal Affairs, don't come here and complain about it. Go there and complain about it. We'll move to staff recommendations.
Carried, thank you. That carries, thank you. 64. T 15.13. 1650 to 1664 Dupont Street and 3 Oslo Street. Official planning and zoning bylaw amendment application, decision report, refusal of official plan amendment and approvals of zoning bylaw amendment. We have speakers on this item. Alex Savania. Alex Savania, are you here? Are you Alex Savania?
I have a presentation prepared, but I think I'll just skip it today and we can just move to.
Thank you. All right, any?
Because if you show it, I'm voting against it. How's that? We're all voting against it. Vote no.
Well, let's vote, people. Councillor Bravo, where is she?
Sorry, turn around, Gord, turn around.
We're getting silly now, it's getting late. All those in favor of, yeah,
staff
go ahead.
recommendation.
Move staff's recs. Okay, all those in favor of staff's rec? All those opposed, carried. Okay, T 15.14, 409 Front Street East, extension of part lot control exemption application. We have no speakers on this item. I'm gonna move staff's recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.15, 1050 to 1060 Eastern Avenue, formerly 1555, 1575 Queen Street East, extension of part lot control exemption application. Councilor Fletcher.
Yes, this is the Don Somerville TCHC revitalization. I'm moving the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.16, 505 University Avenue, official plan amendment application. Refusal. Report. Councilor Sachs.
I'm going to move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.17, 505 University Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment application. Councilor Sachs.
I move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.18, 15 Elm Street, demolition of designated property. 18A, 15 Elm Street, demolition of designated property. Councilor Sachs.
After a lot of negotiations, I'm moving the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.19, 38 Welmer Road, alterations to and demolition of heritage attributes and demolition of building on designated property. Refusal. Councilor Sachs.
I have a motion.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion as displayed, opposed, carried.
You have to as amended.
Item as amended. All those in favor, opposed, carried. T 15.20, 414 to 416 and 418 Church Street and 7981 Granby Street, alterations to attributes of designated heritage properties under Section 33 of the Ontario Heritage Act, an authority to enter into heritage easement agreement. I'm going to move staff's recommendation. All those in favor, opposed, carried. TE 15.21, 20 to 22 Front Street West, alterations to heritage property under Part 5, Section 42 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and our authority to amend the heritage easement agreement. I'm going to move staff's recommendation. All those in favor, opposed, carried. T 15.22, 105 Maitland Street, alterations to heritage attributes to undesignated heritage properties under Part 4, Section 33 of the Ontario Heritage Act. I will move staff's recommendation. All those in favor, opposed, carried.
I like fast Chris Moy. He's good.
He's getting faster.
23. I think there's a speaker in this item. Yeah, there is. T 15.23, refusal of a sidewalk cafe permit application located at 68 Wales Avenue, Leonard Avenue flankage. We have one speaker, Han Limo, sorry. Are you online? Can you unmute yourself and speak? He's not there. Okay, he's not here anymore. Okay. He's not there? Okay, Councilor Sachs?
Yes, I'm moving, give the staff motion, I'm moving option 2 of the recommendation, which is to approve it.
Okay, all those in favor, it's on the screen, all those in favor, opposed, carried. T 15.24, refusal of a sidewalk cafe application located at 740 St. Clair Avenue West. We have a speaker, I believe, Frank Pronesti. You have 5 minutes to debut before the committee. Yes, you are. I have his notes.
Thank you for taking the time to see me. The restaurant's been around for 18 years. We opened in 1993. We've been servicing the community for over 30 years with the previous restaurant that I opened up. It's a family restaurant that's been a very monumental part of the community as well. We employ families in that neighborhood. We employ students in that neighborhood. We employ residents in that neighborhood to help sustain the viability of that business. We've been donating, giving, contributing to the community for over 20 years as well. We're a family restaurant. We're a very tame, we contribute to, we cater to seniors, we cater to respected people in that neighborhood as well. Our patio has been in existence since day one. Due to COVID, there was some issues with an encroachment agreement that has since been rectified and added to our file. We have a legitimate liquor license for that patio. It's been there for also 18 years. With the encroachment agreement and the and the liquor license, we are hoping to have this reinstated so that we can continue to do great service for our community. Again, we're a family restaurant. You can walk by there in any given moment and just see strollers in the afternoon of families having enjoying their dinners, and the same thing at nighttime. I'm here to, however, rectify this in whatever capacity possible.
Okay, thank you. Any speakers on the item? Go ahead, Councilor Matlow, you're here.
I'm happy to move recommendation 2 to approve the patio. The Rushton is a well-loved and frequented institution, really, in the St. Clair West neighborhood. Somebody recently actually asked me to consider an amendment to this motion to ensure that you keep the calamari on the menu. And I mean, this is a great location for a successful Main Street and a vibrant life for the community.
Okay, thank you. Moving recommendation 2, all those in favor, opposed, carried. T 15.25, application to remove a private tree, 240 Dunvegan Road. We have one speaker on this item. Dane Roy Caldwell. Are you here?
Hi, yeah, I'm here.
5 minutes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Dane. I'm a landscape designer at Rivera Landscape Designs and Consulting. I'm here today on behalf of our clients who have resided at 240 Dunvegan for 10 years and are currently in the process of building a new home on this same property. They submitted a request to remove and replace a privately owned Colorado blue spruce, which is a non-native species, from their front yard, and were denied by urban forestry. I'm here today in hopes of appealing this decision. The points we'd like to present to appeal this decision in order to be granted permission to remove and replace the privately owned Colorado blue spruce are as follows. So first off, the arborist report that was provided to the clients by Central Tree Care, dated January 19th, 2024, lists the following regarding the tree's current health and status. So they've listed it as fair/poor health. The subject tree is suspected of fungal infection due to the browning of needles present throughout the canopy. The browning needles in the canopy are suspected to be Dipodia tip blight, and this has been slowly defoliating the canopy. The tree appears to be undergoing stress, as indicated by the presence of significant internal deadwood in the canopy, and has resulted in an overall semi-sparse canopy. And this tree has a history of pruning and limb failure over the 10 years the clients have lived here. And so the previous mentioned items show that this tree is not maintainable due to the tip blight and will likely be more susceptible to pests and diseases. And then secondly, during the appeals process, there was no community opposition to the removal of this privately owned tree. And finally, we understand that the replanting ratio requirements when we come to community council are 5-to-1. After reviewing the design with the clients, they are prepared to increase this to 8-to-1 on their property. This will significantly increase the urban forest canopy on their site with new, healthy native trees. The proposed replacement trees that they are currently considering are hackberry, Kentucky coffee tree, and tulip trees, which are all native to Southern Ontario, unlike the existing Colorado blue spruce. All of these new trees would be planted at a minimum 80 to 100 mil caliper to ensure significant size, canopy coverage, and shading from day one. So in summary, our clients wish to replace a struggling, maintenance-heavy, non-native Colorado blue spruce on their property with much healthier native trees. And they propose replanting at an increased ratio to immediately enhance the urban forest canopy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Matlow.
I'm going to be moving staff recommendation 1. My office spoke with the city's arborists. They maintain that it's healthy, and that is the advice that they're providing us.
Okay. All those in favor of option 1? Opposed? Carried. Next item. We did 26. Okay. Okay, so Councilor Sachs.
It was 28.
which is Deputy Mayor Malik's.
Oh, yeah, that's right, okay, okay. T 15.28, Councilor Deputy Mayor Malik. Encroachment appeal, 495 to 517 Wellington Street West, proposed ground sign. They're here? Okay, there is a speaker, apparently. Matthew Wolf, are you here? Yeah, I'm here. Okay, you have 5 minutes, go ahead.
Computer, so hopefully that makes everyone happy. My name is Matt Wolf. I'm part of the ownership group of the publishing house located at 495 to 517 Wellington Street West and 510 Front Street West. Publishing house is a 120,000 square foot mixed use office and retail heritage building that spans from Wellington to Front Street. We're requesting consideration on a ground sign located within the Wellington Boulevard right-of-way. The sign will serve as an important identifier, providing much-needed wayfinding, exposure, and identification for the businesses working in the publishing house. It is our understanding that transportation has delegated authority for approval to you. They have noted that the ground sign will not impact vehicular traffic or driver sightlines and is sufficiently set back to maintain pedestrian circulation. The proposed ground sign also aligns architecturally with the city-approved signage master plan for the rest of the complex, including an identical ground sign on Front Street. In further support of our application, we have included letters of support from a number of the businesses in the publishing house, as well as from our neighboring property owner. We'd also like to point out that a number of global tenants who are looking to locate in the downtown west have specifically requested this type of identification for their business. It's a critical item for these groups in deciding where to locate. The publishing house is a zero lot line building, and as such, we've worked to locate the sign in an area that does not affect the public. We'd also like to bring your attention to the improvements we have brought to Wellington Boulevard as part of our effort to improve the vibrancy of the streetscape. In partnership with the city and our development partners, we've worked to transform the boulevard by removing surface parking lots and constructing a landscape pedestrian-friendly boulevard that contributes to the green link that connects Victoria Memorial Square Park to Clarence Square Park. In addition to the green link, we have also taken this opportunity to carefully restore the facade of the publishing house, and as well, we have converted the building so that it is fully accessible and AODA compliant. These improvements are obviously only part of the equation. They need to serve animated and occupied buildings. Return to work post-pandemic has been slow. We're not immune to these impacts. It is a welcome sign that businesses are beginning to mobilize again and are recognizing downtown west as a great location to situate their retail stores and head offices. We are asking that you support our request so that we may help these businesses succeed. We're committed to the requirements outlined by Transportation Services, and in our package that we provided to you, we did provide prior precedent examples of signs that have been approved in the past. Thank you. I tried to be fast.
Thank you, appreciate that. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't have any questions for the deputant, but I'd like to defer this item to the next community council to allow for more opportunity for discussions to find a resolution, given everything that you shared about the situation that we're in.
Okay, all those in favor of deferral? Opposed? Carried. T 15.29, 1 Bloor Street West, Bamuto Street, construction staging area time extension. Councilor Sachs.
I'm moving the staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.30, construction staging area time extension, Yorkville Avenue and Cumberland Street, 33 Yorkville Avenue and 50 Cumberland Street. Councilor Sachs.
I have a motion.
Okay.
Is the motion just shortening the period of time of the approval?
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Slim pickings now. Just look and see. T 15.43. Council Fletcher. Metrolinx Ontario Line Gerard Portal Construction. You have questions for staff? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, what number are we on? 3-5. 3-5?
Sorry, 4-3.
What number are we on, please?
Okay, we should have been to 4.
The portal for the Ontario line.
Thank
I
you.
missed it, sorry.
Thank you. This is the portal for the south end of the Ontario line. Pardon? Oh, sorry, my microphone. This is the portal that's in the Gerard Riverdale Plaza currently, that's owned by Well, it's owned by Loblaws, isn't it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Fletcher, yes, that is correct.
This is the first time that we've seen this, this configuration and the plans for it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct. This is the first time that we are receiving and showing the information at the Community Council about the Metrolinx plans about this site.
Now, they were to have a construction management plan for removal of the soil. How many, it says 25 vehicles, but that seems rather low. Is this a 24/7 operation, or is it 5-hour operation in order to get the soils out?
Mr. Chair, to Councillor Fletcher, the details that are being mentioned in the report are preliminary details that Metrolinx developed for their planning study. The Project Co has just come on board to provide more robust and detailed numbers. To answer your question, the site will be operated on 24/7 basis, so these 24 trucks per hour estimated is based on those times.
This is comparable to the Eglinton portal for that number of trucks. It may be the same type of hole.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I will not be able to provide that
Later.
estimate. However, I can confirm those details later.
So you'll be able to look and see at Eglinton, and if they're lowballing the number of trucks, because Carlisle is the one way that they're going to be getting. Have they furnished you with the route yet?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Fletcher, we have not have any confirmed information on the haul routes. But just to go back to your previous question, I just want to mention that these numbers seem comparable to what we have received for the Scarborough subway extension. Over there, the tunneling is being done currently, is being done by Metrolinx, and these numbers are quite comparable to that.
So comparable, so you'll be able to kind of give everybody an idea of what that.
Absolutely.
The number of hauling, when it's happening, that kind of thing.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. So we'll provide an update as soon as we have detailed information available from the contractor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I'll just move to receive this information and thank the staff. This is one of the outstanding locations for the Ontario line, of which is above ground, below ground, it's going below ground. Carlisle is the one route to the lake shore of all roads outside of Coxwell. So this is long awaited, and I'm really looking forward to a robust plan for hauling that maintains community safety as job one for these large vehicles that are taking the soil.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
all
you.
All those in favor, receipt. Opposed, carried. Item T 15.35, pay and display parking various streets. We have a speaker on this item. Adam Kafka, are you here? Adam Kafka?
Mr. Chair, just for your information, the information of any speakers, I'm going to ask that the section relating to my ward be deferred at the request of the Residents Association to the September meeting. So anyone who's dealing with the section in my ward, they can speak today, or they might prefer to speak in September.
I'm not sure if we're able to actually divide those two. It's one item. You either have to defer it or you have to, and that's part of Councillor Bravo's ward, so I'm not quite sure how she feels about that.
Is Councillor Bravo coming back?
Have you had conversations with Councillor Bravo about this?
No, I mean, I just got an email from the Residents Association.
I mean.
Okay, all right. Is Councillor Bravo coming back? Does anybody know?
I'm not sure, but, you know.
I think she had to leave at 3 o'clock.
I think her material is here.
What you
so
could
have her
do.
slow it down and see if she comes back.
Sorry, which item is it?
35.
I mean,
I did have a list.
this has been on, okay, go ahead.
To the clerk, could a path be that we delete the ones in Councillor Sachs's ward and find a mechanism to bring it back?
35.
35, she has it, she's approving it. Staff rights, but she doesn't need to.
I need to check transportation now.
Does that create a problem?
Well, hang on. Let's just stand this down, let me talk to transportation staff.
Okay, again, we have,
Through the chair, sorry, could you repeat the question? Is the intention to separate the Ward 9 from the Ward 11 entries?
Well, that was the question, if there's a way to do that. I've been asked to defer the ones in my ward to September.
We're not allowed to defer part of an item. So the only way that Councillor Sachs can get what she wants is we delete the portions in her ward with an undertaking that you and she will discuss them, and if she wants to proceed, we can bring them back.
Or we just, I deal with it before council. This goes to council in a minute. Why don't we just hold this down, doesn't this go to council? This is a decision today?
It's delegated.
This is delegated, Councillor.
I just want to note, this agenda is posted a week before we get here. I mean, we should not be having discussions at the table at this juncture of the day.
There's no way we can separate them.
And I'm going to hold this item down and work on some other items here.
Can you reach out to council about it?
Well, she's prepared and left notes for you.
Yeah, no, I'm asking Councilor Sachs.
What I'm going to do is actually is Gloria Bridgestone here?
She's online.
Okay, Gloria, you want to speak to this item?
Which items?
Item 35.
Yeah, we're just promoting her. She's just on the attendance. She's on. Okay, so she's online.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead. Speak.
Thank you. I'm a resident of Palmerston Avenue, south of Vermont, in a section of the street that parking meters are being proposed. I'm a longtime resident living here for well over a decade, with my family being here since the late 70s. I'm very concerned about the installation of these parking meters, not just on my part of the street, but on the surrounding areas, as the block from Vermont to Rossmore, Rossmore to Olive, Olive to Palmerston, and Palmerston to Vermont is home to all of our neighborhood's community facilities, daycare and recreational activities, as well as a daycare. This includes Vermont Square Park, St. Albans Boys and Girls Club, and Bill Bolton Hockey Arena. This area where the parking meters are proposed is already a high turnover area, with most people only parking for short periods of time, with the maximum time already being allowed of 2 hours. St. Albans Boys and Girls Club has served this community in many ways, offering programs such as free recreational swim, youth swimming programs, youth and school-based programs, after-school programs, and a free early learning center, and they run a very active daycare. Adding the fees of metered parking to these parents already burdened a budget, along with making these free programs now costly to the community, is not what I believe was meant by these meters. Bill Bolton Hockey Arena is also a community hub, and it does not have competitive teams. It offers learn to skate programs as well as free public skate opportunities for the community numerous times during the week during skating season. It offers home leagues, which many members of my street participate in. Adding parking meters around this arena will not change the parking habits of those that already drive to the facility, but it will make it more expensive for them and cost prohibitive to some trying to access these free community programs. These meters will not free up spaces for the residents, provide more turnover, or support the businesses in the area, which is what this proposal is intended to do. Targeting the area around our green spaces, our community center, and Bill Bolton Hockey Arena without public consultation with those of us that it affects should not be happening. I know that the Seton Village Residents Association was not consulted or given notice of these proposed meters, nor were any of the residents who own homes on the blocks that it is affected, as I've spoken to a number of my neighbors today who, like me, are very upset about this recommendation. Many of my neighbors, as well as the management of St. Albans Boys and Girls Club, have left voicemails and have reached out to Diane Sachs's office to request a consultation and dialogue on this issue. This will affect me and my family personally, as I know many of my guests and visitors, especially those that are aging, will be less likely to come and visit if they are required to pay or hunt for unpaid parking. How will these meters affect those of us that have on-street parking permits? Will they now be exempt? What about those of us who have wheelchair accessible permits? Will they be exempt? In the area that these meters are being proposed on, there are no businesses. Sorry, I just lost my spot. Wouldn't the meters be better served on the streets leading up to Bathurst where all the businesses are located? There are no businesses in the blocks that these meters are being proposed. In the report, it says it is implementing. Toronto Public Authority has worked with Transportation Services to identify a new pay and display parking spaces in Ward 9 and 11 that will support the local community and area businesses by encouraging a regular turnover in on-street parking. There is already regular turnover of vehicles, and there are absolutely no businesses in the spaces that these are being recommended. Spaces that are close to the businesses have not requested spots. So I am asking that public consultation with those of us that it affects be done before this gets implemented, as we were not consulted. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the deputy? Seeing none. Okay, we'll hold this item down. The next item is T1540. Yes. Pedestrian crossing protection, Wesley Street, Councilor Fletcher.
Yes, I just have a staff question. This is because there's a park across, this new park across the street. How long will it take you to have a pedestrian crossover on Leslie Street at this location if it's approved?
Through the chair, Councillor Fletcher, it is, I guess, scheduled in 2025. I cannot provide more detailed information at this time. I know that that section of Leslie Street will be undergoing a local road resurfacing next year, along with bikeway improvements. So presumably, upon approval, that work would be coordinated. So beyond 2025, I apologize, I can't give you a more precise response.
What do I have to do to have that installed immediately so people are safely crossing the street, which is the idea? This was approved or agreed to by Transportation Services by the general manager as being a rather important thing, because there's many big trucks, people will be crossing Leslie Street, and it's an unsafe crossing. So 2025 is not satisfactory. I'm sorry I have to bring this here. I thought it was going to be happening already.
Through the chair, I can't speak to those discussions. I don't have the authority myself to expedite that above and beyond our normal processes. So again, I apologize. I can't speak to that. The only interim measure I could suggest would be the introduction of warning signs if there are pedestrian crossings in advance of the PXO installation and activation.
No, it's very dangerous. So I'll have to amend this, Chair, to say the immediate installation of a pedestrian.
You want to hold that down and work with staff?
Yes, I will, because, and I'll tell people why when I'm finished, but this is,
okay.
And then a question has to do with the temporary, I understood those signals at Leslie and Unwin, where it's the entrance to the Leslie Street spit, it's the entrance to the...
Councilor Fletcher, I'm sorry to interrupt.
These are questions.
Are you...
For 1 and 2 about the temporary, it's a different thing, I'm sorry.
Okay.
One has to do with a crossover, the other has to do with existing signals, and I'd just like to understand that. Or would you just like me to hold the whole thing down and ask all the questions later?
Yes, and just work with the wording with staff,
Fine.
And then we'll come back to it.
Yep.
The next item is, okay, we're going to go to new business. T15.59, improving the temporary 510 replacement bus service on Spadina, temporary priority bus lane, and adjustments to parking regulations on Spadina Avenue. We do have one speaker on this item. 9. Who's the speaker of this item? Allison Stewart, are you here? Allison Stewart, are you here?
No.
Okay, Allison's not here. Okay, can you unmute yourself, Allison? There we go. Hey, 5 minutes, go ahead.
Oh, great. Okay. Hi, by way of introduction, my name is Allison Stewart. I'm the Director of Advocacy and Public Policy for Cycle Toronto. I'm dialing in from GO Train. So as a cyclist, we encourage active transportation all around. Public transportation is really key. So Cycle Toronto supports Deputy Mayor Malik's leadership on this file and wholeheartedly support the request to turn a dedicated curb lane for the priority buses until the 510 streetcar is back in working order. That said, we would like to kindly request that Transportation Services add or rather move the painted sharrows that are currently exist in the curb lane to the dedicated traffic lane to remind car drivers that cyclists have a right to be on the remote and that to look out for them, because currently Spadina is an important corridor for people who bike, including food couriers who are hailed as essential workers throughout the COVID closures, and to this day continue to support small and businesses of all size by picking up and dropping off food. And Spadina is a particularly important corridor for them. So we'd like to see that they have better access to safe cycling routes. We would also like the committee to consider maintaining those curb lanes as dedicated cycle lanes once the streetcar has been reinstated, to provide a dedicated corridor between Queens Quay up to Richmond, connecting all sorts of important destinations and other key cycling destination for people who get around on active modes of transportation, as well as important Adelaide and Richmond dedicated cycle tracks. So with that, we thank you for your time and Deputy Mayor Malik's leadership on this file. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the Deputant? Seeing none.
No, sorry. So you're just cutting out. And appreciate the support on this request that's in front of us, but can you just list what it is that you're looking for?
We're looking for the committee to amend the item to consider specifying that if council approves dedicating the curb lane or a dedicated bus route while the 510 streetcar is out of commission, that the sharrows be moved to the vehicular traffic lane so that people are continually reminded that people who bike do have the right to be in the roadway. The second item is just putting the notion out and maybe considering that once the streetcar is back in service, that dedicated curb lane be maintained for active modes of transportation and turned into a separated bike lane.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Malik?
So I just have one quick question of staff.
Go ahead.
Just following up on what the deputant shared, can you give us a little bit more insight into what is being done to make sure that safety for cyclists is part of the collaboration with TTC while this maintenance work is happening?
Through the chair, my name is Mark Tan. I'm the manager of transportation engineering at TTC. So as standard with a lot of our rapid TO bus lane installations, cyclists are allowed in the bus lane, and there's typically a cycling symbol along with the bus symbol in the diamond at the beginning of each bus lane instance. So that's and then the signage would also be updated to say cyclists and buses are permitted in the lane.
Any particular color or something that distinguishes it, just so that the delineation is clear?
Through the chair, no. This would just be using white paint, as this would be temporary. A red paint implementation would be quite difficult to implement in a short time frame, and it would be quite difficult to replace it back to standard traffic lane.
Thank you, and encouraged to hear that. And is there an openness to add additional measures, as the deputant had raised, to ensure that all road users are reminded that cyclists are also in the priority lane?
As I stated, yes, the typical signage would be up there, bikes and buses only, and the lane markings would be provided. But we are looking into detour routes in the area as well for cyclists. I've been working with work zone coordination on providing routes to parallel cycling facilities in the areas, as we know that there's quite a bit of congestion. So there are protected facilities on Blue Jays Way and upcoming on Dan Leckie that we would be guiding cyclists towards, as those are safer facilities.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Deputy Malik.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the work on this item and the communications that we have received to this committee, but all of us from many different parts of the city, residents and users of the 510 streetcar route. And, you know, I want to start by just acknowledging that the work on the Spadina right-of-way is part of a citywide state of good repair program to our streetcar lines so that they can operate safely and efficiently for years to come. This is critical work, and while this work happens, we need to ensure the street continues to move as construction takes place. And we know that the 510 Spadina streetcar is one of our busiest streetcar routes in the city, with tens of thousands of riders each and every day. And I'm one of those riders. I know firsthand that this construction has had a big impact on neighbors and workers and businesses, on all road users. And it has been a source of incredible and very understandable frustration, because we know that things could have been different. Travel times for the Spadina route have tripled since the replacement bus service began on June 23rd. And since I learned that this construction would be coming forward, I have been in conversation and pushing the TTC to look at all options to speed up construction timelines and keep transit moving on this essential route, ensuring people can get where they need to go. And these measures include the use of traffic wardens and the option around a dedicated bus lane. And as options like this have been explored, I have consistently been calling for this temporary priority bus lane as a measure to improve travel times. And I'm so glad to be moving this forward today. This southbound lane between Richmond Street and Lakeshore West will ensure that buses aren't caught in the congestion and they aren't backed up one after another along Spadina. This is the hope and this is the ambition with moving this forward, and we will be watching and monitoring this closely. This is in addition to previous work to enhance seasonal service for more reliability of parallel routes, including the Bathurst streetcar, and expanding the information campaigns so that riders and users of Spadina are as clear and well-versed in what is occurring there. I want to thank TTC and transportation staff for working with me in my office on this and coming together to find all the solutions, all the creative solutions and expansive solutions that we can, when we've agreed that the status quo while this construction is happening is not good enough. I'll continue to work with city staff and TTC staff to make sure that as this critical maintenance work proceeds, we can all get to where we need to go well and in a timely way. And with that, I move the recommendations in my letter, please.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next item is T 15.60, parking amendments, Stafford Street. Councilor Deputy Malik.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter. Thank you.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.61, Bickford Brewing by the glass permit application to the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario. Councilor Sachs.
I move the recommendation in my letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.62, no stopping Lisker Street near Dundas Street West. Councilor Bravo, Deputy Mayor Malik, on behalf of Councilor Bravo.
Yes, on behalf of Councilor Bravo, I'd like to move the recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.63, intersection safety improvements, Wallace Avenue and Campbell Avenue. Deputy Mayor Malik, on behalf of Councilor Bravo.
This is T
63.
63. I don't have that on here.
It's her letter.
That's her letter.
Move the recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 15.64, Cycling safety around the Ontario Line project. We do have one deputant, Allison Stewart. Are you still online?
I saw a fair inspector behind.
She may be not in the quiet section.
We don't see her online, so I'm gonna ask.
She's there.
Oh, I was hoping she wasn't. Okay.
Hi.
Go
Hi
ahead.
there. Sorry.
Go ahead, Allison. We're all waiting for
The
you.
union, can you hear me?
Turn your camera off because we have trouble hearing you. Try again. Did we lose her?
My apologies, I'm dialing in from a busy station. Just wanted to support and applaud Councillor Fletcher for seeking to improve the safety of people who bike along Dundas Street East, and to ensure that Metro maintains the safety of people who currently been pretty unsafe for over months. So hopefully we'll get dedicated agents that will see people through that closure. Thank you, if you can hear me.
Thank you, Allison. Councillor Fletcher, do you have a motion that was told?
Yes, but I just have to ask our staff that look after the Ontario line. This has become it's now mixed traffic for cyclists and cars. There are no more flag people at any of the entrances, and it's filthy. Was that your expectation of this one cycle track? It's an actual cycle track that needs to go under the bridge. What is your expectation of Metrolinx for road cleanliness and managing traffic where there's bike lanes?
Through you, Mr. Chair, cyclist safety is paramount, along with pedestrians in the work zone, and our expectation is that where there are dedicated cycle lanes, Metrolinx does every effort to maintain those cycle lanes in a designated fashion. If that is not possible, then providing a wide enough travel lane where both cyclists and motorists can safely share the lane, and we provide appropriate signage and share the road and sharrows pavement markings. And if let's say the road width is quite narrow, then obviously we provide single file, share the road signage, making sure that it is clearly visible to both motorists and the cyclists, and they can safely navigate through the work zone. Additionally, we also ask for traffic control persons. We ask for paid duty officers when required to further direct the traffic safely through the work zone.
So none of that's happening at the underpass at Dundas, any of it. It's filthy, it's dangerous. There's nobody managing any of the traffic. Just have to wait and hope that a car doesn't run you down while you're going on that section of the bike lane.
Through you, Mr. Chair, our work zone traffic coordinators do check the sites from time to time, but our expectation remains the same. The sites have to be kept clean and free of any debris, so our road users can navigate those sites safely. So through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Fletcher, we will continue to be vigilant and make sure that Metrolinx adheres to all the permit conditions.
I guess I think you'd agree with me that driving in a car is quite different than being on a bicycle, and that debris on the road for a car isn't really much, but it is a great deal when you're traveling under that bridge in mixed traffic. So there's some suggestions here to immediately bring that up to a different standard, including the folks working on the Ontario line are all parked along the side of the road unnecessarily. So how can this be dealt with very quickly? Would you agree with these steps that are in this letter?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I do agree with the steps that are outlined in the motion, and we will work collaboratively with Metrolinx to ensure that they are acted upon immediately to ensure that there is a proper safety for both pedestrians and cyclists through the work zone.
Well, pedestrians have their own pathway.
Correct. Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, they do.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank.
Well, I have noticed that.
We had quorum, Councillor Sachs. Okay, thank you. Who's that? Yeah, Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I'll move this, Mr. Chair, and I thank Ms. Stewart for being online.
You have a
and-
motion?
Pardon me?
You have a motion?
Yes, it's there. It's the cycling safety around the Ontario line.
Okay.
It's 15.64, lowering that to 20 kilometers an hour immediately under the bridge for the zone where cyclists and cars are in mixed traffic, cleaning it, getting the workers' cars out of the area. It's not your parking lot. It's on the south side bike lane. And also looking at whether they're flag folks or whether they're red light cameras, something like that. It's very dangerous, and this is the one commuter bike lane through the east end outside of Danforth, which I want to thank our staff for ensuring that that bike lane isn't closed at Pape Station for that Metrolinx work. That remains open. This one was closed, and now it's mixed traffic, and I can personally tell you that it's not that safe. So I've gotten letters, seen things, and I'd like to have this acted on since many more people are now riding in the summer, if that's possible. So with that, I'd like the support of the committee, Chair.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried as amended? Oh, that's it? Okay, good. T 15.65, street cleaning, cyclist safety in Toronto and East York. Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, this is just for our area because we do have the ability to look after safety issues in Toronto and East York, but I'm not sure that there is a dedicated street sweeping for cycle tracks in the city of Toronto or in Toronto East York. Could I get an answer for that, please? We have snow clearing, but we don't have street sweeping.
Through the chair, we don't have anyone from operations and maintenance in transportation with us today, but I can definitely take that back and ask them. From my understanding, solid waste management sweeps the protected bike lanes, but I'll have to confirm that with operations staff.
I guess solid waste management would sweep, not transportation?
I understand we have an agreement with them currently, but like I said, I will take that back to operations staff to confirm.
Well, I'd certainly like to know their schedule, and this is also around the Ontario line construction. They're filthy. There's gravel everywhere. Construction sites anywhere in the city near a bike lane, there's gravel everywhere. They're very dangerous, but I'm not clear I don't think anybody's sweeping it. So I'll just be that. I'd like to know. And since we knew this was on the agenda, I'm not clear why there's someone not here to speak to it. That's why I'm asking. I'd like that answer too.
Well, it's put on there today, but.
Correct, and everybody's seen it for 6 hours.
Do you want to defer to next?
No, I want it cleaned, but I want to know who's cleaning it and what the schedule is. I guess I'm saying, I don't know what the process is. Once something's on there, somebody's flagged it, then to me, it would be who's coming down to answer those questions.
Can go to council, right?
Yes, I guess that would be a phone call, and I'm quite surprised to hear it's solid waste because that's a bit shocking. Yeah.
Me, council? Okay.
So I guess my question is, does that mean solid waste is going to be cleaning that at Dundas, or solid waste is going to be cleaning Richmond bike lane, or solid waste is going to be cleaning which bike lanes?
Well, can we, Councillor Fletcher, I mean, we could pass this and then, then staff can then deal with it.
Yes, but none of the staff who can deal with it apparently are here.
Yeah. Well, I don't have an answer for you as to how, we could either defer.
Maybe the transportation staff can tell us what the pathway would be here because they're senior people. And we have.
Through the chair, Councillor Fletcher, I can definitely comment on the construction side of the things. Taking into consideration Metrolinx's construction, highly impactful long-term construction, their project co is responsible for maintaining the cleanliness in their work zone, including the bike lanes through their work zone, making sure they are clean and free of any debris, ice, or any buildup. And that extends to all the other construction areas, whether it's city-led project or any developer-led project. The contractors are responsible to maintain their areas clean and safe.
So, thank you. The work zone for Metrolinx actually extends from the actual bridge because the debris, it gets spread out a very long, over a longer area. Are they still responsible for that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, Metrolinx is responsible for a sort of a scheduled sweeping and cleaning the lanes, the travel lanes, making sure their trucks are not bringing all the dust and dirt onto the city road network. So they are responsible for that, but we will get a proper information about the other city road network as well, that who's responsible for cleaning and what is their schedule.
So you'd be able to find out what Metrolinx is cleaning on the Dundas site in that bike lane, not the part they've closed, the part that's still open and filthy.
Through the chair, yes, Councillor Fletcher, we will get that schedule and provide it to your office.
Thank you, and maybe to everybody, since we're all interested in that, and an undertaking to find out about the solid waste, where they're cleaning, how often they're cleaning, because I don't think they do the snow removal. I think it's the Transportation Division.
Through the chair, Councillor Fletcher, we will get you that information, and apologize again that the right people are not here to answer the question.
Thank you.
So Councillor Fletcher, sorry, Councillor Sachs, you have a question?
Well, I want the same information because certainly I have the same experience in my ward. Someone was injured in my ward by gravel left on the road, and I reported it and reported it and reported it, and nothing happened until the woman was injured. So we have this as a consistent problem across the city, and we do need to have some clarity as to what's being done about it. So I echo my colleague's query, and I'm asking for the same information.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Fletcher, what would you like to do with this item?
Oh, we'll just receive that, approve the recommendations, and thank the staff for their undertaking to get back. And I think Councillor Sachs and myself at council will be asking the Deputy City Manager for all that information.
I was told by staff here, by clerks, this is delegated to Community Council, so it will not.
It doesn't matter. I'll still be asking.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, let's vote then. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, let's go back to the original list, because 35. Okay, so
So on 15.35.
we spoke to Councillor Bravo, and she's okay with deferring.
Yeah, we'll defer it to September. We'll do it in September.
Okay, all those in favor of deferral? Opposed? Carried. Next item. 40.
No, it's immediate installation.
Okay, T 15.40, pedestrian crossing protection, Leslie Street. Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I just amended that. The immediate installation.
Okay.
This has been long discussed, and I don't think Mr. Clement should have to carry
Can we vote on it?
Sorry, there it
Can we vote
is.
on it?
Pardon?
Can we vote?
No, I just have to say something on it.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I didn't have 500 deputants here today. I have this thing. There's a park. I'm just going to tell you, because you know that that bridge is up. Every single truck in the city that takes anything to the Portlands has to go down Leslie Street. There's a new park that's been developed, the Leslie Lookout. Long ago, we said, how are we getting people safely across the street? Finally went into a motion because nothing was happening and cannot wait till 2025. So this is pretty clear, and I guess this will get sent to the general manager. We'll also have that discussion at council because it's probably one of the most unsafe crossings in the city if it doesn't get dealt with.
Okay, so we'll vote. All those in favor, opposed, carried. And that was the last item, so we just, item is amended, all those in favor, opposed, carried. So now the bills.
Do you have some bills?
It's not worth the paper it's written on, but yes. That Bill 699 to 704, 708, 710 to 714, and 723 to 726, prepared for the July 10, 2024 meeting 15 of the Toronto and Eastern Community Council, be declared as bylaws and passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006. All those in favor, opposed, carried. That confirmatory bills to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Toronto and Eastern Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 15 on July 15, 2024, as be declared as bylaws and passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006. All those in favor, opposed, carried. And thank you, staff, and thank you to my colleagues. And have a wonderful evening. Safe journey home.